Hello everyone and welcome to the SWC 2025 America's Cup, live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Evan and with me at the desk, it's Sean B and Topa V. Sean, how are you doing today?
It's been an amazing journey to the America Cup so far, guys. And we are now live at the stadium. You can probably hear how noisy and crazy it is right now. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Oh yeah, dude. The energy is off the charts. Topa, how are you doing, man?
Absolutely, I'm doing fantastic. There is a huge crowd behind us live here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But what is even bigger are the matches coming up today, because we will be finding our 3 world finalists as well as our America's Cup champion, Evan.
Oh yeah, dude. It's all led up to this, everybody. We've had 3 days of preliminaries and so many huge games, all for this, the America's Cup. Right now, we have 8 participants, and we're trying to narrow them down to 3 by the end of the day to find our representatives to move forward to the World Finals in November for SWC 2025. There's Seppi on the stage, about to welcome up the players. This is incredible, guys. I'm so excited.
So I think we're going to have a show and we're going to introduce each player onto the stage very soon. And Topa.
Yeah, Seppi is doing the introductions of the players right now. We see BADOWNEY up there on the stage, you know, the opening ceremony, obviously that is held here in Portuguese. So we are, you know, kind of just letting you guys know what's going on here.
That's right. And remember, guys, this is such a unique experience because all these guys are about to go head-to-head in some of the craziest games you've ever seen. But mere moments ago, we were all brothers, sharing meals together, having fun, in some instances, even practicing together and doing scrims. It's been a wild week leading up to this. Now here comes our first competitor, BADOWNEY.
And our second,
ZEZAS.
Oh my god, the crowd go crazy.
The crowd is absolutely insane for ZEZAS and ZEFA and Panda-like also, RAIGEKI, TRUEWHALE.
Listen to that crowd, oh my gosh.
And I wonder who is going to be the champion for today. But whoever it is, I think the crowd is definitely going to go crazy for that person.
Oh, you know it, man. This is the first SWC event to ever happen in Brazil, and the turnout has been incredible. Hundreds of people showed up. Hundreds of people beat us here today. They were here an hour before we were. Guys, let's meet all of the players that are participating today.
Leave your expectations low. I think all of us are pretty strong, so yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
Atualmente por ser no Brasil, eu creio que eu irei representar bem o país.
Hopefully some great games. I'll try mix it up, pick some interesting units, make it fun for everybody.
I'm a little nervous, so I'm going to try my best.
You know, just do my best and make it to the finals and world finals and win it.
Hello everyone, with you now at the caster desk again, it's Evan, Sean B, and Topa V. As you guys can hear, the crowd is going absolutely crazy down there for ZEZAS and more. They have the home court advantage, guys. We know that is also a lot of pressure. The crowd is something to bolster you, but also you may need to filter out, right, Topa?
Definitely, you know, playing up there is a whole different ball game, and the whole building is shaking here. It's absolutely insane. ZEZAS is going to be feeling that pressure, and we'll see how he copes under it, Sean.
Yeah, and I think playing in the stage right behind me is a crazy experience because you can play at home, you can be very, very comfortable, but here, the lights, the crowd blasting you with crazy chanting your name, and either it's going to be BADOWNEY or ZEZAS. I think the pressure is very, very real.
100%. I couldn't have said it better because it's like, this whole time we've been saying Brazil, ZEZAS and Panda have that home court advantage. But that's also potentially a lot of people to let down if something were to go wrong, and that weighs on you regardless of how you do in the game. So this is pretty intense, and like Topa said, you can feel the ground beneath us shaking. We have a lot of awesome games ahead of us. In just a moment here, we're going to get into the tournament overview. For SWC fans at home, I think it'll largely be something that you'll be familiar with by this point today. Again, guys, we have 8 players here, and our job is to narrow those down to 3. We briefly talked about this earlier today. I'll start, Topa. Do you have any favorites going into this, or I don't even know if you want to share your predictions from the prediction event in-game?
Oh, I mean, I absolutely have some favorites, and 2 of them are already facing off in the quarterfinals. We have the match between TRUEWHALE and RAIGEKI, and I think whoever wins that has a real shot at taking the whole tournament here today.
Oh yeah, dude. Sean, those are 2 world finalists showing down in the quarterfinals. What do you think?
I think that's going to be a very intense match, but I think everyone else deserves an equal chance and they are just as good.
Oh, 100%. Anybody here could take the whole thing and be your America's Cup champion. But it's important to remember that we're ultimately going to have 3 representatives for the World Finals moving forward. We find ourselves at the America's Cup here in Brazil on October 11th. The World Finals will be on November 1st in France. We already have so many representatives from different regions selected, and now today we're going to find the ones for the Americas. Just like previous SWCs, it's going to be single elimination and a best of 5 the whole way through. And of course, the winner is not only going to walk home with the championship title, they'll also get $10,000, the lion's share of the prize pool, with $5,000 going to second place and third and fourth getting $2,500. There are also some important dates down there to mark down. The most important one is going to be that World Finals on November 1st. Though, if you have fun with us today, just know we're also going to be casting the Asia Pacific Cup next week, right, Topa?
Absolutely, yeah, we'll be casting that. There's more SWs to look forward to, and what else is there to look forward to is the prediction event. We have a whole bunch of rewards there for you, Sean.
Yeah, have you guys done the prediction event? Because I think it's kind of too late to talk about that right now. But always remember to do your prediction event because you get your hands on so many free stuff, especially the LD scroll.
Oh yeah, guys. So as you participate, you watch, you hang out, and put those codes in your phone, you're going to be getting SWC emblems, which you can then spend in their own aptly named shop. The most important in there, like Sean pointed out, is that LD scroll, the all attribute scroll, and more, because this event is back in a big way. So make sure you redeem those, and also stay tuned to everything SWC in the future, so that way you can get as many as humanly possible. All right, guys, we're just about to get into the show. We haven't shown the bracket yet. We know what it is, though. We know that the first matchup is positively poppin'. So, Topa, going up first, it's BADOWNEY versus ZEZAS. Do you have any predictions for this?
I do have a prediction. I think ZEZAS will be taking this. He hasn't had the best record, in live play, but I think the crowd is going to fuel him, and we hear it. I think even comes through the mics just how loud this crowd is getting for ZEZAS here.
Hey, but hey, if ZEZAS has the crowd, BADOWNEY has his wife supporting him right here in the stage as well. So, hey, who you think gonna win?
Totally. They all have support. Now, folks, here are the world finalists that have been selected so far from the China and France Open qualifier, as well as the Europe Cup that's happened before this. The Asia Pacific Cup is happening next week, and the America's Cup is right the heck now, baby. We're gonna be getting into this in just a second. We got the bracket coming up, so we already told you we got BADOWNEY versus ZEZAS in that first game. We're all looking forward to RAIGEKI versus TRUEWHALE later as well. And a fun fact I learned about this upcoming match too is that BADOWNEY and VINNY actually did scrims together, Sean.
Oh, so they might be meeting one another in the final, you might say.
they might be ready for it. You know, I was asking them how they like to prepare for their games, because that's kind of a contentious subject, you know? It's like, do you like to play beforehand and kind of get in the zone, or do you want to take some time away from it? It varies for every player. We'll get into that more in a second. BADOWNEY versus ZEZAS starting us off, followed by ZEFA and Panda-like, RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE, and VINNY and STAYHIVE. Wow. It's fire all the way down the board, Topa.
It definitely is. We have some insane matches coming up here. You know, a lot of these are very close. They could really go either way, you know. Sean B is picking BADOWNEY here in the first round. I'm Team ZEZAS. So, you know, we'll see which way it goes, and we'll learn about these players a bit more here in a second.
Yeah. Let's get to know BADOWNEY.
Recently, being able to draft a little bit better picking bands, those kinds of things, that really makes me happy. I'm excited to fight ZEZAS in his, home. I mean, the crowd's going to be electric. That's going to be a really, really good time. If I make it past that, then obviously getting towards the finals and fighting whoever I meet there, that'll be really cool.
There we go, guys. That's BADOWNEY. So, Sean, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you see in his most picked area?
I think that right there represents the top 10 most popular unit in Summoners RT right now. Maybe minus the Gianna here and there, but those are the most popular unit right now that everybody uses, which show that BADOWNEY is a very meta-heavy player.
Oh yeah, and for good reason. It's very easy to use all of these very strong elemental nat 5s in the meta right now. You can already hear people behind me going crazy right now because we're about to get to know more about ZEZAS. Let's see his profile.
Fala, gente, aqui é o ZEZAS. Eu diria que não pode subestimar. Eu acho que é a criatividade em usar os poucos recursos que eu tenho. É uma experiência muito boa. Ano passado era algo inimaginável, então eu só tenho a ficar feliz, não tenho nem explicação direito.
And there he is, the people's champion here. It's ZEZAS. Topa, tell me a little bit about ZEZAS' picks.
Yeah, ZEZAS is a very smart drafter, one of the best in the tournament for sure. Even though, that most picked, most banned might not really reflect it. There's a lot of water monsters there, and Chao leading the charge. But still, he has a previous world finalist. He knows what he needs to do to get there once again here.
Absolutely. And Topa, you have experience fighting both of these players, right?
I absolutely do. I took out BADOWNEY in last year's competition, and ZEZAS took me out. So that also, weighs a little bit into my predictions here, why I do believe that ZEZAS will come out on top.
Yeah, and we all know, credit to your prediction there, Sean, BADOWNEY's gotten a lot stronger in the last year.
Of course, and I think with such a heavy water draft, I think that is such a big weakness that ZEZAS is showing everybody immediately.
Oh yeah, and that's also coming from the certified biggest Chao hater on the planet, right?
Of course. I hate Chao, and as the great Seishizo once said, Chao is very good in the pick ban phase, very good on the paper only.
Oh yeah, exactly. Once you leave the pick ban phase, now it's a different story. Yeah, so we'll see. I do anticipate some Chao gameplay today. It was very fun at dinner yesterday. ZEZAS was actually passing the phone around and letting folks play some wings on his account. It was really fun. And Topa, you got to try his comp, his Shiho. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I actually did get to try that. I used the Shiho, got turn 1, didn't even activate the stun. So, the ZEZAS RNG wasn't there present. Maybe he's saving the luck here for today.
Oh yeah. Folks are saying ZEZAS is saving the RNG for today, baby, Good luck to both of these players. We're going into it, guys. The first game in the quarterfinals, BADOWNEY versus ZEZAS here at the America's Cup for SWC 2025. Sean and Topa, take it away.
This is so exciting, guys. This is definitely going to set the tone here. ZEZA's fan favorite pre-bans have already come in, Sean.
Oh, we got the Shiho pre-ban right off the bat. The Shiho that Topa said didn't even want to stun to start the match with. So ZEZAS with the first pick. We're going straight in with the Oliver.
Yeah, no surprises there. Oliver, very contested meta unit here, and this is just cookie cutter picks here. The CR Jogun going for that speed fight. ZEZA's picking up the segment, high base speed unit, trying to take that turn 1.
Let's see what ZEZA's gonna follow up after the segment here. We kind of look for one of a water unit here, but no, he took the segment back and now used the Heigang to counter the Jogun with the Villager, provide immunity for the team to counter the bomb and potential damage coming out from BADOWNEY. But BADOWNEY is locking some heavy CC though, Topa.
He's definitely going for that CC lineup here. It's interesting to see that ZEZA's pre-banned that Gianna and still favoring this Heigang draft here. Heigang does do well in the Jogun, can get more attack power than the Jogun does, and seems like we have maybe some technical difficulties here with the pause. I don't know if ZEZA's intend to draft those monsters, Sean.
No, I think that's gonna be fine. I mean, they both look surprised, so maybe he did intend to draft the monster. We have a Chroma here getting picked up, and that right there is what Chow should be. But now we have the better one. It's gonna be a Chroma.
Yeah, I do love this Akroma pick here. BADOWNEY not representing any sustain, and most of his damage is coming through debuffing. So Akroma monster obviously cannot be debuffed, provides that little bit of a crowd control of your own, that skill 2 silence, and now BADOWNEY getting that healer. Recognize that he needs some sort of sustain here, Sean.
Oh, we got that last pick healer right there. That is going to be a very popular unit nowadays because she provides pretty much everything that you need and synergize really well with the Layla to provide more debuffs so Layla can just get an instant turn. But I wonder what's going to be the ban here because I think every ban is kind of awkward for both players.
Yeah, it really is. I think BADOWNEY kind of needs to ban this Heigang here, and that is the case. And ZEZA's recognized that too, banning out that Jogun. Jogun is the most relevant buff remover on BADOWNEY's side here. If the Layla misses on this Villagel, Okiados has to patch that up, and it could get real awkward for him.
I think we're going to see what kind of speed tuning, but we have the Annabelle going first. Probably is there to cleanse in case of any stun from Shiho that could happen, but there was no Shiho on the field anyway. So we're starting off with the Marsha getting a turn, but Okianos getting right after to reset the Villagel.
This is a crucial reset here. Has to land this. Obviously, Okianos do the buff very consistent now, getting both resets in there on obviously unnecessary. But now ZEZA's moving into immunity, not going for a strip here. Why is he not taking the immunity off any monster?
Man, every single violent proc from ZEZAS is shaking the building at the moment right now. We have the Layla getting a beautiful turn right there, and Sierra's gonna drop a big bomb, and that's gonna do a lot of damage on the side of ZEZAS. I think the game is looking really good for BADOWNEY at the moment.
ZEZAS does have the Villagel available. Villagel did already get one violent proc, one more proc, and he actually has immunity back up again. And BADOWNEY can't do a whole lot against Villagel. Can he return the silence here?
Here we go, guys. Villagel is about to get a turn, but Villagel did not get the violent put he needs, and Sierra might get the violent put she needs to land. Oh my god, that is going to be crazy for BADOWNEY.
Oh, but the Marsha resisting the bombs and getting the violent proc. The building's going absolutely crazy. Marsha getting the kill. This Villagel has immune available and is over Sierra with the violent proc. Can she land the bomb? This Villagel likely 100 resistance and it gets resisted.
Oh my god, BADOWNEY went from the winning position to suddenly losing so quickly. But don't forget, Layla Annabelle is really insane, and it might show right now that Layla's going to control the entire team. Maybe.
But Layla's going to struggle here. Layla only applies to silence if there are no debuffs. The Villagel was already debuffed, and Villagel, unless stunned here, will get immunity off. And this might be the end of the game, Sean.
I think this might be GG. There was a moment where BADOWNEY could take down the Villagel, take down the Marsha, and suddenly the Annabelle's going to out-sustain the Akroma damage. But now, not so much anymore. Topa, I think it's over for BADOWNEY for the game 1.
I think so too. That was a very unfortunate resistance on the CR bomb. You have to assume that Villagel is built on 100 resistance. I can't help but wonder, what is the accuracy on this Sierra?
I think it's a chain of resistance that just happened. We have the Marsha resisting the stun, or the Villagel not getting CC, and it's just a Chroma going in between to land the silence, which is also very huge to stop these kind of CC comps to chain CCU.
Yeah, Chroma is very good at that. Getting that little bit of disruption is typically all you really need. And the Marsha takes out the Sierra. The crowd is going absolutely wild as, ZEZAS is looking in a very commanding position.
And I think that is pretty much it. The Annabelle is trying to do something to keep the team together, but it is finally over. The Villagers will get another turn, and that is GG.
ZEZAS taking the round 1 victory over BADOWNEY there. You know, we are playing in a best of 5, so BADOWNEY still has ample opportunities to come back here, but my prediction is looking pretty good, Sean.
I mean, Evan did say that BADOWNEY was, ZEZAS was saving the RNG for this round here, but hey, it's not over yet, okay?
Yeah, it's definitely not over, but the crowd is so much on ZEZA's side. Like, this is absolutely wild, but we're going to game 2 here. Now, pre-bans cannot obviously be the same, as we all know. And BADOWNEY now respecting the HAEGANG, knowing he has Gianna available.
Hey, but he got the Spotify music in his ear right there, so the crowd means nothing for my King BADOWNEY, okay? So the pre-ban is going to be between HAEGANG and Oliver. Take out 2 of the most popular unit in RTM meta right now, and BADOWNEY is going to go in with the Ciara first pick.
It's interesting to see that ZEZA's pre-banned the Oliver really does not want to fight against it. But in doing so, he leaves the CR first pick for BADOWNEY, and now he doesn't really have that good of a speed lead here in the meta. But you know, those are very much meta units, Sean.
I wonder if maybe ZEZAS is an LD speed lead here and there that could really replace Oliver. But over there, we got the Gianna, we got the Josephine to counter the Shiho. But ZEZAS is going in with a Chandra, Layla. A lot of AoE debuff coming out from ZEZAS this time around.
Yeah, ZEZAS is looking to show BADOWNEY how exactly to use that Layla. You know, BADOWNEY does have that Josephine for a counter to that CC, and now picking up a Masha. They're sort of trading units here. I don't know how I feel about this Masha into a Shiho and a Chandra.
Yeah, that might be a throw move right there from BADOWNEY, but hey, maybe you got an LD5 last pick that could shock the entire crowd right here. Let's see what it's going to be, but it's going to be an Annabelle providing healing for the team, but Annabelle is also not exactly very good against Layla, so I think BADOWNEY is kind of throwing the last 2 pick right there. Topa, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think BADOWNEY is a bit shaken there. You know, he was really running the clock down. They're not unsure of what to draft. You know, goes for that Annabelle, gets that little bit of sustain, but as you mentioned, you know, Layla is a hard counter to that, so BADOWNEY recognized that, does ban it out, but Velajul is also going to be a big problem with that 100 resistance.
All right, Topa said yesterday that Shiho from ZEZAS did not stun a single time, and here is the moment to see if it's going to happen. But the Jogan is moving in front of the Gianna though. Oh, it didn't even hit me! Oh, but the Jogan is going to take away the Gianna, provide a strip for the team, and now the Chandra slow, the Shiho stun is about to happen once again, and that's going to do a lot of work on BADOWNEY's team.
Yeah, this is looking very bad for BADOWNEY. He has no buff removers, and there's obviously full immune on the side of ZEZAS. So BADOWNEY is going to have a bunch of dead turns here. Once that Gianna comes out of the scroll, though, she does have full attack bar. She does have all skills available, and that could turn the tide.
But we have a Shiho looking very, very good here because he can stun so many different kind of target, and the damage being done on BADOWNEY's team. He does have one small heal, but that's not going to be a whole lot.
Yeah, we'll have to see, you know, will this Shiho get the crowd control on this Annabelle, because that is going to be huge. Gets resisted, you know, once again, not really performing to his fullest potential here. And that Gianna will be coming back soon. And the violent rock from Velajul, and the building erupts once again.
Unfortunately, as Topa mentioned, the fire draft into double water is not exactly amazing because this Masha is not doing anything whatsoever while taking so much damage coming out from the Chandra and the Shiho.
Yeah, but here's the moment. Gianna is just about to come back out, and she does have skills available. That stun, you know, could turn the tide. But this Masha is already off the beast, so he's lacking that defense break. Annabelle might be able to sneak into skill 3 there and do something.
Here is the game-changing moment. Can Velajul sneak in and give the... No, Velajul would not do it. And now the nerf Gianna with the AoE stun coming in hard. Full team stun on the side of ZEZAS. Oh
into
my
the Annabelle
God.
skill, but this is huge. This Masha damage is going to be enough to take out the Velajul. Another CR bomb. Wait, Sean, I think BADOWNEY's taking it. BADOWNEY's taking it.
Oh, my king! He is doing it! Take out 2 units like it's nothing! And suddenly, BADOWNEY is on the driver's seat right now, and the crowd goes silent.
I was just about to mention that it is so quiet in this building right now. But, you know, Jokan getting another scroll out there, that is going to be enough to take out the Masha, but this is still so difficult. Another bombing coming on this Gianna, and we see just how impactful a Gianna really is.
And that is right there where the HAEGANG pre-ban becomes very, very important, and why Gianna is the most popular LD5 for RTA at the moment.
Yeah, that was just super unfortunate with ZEZAS. Once again, that monkey not getting the stun, you know. Gianna came back with that full attack bar and took immediate control of the match. And, ZEZAS is definitely going to be kicking himself. Now can pre-ban that Gianna once again, so maybe looking to get things back on track.
Maybe he's going to pre-ban the Chroma this time around instead of the Shiho, since the Shiho didn't really do anything last game.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. But BADOWNEY maybe not respecting that Shiho as much as, in previous games. Maybe, going for a Chroma pre-ban. And no, it is still the same pre-bans from round 1. Shiho is there once again.
But let's see if they're going to draft a bit differently here. Maybe BADOWNEY this time is going to go for the Heigang pick instead of glocking in the Jogun early on.
Yeah, I wonder if BADOWNEY is going to pivot to more bruiser stuff here as well. ZEZAS, once again, taking that Oliver, really likes that monster for himself. Does not want BADOWNEY to have that. I think BADOWNEY will still take this very common response here, but no Jogun this time.
I think because he's expecting the Heigang coming out, so going for an AoE strip is kind of a dead pick here. So he's going to go for maybe a couple single target control so that he can sort of cycle around the enemy ability to dodge the AoE strip.
Yeah, that's probably what BADOWNEY is doing. I recognize that he doesn't want to have a force ban on the Heigang, but you know what? Still going back to these comfortable picks here in the Jogun and the Annabelle, and we see the ZEZAS respond with Heigang right away.
I think picking the Jogun a bit later allow you to have more confidence in your ban on Heigang if you know that your team is pretty good. And I think he can probably do exactly that by banning the Heigang away and pick another unit that allow him to go first. And that's going to allow him to dominate ZEZA's team, which doesn't have a lot of passive at the moment because the Josephine alone might be good, but probably not good enough to counter everything on BADOWNEY's team.
Yeah, I really would have liked him to leave this Jogun for the last pick. If the Jogun was the last pick, the Heigang may have not even appeared in the draft. Now that you have the Jogun in there, you kind of had to ban the Heigang. But then again, if the Jogun gets let through, we saw in the round 1, ZEZA still banned the Jogun. So it's still, it's almost a rock, paper, scissors moment right there. Do you ban the Heigang? If you ban the Heigang, you have to ban Jogun. If you don't, then, they're kind of a dead pick.
And the Art Master is gone. They are so strong right now in the RT meta. And the last pick for BADOWNEY is Lamila, the Water Spectre Princess. And she is the highest win rate unit in Europe Cup. Let's see if she's going to do that in the America Cup as well.
Man, this is just so awkward for BADOWNEY, taking that turn 1 again and just moving the full will runes. Okeanos now does have that skill 2 buff remove available and going for the reset. We'll see who does he choose to go on here.
It's probably going to be on the Fire Bayek because that's going to do a lot of damage, but it's going to go for the Josephine to stop the strip onto the Lamila right there.
Yeah, Ops go for that, but Ashore still does have the buff remove. Lands the strip and the tutor and silence on the Sierra. Lamila does have all skills available. That skill 3 provoke is very consistent even on wind because it hits so many times.
Yeah, and I think, but there's a problem. Oh my god, that's the problem right there. And the Marsha is going to be able to eat up that Sierra for absolutely $3.99, and there's nothing that BADOWNEY can do about that. The passive of the Josephine also back up, which means Okeanos stun is not going to be as impactful. Can Sierra get out of this and get one bomb before she dies?
Yeah, would need a violent proc here. Does not get it. Oliver has skill to reveal this. Okeanos is going to be losing all of its skills for a couple turns here, and ZEZA's in a commanding position here.
Looking really, really bad for BADOWNEY. I think the turn order was also really awkward, having the Annabelle going right first. So I think he might have to switch up and maybe not draft the Annabelle because the Annabelle going first has not been very beneficial for BADOWNEY at all.
Yeah, it definitely has. The turn order has been super awkward. He's sort of committing himself to banning this Heigang, but then he's left with 0 buff removers at all. So even banning the Heigang feels super awkward. So if you're gonna go that route, you definitely need another buff remover here. And Annabelle maybe getting a cleanser. No, obstacle over the skill 3, getting some defense breaks and slows on the board.
I think when you go Annabelle, you kind of have to take out the Oliver because Oliver just hard counter Annabelle, or you have to replace Annabelle with either like AoE immunity or AoE buff removal, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. ZEZAS, he had the buff removers. He has sufficient buff removers here. BADOWNEY wasting that turn 1, and ZEZAS taking the game. He was in a commanding position the whole way through.
Match point! ZEZAS might be moving on to the semi-final, Topa. This is looking very dangerous for BADOWNEY right here.
But BADOWNEY does have the favorable draft position here. He has the Gianna available, and he has the pre-ban of the Heigang. So that we saw, just how bad it looked for BADOWNEY in the game 2. But the moment that Gianna came back, it was all over the other way.
I think this is where ZEZAS is going to whip out the high base speed unit to counter the Gianna. We also saw that ZEZA's Jogun outspeed the Gianna. So there are many factors that could not make Gianna work in the position. So maybe BADOWNEY got to really consider that.
Yeah, I would really like to see BADOWNEY take the Jogan away from ZEZAS in this position as well. Then he would have that double AoE buffer movers, because right now he's really running this problem of moving first, but not being able to do anything with it because there are no buffer movers on his side.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge problem. We have a Ciara pre-ban coming up from ZEZAS. Their first pick for BADOWNEY. Is he going to steal the Oliver or the Jogan here?
I would think that it's going to be the Oliver, just seeing how much priority ZEZA has been putting on it and knowing that the CR is not available. So ZEZA is very wise, taking the Jogan away from him, as well as the Shiho. These are two monsters that we saw that do outspeed the Gianna.
Oh, but BADOWNEY's not looking in the Gianna early on. Might not even choose to go with Gianna at all. ZEZA's kind of preemptively countering the Gianna right there with the segment, but potentially going to go, he's going to go for the Chandra, maybe the Layla once again. A very solid combo, but this time he's going to bring back something old school, potentially with the Cigar for the reset onto the Josephine.
Yeah, this is bringing back good memories for me, Chandra, Cigar. That is the meta that I thrived in last year. But we don't see it very often now, but I think it makes sense here. We see that Fire Megumi. That is part of the reason why Cigar has gone away. And oh my goodness, Sean, you want to tell us about that last pick?
You know what? BADOWNEY is going to take us to Game 5. I surely believe that. But Chow is arguably pretty decent here because BADOWNEY has no strong win unit beside Oliver to counter the Chow. There's no slow debuff, there's no anti-cleanse of the Layla, and his last pick, Fire Megumi, is pretty much Chow food. So I think that Chow is pretty good on paper right now for ZEZAS.
As you say, Chow is good on paper, and it's good in the pick and ban. It does take the ban here, and I do agree with your assessment there. The Oliver is likely getting banned by ZEZAS here, so you don't really have an answer against this Chow. There's a little bit of pushback on the Fire Megumi, but that's off element. How often are you going to be landing that?
All right, here we go. Will this Shiho skip out on stunning entirely because you don't want to trigger the Josephine? It's going to get the AoE strip, but this is going to allow the Fire Megumi to go and did not land the stun onto the Cigar.
Yeah, that is, you are not favored to land there, but now Cigar with the skill that available lands everything except for the provoke on the Zokinus. That is absolute best hit performance. And, Chandra Cigar is still a very strong combination with that defend, with the AoE slows and the control, and now Shiho looking to drop more control. No stun.
Oh my god, that is actually really terrible because I think Cigar reset the Okeanos, right? So the Josephine passive is still there, but he couldn't even get the shield up to protect his team. That is very good resist, but very bad in this moment.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. The Shiho really doesn't want the stun, and that actually worked into BADOWNEY's detriment here. And he's kind of nodding there, so he's nodding. This is not looking good for BADOWNEY, and I think, I don't want to call it yet, but ZEZA is in a very, very commanding position here.
Yeah, one unit down, another unit is about to go down as well, and the Gianna's not looking like she's going to perform anything at all whatsoever. And here comes one shield coming out from Josephine, but I don't think that's going to do anything at all at this point.
Yeah, Josephine shield is very late to the party here, and this time Gianna comes out of the scroll, but it is provoked, it is slowed, it has low attack bar, and ZEZAS is feeling the crowd as they all know, ZEZAS will be moving on to the semifinals here.
One step closer to the World Final right there, Evan. What do you think?
And ZEZAS is the winner, moving forward to the semifinals. Our first semifinalist in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The crowd is going absolutely wild. It was a great game. Great job to BADOWNEY. Stellar showing all the way up to here too. Guys, something that I always remember when I'm actually up here live watching in person is how cool it is to see them live, their reaction in person. Like every resist, every time he saw a proc from ZEZAS, BADOWNEY felt that, and I felt it with him, Topa. That was crazy.
And the audience felt that too. Audience went absolutely wild every time there was a little bit of RNG going ZEZA's way, and it was just incredible to see. But yeah, the reactions are always super nice. You see the head shakes, you see everything. You see the frustration, you see the joy, you see everything there, Sean.
Yeah, that was absolutely an incredible showcase, and BADOWNEY will take it to the semi-final defeat. I mean, no, not BADOWNEY. My heart is still with BADOWNEY. ZEZA's going to the semi-final, defeating BADOWNEY one step closer to the World Final, because today, if your goal is to qualify for the World Final, you only have to win 2 times, and he's halfway there.
Yeah, he's already halfway to a World Finalist position. Again, guys, we had 8. We now have 7. We got to get to 3. So we've got a few more games ahead of us to do that. Now, looking back to that set that we just saw, that whole matchup, Topa, I really like the pick and ban phases. I like the direction that ZEZAS went. Looking back at that very first set here, I know we'll get the highlights momentarily. We got that Akroma pick. I thought that was pretty stellar into BADOWNEY because he didn't really have anything that could take care of it.
Yeah, definitely like that Akroma pick. You know, it provides, obviously it's uncontrollable. You can't put any debuffs on that, and he gets that little bit of attack bar, and that little bit of attack bar gives it just enough turns to get those skill 2s out and get that disruption. And you know, that disruption was enough for ZEZAS to ultimately take this game 1 here, as we saw.
Exactly. It's like, you know, the writing was on the wall. There wasn't anything that could completely reliably take out that unit, even if it had lost other ones along the way. I thought ZEZAS did a really good job. Now, who also did a great job here? But BADOWNEY eventually put a point on the board, Sean, and to your point, I thought he did a stellar job trying to adapt to what ZEZAS was bringing.
I think it goes to show that if you're going for turn 1, you really have to know what you're doing. But unfortunately for BADOWNEY, every time he go turn 1, nothing really goes his way. But when ZEZAS go turn 1, he gets what he needs to do. He gets the strip done, he gets the pushback, and that just goes to show that when you go turn 1, you're gonna really lock in your AoE strip and get the control done.
Yeah, and Topa, you also pointed out that ZEZAS and BADOWNEY, they found themselves stuck between a Jogun and a hard place. Like, you know, Jogun was really like bouncing back and forth. He was a constant thorn in the side. What do you think of the Art Masters picks here?
Yeah, that definitely was. I would have liked to see BADOWNEY, you know, adapt to actually take that Jogun in that game 4 there, you know. He went for the Oliver first pick, although ZEZAS, you know, was prioritizing that a lot. But ultimately, you know, ZEZAS still had the higher base speed monsters. Even with the Oliver speed lead, BADOWNEY was not able to capitalize on that turn 1. And that really, you know, made the Oliver pick almost kind of pointless.
Yeah, I think the problem is BADOWNEY is not very confident in giving the speed lead away to the enemy, while ZEZAS is very confident in picking the Chandra as a speed lead so that he can pick the Jogun first. But if BADOWNEY, let's say, has like an LD speed lead that he can choose, he can actually go with the Jogun first pick.
Yeah, you know, we saw in this game 4, we saw that there was just no Swift units on the side of BADOWNEY, and ZEZAS was in full control the whole way through. You know, that is where it's so difficult to play turn 2 against the Jogun.
Pretty much, and BADOWNEY didn't show, I think, a single Swift unit like at all the entire time. So he wasn't really contesting turn 1, but then he wasn't locking in any passive for turn 2 so that he can sort of survive like how ZEZAS went with Akroma. He went turn 2 and then Akroma just kind of build up over time with the silence and the damage, and there's really nothing much that BADOWNEY can do at this point.
Exactly. And those are the results of the first match. We have quite a few more to go for the day. Ultimately, ZEZAS taking that match 3-1 against BADOWNEY. And again, guys, yeah, every clap, every cry, the ground is shaking beneath our feet. It is very loud and awesome here. It's the energy, like BADOWNEY said in his profile, is electric, Topa.
It definitely is. You know, it's just incredible to be here live in person. And, you know, while BADOWNEY is a great friend of mine, he's an awesome guy. It is great to see ZEZAS moving on so that we can keep this energy up.
Yeah, 100%. I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. It was so cool talking with BADOWNEY, getting to hear his insights, how he prepares for tournaments and stuff. We were up there talking with them mere moments ago, just like, hey, how do you prep for tournaments and stuff? Do you go until the last time? Do you like to scrim? Topa, how do you prepare for tournaments? How do you think these players do it?
You know, a lot of these players, everyone sort of has their own way. Some of them are more laid back. They maybe don't have like quite the motivation to push forward that much, put in all that effort, but they still perform well. And others, you know, they want to get every single detail done. They want to know like exactly do the research. What of your enemy monsters are on Will? What are on Swift? How do you know, fight those? How do you pivot? All of that.
Yeah, it's a really tough thing, and it's unique to every person, like you said, too. BADOWNEY even going so far as to do those scrims with Vinny up until last week. Now, of course, Vinny is of the mindset that he likes to hold off. You know, he doesn't want to apply that pressure. Yeah.
Pretty much. And I think the next match is going to be pretty exciting as well. I think the next match is going to be ZEFA and Panda-like, right, Evan?
Yes, I see Panda-like up there getting ready right now. We've got another stellar one the house is going to love. Mere moments away, we have our second Brazilian competitor in Panda-like and also frequent SWC competitor ZEFA. So, Topa, what are your expectations going into this one?
I think this is going to be another super close match. You know, I actually do think Panda-like will take the victory here. That might be a bit controversial of a take, but you know, I think the Brazilian crowd, the Brazilian energy is going to take this.
100, dude. Let's go ahead and get to know ZEFA in his profile.
All right, awkward pause from Sean B. I thought they were going to translate.
It's anticipation.
unpredictable. Just people that I fought and lost to before, like TRUEWHALE and RAIGEKI.
And there he is, ZEFA. Look at that career. He's been a part of SWC ever since 2021, Topa. He's been here, he's been around the block. What do you know about ZEFA?
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's a frequent visitor here, but he has never made it past the quarterfinals here in America's Cup. So he's definitely, looking to make it further this year. And what a place to do it. And maybe, defeating one of the crowd favorites in Panda Like.
Yeah. Sean, why don't you walk us through some of his most picked in the play style you see presented?
I think that is the flexibility that I was looking for in BADOWNEY, where we have an LD speed lead, we have a counter play to AoE strip, we have a crazy passive unit that can potentially just shut down the entire enemy team if they're trying to go for stun, and he has probably every other unit that BADOWNEY was using as well, and that opened up the great variety in drafting that will give ZEFA the edge, I think.
Let's see how Panda Like is going to counter this, and let's get to know that player.
O que mais me representa no jogo Summoners War, com certeza, é o meu modo criativo de jogar. Escolha única, estratégia única, mob bait e etc. Para quem desacredita em mim nesse torneio, creio que seja uma proporção, porque muitos têm os seus favoritos. Pode ter certeza que vão se surpreender.
And that's Panda Like preparing to go up against ZEFA right now. His first premiere in SWC being the 2024 America's Prelims, Topa.
Yeah, I actually took out Panda Like last year from the competition in the preliminaries to secure my spot at America's Cup. But Panda Like, he's back here. He has the home crowd, and he has, Patter also in his most picked.
Yeah, I think he shared the same most pick with ZEFA. And Patter is a very strong unit into things like Hey Gang and Gianna. And also, when you use Light Gojo against Patter, if you don't hit the attack by pushback, that can be very, very annoying as well. So he got that strong turn to position right there. But that could also be pre-banned pretty much immediately. So he definitely needs to rely on the good old Shiho, Okianos, Layla to do the magic.
Yeah, 100%. And if you look at Panda Like's history in the prelims, even this year, he was taking the likes of VINNY and ZEZAS to game 5s. Panda Like is a real strong player, and I can't wait to see how he does in this set coming up here, up against ZEFA. I don't know who's going to take it, but we know it's going to be incredible. We're heading into match 2 for set number 1 here at the America's Cup. Sean and Topa, it's all yours.
Yeah, here we go. Pre-bans are already in. The players were super fast. That Panda Like does not want to see that Dark Monkey on ZEFA's side. That monster, as we were joking in the preliminaries, you get a skill 3 off, you win the game.
Pretty much. Probably one of the strongest follow-up unit, 5th pick in the entire game at the moment with the AoE Death Break that will almost be guaranteed to land together with a stun and an anti-cleanse to deal with likes of Josephine or Velajo. So very, very strong last pick unit that is pre-banned at the moment. Over there, we got the Oliver first pick into the Fire Megami to counter that immediately. And are we seeing some sort of She-Hulk getting picked up by the like? And here it is.
Yeah, no surprise there. These players are really favoring these speed leads. We saw ZEFA pre-ban the CR, which has been a very popular speed lead, and taking that Oliver away. Now Panda Like is forced to go for that Fire Megami, as he still does want to go for that turn 1.
All right, let's see what if ZEFA is going to go for some counterplay here. We got the Josephine ready to go right off the bat. And here is the Josephine. And we got the good old Tian Lang going to pick up as well to deal with all the attack bar gain of the Fire Megumi and the Shiho.
Yeah, you know, very cookie cutter picks here. You see, anytime you see a Fire Megumi, it's pretty safe to pick a Josephine. And knowing that you have the Oliver as well, there's going to be limited resets available for Panda Like. We'll see what he, does here to counter that Tianlang. And he is going for the, Misty, another fan favor, as ZEFA does not have that much damage yet.
Yeah, Misty is right now probably one of the highest win rate unit in the entire game, but he switched to a Masha, which I think is a inferior pick to Misty, because I was really thinking about Misty the moment I see the 3 unit from ZEFA, and it's going to be a perfect unit, but maybe Masha's going to be there to deal with the Oliver later on.
Yeah, Masha definitely does have that nice passive counter to Oliver pushbacks, gaining all that speed, obviously always having that immunity, so very hard to stun. But Misty also, there are no slows on ZEFA's side, so we know that Misty really likes to thrive on that speed, and now it would be a really nice pick here to counter that Miles, getting that slow on it as well.
We got the Shizuka getting picked up by ZEFA as well to slightly borrow that invincibility coming out from the Shiho and also provide a lot of protection for the team. And over there, Panda Like also have immunity. So both teams have their way of protecting the damage dealer from getting one-shotted. And we have another healer that kind of goes on and off meta depending on how popular Ragdoll is. But we got the Wind-Pudding Princess getting picked up and banned out immediately by these 2 players. We got the Mouse gone as well, Topa.
Yeah, Panda Like actually going for some slightly out-sustain here, He has some slight healing from the pattern, and now picking up that Angela for more healing, ZEFA is not having any of it, and we get into this game here. Shiho taking the turn 1, looking to maybe stun something, but that will activate the Josephine passive.
Alright, it's going to stun the Tianlang, trigger the Josephine, and here's the provoke coming out, but that also gives the Shizuka the invincibility to protect the team as well. I think this is going to be a race whether ZEFA take down the Masha quick enough, or will Panda Like shut down the Tianlang quick enough?
I almost think that the focus here should be this Fire Megumi. You have this immunity in this build coming out of this Shizuka, and there are no real buff removers if this Megumi is removed from the field. Although the Megumi does feed the Tianlang a lot of attack power.
Alright, here we go. Shizuka with the skill 3. Is she going to drop it though? She will, and she'll buy some time for the team. But the problem with ZEFA team is that he's not doing any real damage that quickly yet. And all that protection will definitely go away at some point. And the moment it goes away, the Masha is going to go crazy.
Yeah, ZEFA definitely lacking in damage here, especially with this Tianlang being stunned here. Not able to get those defense breaks off, Panda Like obviously getting a couple awkward turns here. Tianlang still does have that invincibility.
Alright, the Fire Megumi looking for an opening here. Gets the immunity, but doesn't open up the Tianlang quite just yet. So it's going to be a couple more turns before Panda Like can actually hurt. Oh! He's actually opening up the Josephine by giving it a turn right there and shutting down the Tianlang at the same time. A very good turn from the Shiho.
Yeah, but in doing so, Josephine gets the turn, is able to get that buff strip on that skill 2, and now the pattern is being controlled. It's kind of a race against the clock for both players here. Both players are running out of protection now. And now the damage is coming. This Masha's looking primed and ready to eat this Tianlang.
Oh, the Tianlang is going... Oh, no defense break just yet. But the Masha's going in. Ooh. No defense break just yet. 2 violent proc for Panda Like. No one dying.
Yeah, we see the disappointment in Panda Like space here. Quite lucky with those violent procs, but not getting any defense breaks is super unfortunate. This Tianlang still standing tall there. Now gets a defense break, and the Shiho will be gone momentarily.
And here comes the Oliver trying to control the teammates so that the Tianlang can survive. Tianlang's looking very dangerously close to dying right now. But the good thing about ZEFA team is there is a Shizuka, so when you die, you don't truly die.
Yeah, you can still bring that Tianlang back for this, skill 1 defense with skill 2 damage. But we saw Oliver just miss that skill 3 on that pattern. So Oliver will not be having skills available. Can this Shizuka get a violent proc here to save this Tianlang?
Unfortunately not. Tianlang is about to go down. Tianlang will go down. So it's going to be a 3v3. But the good thing is there is a revive potential from Shizuka. But over there, Panda Like has a mini heal from the pattern. So both teams has a way to draw this one out. And we have double fire into double water. So maybe ZEFA is having the upper hand.
Yeah, ZEFA might have the upper hand, but Panda does have the heals, as you mentioned. The Patter heals are going to be sustaining him, you know. Any damage that you do to ZEFA's team will be permanent, and this Masha is looking to put some permanent damage on this Oliver right here.
And that is a lot of damage, but Oliver is not out of the game just yet. But the Patter will not be stunned by the Josephine, and Oliver's gonna go down. Panda one step closer to the first victory in this match number 2.
Yeah, he is looking very good here. You know, even though Patter heals are so small, they are just enough to win here. Because, as you know, mentioned, ZEFA does not have that much damage in his draft, Sean.
But ZEFA is still trying to do his best, okay? He's trying. We still got 2 full HP units right there. Oh my god! Oh, never mind. The defense is gone now. But the Josephine can still do a lot of work and is only getting stronger and stronger. So the game is not over yet for ZEFA.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, but it is an uphill battle, that is for sure. Even though, you know, Fire Monsters here, Shizuka getting a nice Violent proc there, doesn't get a whole lot of value from reviving anyone here, Oliver.
I think this game's going to depend on whether Masha get a quick little double crit on one of the water unit, but that's not going to be very easy here because the moment you get a bit of defense break going, even a Josephine's going to start hurting, and the double crit is not happening.
Ooh, Josephine has skill to misses the buff strip. That is crucial. Shizuka does have skill to available. So had that buff remove landed on that Masha, ZEFA would have been able to conjure that with Shizuka's skill 3, getting all the debuffs. But now the Shizuka gets stunned.
Oh, but in the... Oh, another Violent proc for the Josephine. And in this form...
Whoa.
Oh, another Violent proc for ZEFA. He is getting the things that he needs. And now the protection is looking really good. And the setup for the Josephine is going to do a lot of damage. And in this form, the Patter cannot transform out of... Oh my god! Everybody's proccing like their life depends on it.
This is just, you know, the heals. I just keep bringing it back to the heals. We saw that the Megumi's almost back to full HP once again. You know, Patter gets 1 proc. This Josephine doesn't do that much damage. It is very awkward for Panda, however. Anyone you hit, they will revenge. And, you know, Megumi taking another additional turn. They're maybe looking to get some more buffs off of this Shizuka here.
The heal might be good, Topa, but the damage only go up while the heal stay the same. So every time the Josephine touches somebody, that's going to be a big amount of damage that I don't know if Patter can keep up forever, to be honest.
Yeah, this is going to be huge here. The revive on the Tian line, getting the defense break on this Masha. The Masha will... Oh, no defense break. Masha will hit the Josephine. Josephine revenge is still enough.
Oh, that Masha is so close to dying. 1 love tap from the Josephine, and that thing is half dead, Topa, and it's just gonna die even faster. Can this Masha use this opportunity to crit on any of the water unit here? Here we go, the legendary Masha crit.
It crits!
Oh!
It takes it out!
That is absolutely insane.
But it's not over. It's not over. Josephine could win this. Oh, but the strip on the revenge buff. I think, I don't know. Patter can take a skill 2. That does not stun. And I think this might take out the Josephine already. I believe it's 1 HP, but yeah, Panda will be taking game 1.
And that wild blow blew the Josephine out of the game. We're moving on to game 2. The Masha crit that was bound to happen.
Legendary. Legendary Masha crits, dude.
That was absolutely legendary. You know, on the final breath, Masha managed to get that crit, nearly one-shotting the Shizuka. You know, the game had gone on for so long at that point, and what an incredible match to start this set.
That was very, very scary. But we are moving on to round 2. No point crying over spilled milk. ZEFA can still take this one home, and the pre-ban will be the Oliver and the Tian Lang for both these players. ZEFA is being very conservative with his LD5 pick right there. I think he could use a bit more of that.
Yeah, it definitely is. And ZEFA is also, you know, taking a page out of the ZEZAS book here. You know, if you don't get Oliver, you pre-ban Oliver. And that has been the case so far. But now, Panda taking that CR away, and ZEFA actually taking the 2 monsters that Panda took last time.
Ooh, I'm not sure about this one though, because 2 of them share the same counter that Panda can do exactly right now, and can still pick another hard carry, which is a very good angle for Panda.
Yeah, you know, that they're actually just switching drafts right now. You know, I mean, Panda did take game 1, and ZEFA, you know, ZEFA is now taking those monsters away from him. Panda still going with the same monsters that ZEFA did in game 1, but now switching up, picking that pattern once again.
I wonder how ZEFA's gonna do. Maybe we kind of need to see a Sonya angle here, but maybe it's a bit too early. And if he doesn't go for more damage, Panda has the angle to go for the Misty, and that's gonna do a lot of work in ZEFA.
It definitely would. I would love to see a Joe Gun here, you know. There's maybe Panda like could last pick a Hey Gang, but you know what? We have a arguably more premium Joe Gun here in that Light Gojo. Does have that speed lead, does have that AoE buff remover, and we had the follow up on this Monkey who does counter both Patter and Joseph with that cleanse block.
I like how he's not picking Joe Gun, but he's bringing out the big guns here with the Light Gojo and the follow-up that's going to be very scary. Panda is going to go for the Annabelle, but I'm not sure if Annabelle is going to be the great counter to the Dark Monkey here, and another non-passive unit that could be controlled rather easily. And ZEFA is going to go for anti-cleanse. That's going to be very strong against Panda.
Yeah, I was about to call out when I saw that Annabelle pick there with all these water monsters, these cleansers, that Layla with another source of cleanse block would be huge here. And, you know, you mentioned the Sonya earlier, that could have been a pick too, but the thing with picking Sonya, it's always scary because you don't know what's going to be Sonya proof.
Here we go, guys. ZEFA going with the control, Panda going with the surviving tactics, and the first turn belongs to the Shiho, going in with a classic stun, and he get the stun.
He did get the stun there, you know. This Shiho does get the stun. Activates Joseph's passive. This is a bit risky. You strip the Patter. Now Patter does get into... That is a really weird provoke there. I would have thought that would have gone on the Light Gojo to prevent from getting the buff remover. Actually, in getting the stun, it desynced the Layla and the Light Gojo. And now Layla not getting that much there, Sean.
Yeah, not a whole lot of value from the Layla's turn right there, which means this turn from the Ciara and the Fire Bayak is going to be a lot of value, and someone might just fall immediately.
Yeah, the CR Bomb is going to do a lot of damage. You will see where he angles his Fire Bayak skill 3, goes to the Megumi, doesn't want to give it intact bar, and this CR Bomb might be enough to take it out. But the Layla did use skill 3, but still, you know, there's no protection on the side of... Wait, that Megumi is still standing.
Ooh, that did not take down the Fire Megumi, but the game is looking pretty good for Panda, because we have the Patter with the cleanse immunity. Everyone looking really solid right now, and there's not much healing, or there's no healing ZEFA can do to reverse these kind of damage, unlike Panda, who will slowly get healthier and healthier over time.
Yeah, once again, you know, the Patter healing, it might make the difference here, although I'm not sure what comes to that as CR gets a violent proc. Looking to get on the bomb here. Does not have to detonate, but the Light Gojo did just use skill 3, so the cleanse is not available.
And then there's still going to be a silence or stun coming out from these units to stop the Gojo from cleansing. It could happen right now, but
and there's
he doesn't need to do so.
Yeah, huge stun coming on the Layla. Layla has skill 3 available, and now Josephine stunning the whole team.
Oh my god, Josephine, the best control unit that will counter your entire control team, ladies and gentlemen. And Panda is going to win another round potentially here, looking really, really good. At the moment, ZEFA is not in the driving seat.
He is absolutely not, as his Monkey falls right there. Gojo getting a skill 2 off, stealing some buffs there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's too little, too late at this point, you know.
I think the Patter might be the glue to the entire team Panda here that ZEFA needs to pay attention to in the next game.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get around that Patter, especially with paired with the Josephine, you know. ZEFA did bring all the anti-cleansers, but the anti-cleansers, well, one of them got banned. The other never really got to go off because it got desynced by that Shiho.
It's so much interaction going on in just a couple turns right there. And now Light Gojo is going to be the last one standing, but probably going to go down very, very soon. And we're moving on to the next round. I feel like ZEFA I'd have to pre-ban or pick the Patter before Panda can do it.
Yeah, Patter has definitely been the monster, you know, to watch out for here. CR is going to be landing this bomb, and that is going to put Panda at match point here. You know, you see the sign of relief on his face right there.
GG, and Panda 2-0. This might be the first 3-0 of the day.
It was a very strong second round from Panda coming out. Was that the moment, Topa, that early stun that desynced the Layla to you? Was that the moment that the game shifted?
I think that is the moment. You know, it's usually that combination is super nice. You get the Shiho, you can boost up your Layla. You don't really need to worry about the speed tuning that much. But in this case, when you had the AoE buff remover off the Light Gojo to go in front of the Layla, you know, desyncing there was actually really bad, as we saw that Layla really didn't get a whole lot of value, Sean.
Pretty much right there. And let's see if ZEFA realize that the glue to Panda team is, and maybe take it away for himself, because he can't do that. He is in position that he can steal the Patter.
Yeah, you know, this pick Oliver, ban Oliver strategy is not really working out for him. You know, he is down 0-2. We have seen reverse sweeps before, and ZEFA is going to be looking to do that, but Panda banning that Dark Monkey once again.
And we got the Sierra pre-ban as well. ZEFA getting the first pick right there. Let's see what's going to go for. Are we seeing some sort of Swift unit coming out from ZEFA? It is going to be the Light Gojo angle very early on for ZEFA. Not stealing any unit, but kind of flexing a little bit right there.
Yeah, Panda seemed very surprised about that too, that he gets his Oliver here, now gets his Jogan as well, and we'll see what high base speed units does ZEFA have here to outspeed Panda team.
All right, I'm kind of smelling that little Shiho angle right there coming out from ZEFA, and that's going to be the Shiho and the Tianlang to counter the Oliver as well. But I don't think that is actually very strong though. It's very counterable with the likes of Josephine, Misty, Fire Monkey King, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, this team, it has a lot going for it, but it also has a lot of weaknesses. We'll see if Panda can find those weaknesses and maybe exploit them.
I think one of the most classic thing about drafting in the drafting guidebook is you don't want to draft things that share the same counter, right? And I think that's exactly what ZEFA is doing right there.
Yeah, and Panda picking up the pattern once again, and now flashing a Diana and Terrace. You know, probably not the most optimal picks here, but you know, gotta get that in. And Josephine's making an appearance once again. I don't know, what can ZEFA really do here to counter this pattern? Is it just banning it, Sean?
It's probably going to be the pattern ban angle right there and eat the stun coming out. And we have the Anavel picking up by ZEFA. From my experience so far today, I think Anavel probably have won a total of 0 game at this point.
Anavel did win that one game with BADOWNEY where the Gianna came back and he got the Anavel skill 3 off. But, you know, this Gianna's on the other side in this match. Panda has that Gianna, so we'll see if the Anavel is a good counter. On paper, you know, it is a good counter, that Gianna, but you know what else is good on paper? Chao.
Oh, I mean, Chao could have been a very good last pick right there, but we got an even better pick. That's going to be the Shizuka that can borrow the invincibility coming out of the Shiho right there. And Panda is rocking a very solid team right there. He has heal, immunity, damage, control, reset, pretty much everything you can ask for to deal with ZEFA team.
Yeah, absolutely. Panda is drafting phenomenally. That last pick from Shizuka is so brilliant too. You know, ZEFA having none of it, banning it out, but now getting that Shiho stun here. But you don't have a whole lot of follow-up here.
Oh, did not stun the Jogan right there, getting resisted. And the strip from the Gojo is going to push the attack bar of the Panda, giving the Tianlang. Oh my god, Tianlang's going to get that turn right there. And Tianlang's going to go to the scroll as well with 0 attack bar. And right now, the Josephine is going to get controlled by the Oliver.
Yeah, you know, the Gianna does move in front, so maybe doesn't want to utilize this skill 3 here from the Gianna to get that stun, give Josephine the turn. And yeah, actually not even going for the bomb.
Yeah, it's kind of saving it. Maybe he want to save the immunity, but unfortunately did not get the reset, get a bad bio as well.
Yeah, getting the violent proc when you already have full attack bar, meaning you cannot get an additional turn there. But Panda still looking very strong. The Tianlang is in the scroll. Light Gojo might be able to do a little bit of damage here, and the Jogan is quite squishy as it's likely on resistance slot 6.
But it's still alive. That's the most important part. And right now, we have the big damage coming out from the Panda, doing very solid damage on the Josephine right there. The bomb is coming up very, very soon as well. And maybe he's going to be able to control ZEFA even for longer here with the AoE. And beautiful stun coming out from Panda
Yeah, Light Gojo did use that skill 3 there already, so no cleanse coming through. Tianlang is back on the field, still at full HP. But Light Gojo and Josephine are definitely not at full HP.
All right, Josephine's about to go down, and Gojo is about to go down. It's going to be a 2v4, but hey, it's Shiho and Tianlang. Oh, wait. Hold up. Tianlang might get the chance to come back from this.
Shiho, if he manages to get a full team stun here, 2 stuns, is that enough? I believe. Wait, Light Gojo has the pushback. Shiho gets a skill 3. Will this take out the Oliver?
I mean, he doesn't have to. I think he's already won the game, but he's going to go for the Oliver. Oliver get a turn right there, but that's not going to be enough. It may take out the Gojo, but the Tianlang is still there to really do a lot of work on everybody. And Panda will have to go down this round and give ZEFA a chance to turn the tide against him.
Yeah, that was just incredible. You know, Monkey getting those stuns. That was a crazy comeback coming from ZEFA. I'm not even fully sure how that happened.
I think it started with Oliver getting resisted on the Josephine pretty much.
Yeah, those resistance really, you know, helped ZEFA there come back, and you know, the reverse sweep is in full effect.
Hey, you never know, that could have been just a lucky streak coming out from ZEFA with the resist into the violent proc. But now it's going to be the game 4. ZEZAS won at game 4. Panda like might be winning at game 4. And let's see what's going to be the pre-ban right there between ZEFA and Panda like.
Yeah, the players are really taking their time in this pre-ban. All the other rounds of pre-bans have been very quick, but we still end up on very comfortable pre-bans here. ZEFA does pre-ban out that Oliver. Did think that Panda like utilized it well enough to warrant the pre-ban.
All right, Panda like with the first pick right there. Probably going to lock in maybe the CR right there. And ZEFA has the light Gojo angle. He realized that he doesn't have to steal any unit. He's going to play with what he likes to play with the most. The little light Gojo first pick right there.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised myself to see ZEFA go, so meta heavy really. Prioritizing those elemental speedleads when he has those LDs.
Yeah, when you have LDs, you can steal the opener from the enemy instead of going for the early Oliver or the early Ciara. But ZEFA is gonna steal the enemy unit, and that's gonna be the Fire Megami and the Shiho, the draft that he lost.
Yeah, this is the draft of game 2, and it did not work out for ZEFA. So we'll see how he can adapt here. Maybe that pattern was really a big problem. Is that going to be in the ban, or what will he pick to counter that?
And Panda like picked up 2 counter play to ZEFA's team. Let's see what ZEFA is going to do here. He got the Fire Bajak. He might need another single target control unit here. He might want to pick up a Layla to deal with the cleanse coming up from Panda like. But
what?
Whoa, the Dark Nina? Very cool unit. Puts the mark on the target with the lowest HP at the start of the game. Functions kind of similarly to Cadiz for herself, and everybody gets a branding effect when attacking that target.
Thank God for Evan. I don't even know what it does.
Yeah, that is a monster that, was not on my bingo card. I was not expecting to see a Dark Nina here. But this is the ZEFA we all know and love. He said in his introduction too, he's going to mix it up. He's going to make it fun for everyone.
The only thing I know about Dark Nina is I saw a meme on Reddit that just compared Dark Nina and Lauren's better.
Yeah, she only does the attack bar absorption for herself. This is crazy. This is why I love watching ZEFA play, because sometimes he likes to get real creative with those drafts and show us something we weren't expecting. This is pretty incredible, especially when you're down to the player that has the match point.
You know what? We didn't see a light intro. I would have liked to see that monsters that got buffed, but, Dark Twins, this is fine by me. Panda like rounding out draft is, more strong water picks there. And ZEFA picking up that Dark Twins, does get that full attack bar, does have immunity, does have AoE defense break.
I don't even know how that's going to work out, to be honest. I don't even know half the Dark Twin skill, to be very honest with you. But hey, I know it AoE defense break, so maybe it's going to be really awesome.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because it does have the AoE defense break, but there's not really any AoE follow-up on ZEFA's side. But, we get both these dark monsters coming through, and ZEFA is going to show us what the vision here is, or did he burn down the kitchen in making this comp?
This is so cool, one way or the other.
All right, let's see what ZEFA's cooking here. First turn with the Shiho once again with the stun. Let's see if we can get the stun on anybody. And oh my god, look at the skin from Dark Nina. This is such a rare sight. I don't even know if I will ever see this again in my lifetime.
Yeah, and look at that mark also applied on the Belio. It does have that potential to now push it back here. But now the Nina getting the defense break, getting a lot of pushbacks, and the strip there as well.
It kind of reminds me of Bella a bit, with a single target control, the little attack by manipulation, but maybe she's gonna be doing some crazy damage here.
Yeah, can't put the immunity up with this Dark Twins here, because Annabelle does have the cleanse available. CR will be able to get, well, actually can't get a bomb up. They're actually, looking at this team again, there are no buff removes on the side of Panda like.
I mean, here we go. We're gonna see more damage coming out from this Dark Nina. She's about to touch that Abelio and do absolutely nothing to the Abelio right there.
Yeah, that was a slightly lackluster skill one. Maybe that is the reason that we don't see this monster as often. But Panda like still having a couple of dead turns here as they're still full immune on the side of ZEFA.
Maybe this is what he's been waiting for, the moment for the AoE death break to shine, and some stuff is gonna happen for ZEFA right there. The best thing about drafting these kind of units is that the enemy also doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, might not know. Dark Twins getting actually a very bad violent proc, already filled out the stack bar. Getting the violent proc does stun that CR, which is quite crucial as now immunity is off that Dark Twins.
If there's any time to do damage, it is right now. He resisted a sleep proc coming up from the Annabelle. Very good damage, very bad outcome.
Yeah, does a lot of damage there, but Abelio passive is right there at the back to pick it up. But Shiho getting enough stuns there is able to lap Panda-like team here and now has skill 3 available. Will that be enough to take out this Abelio maybe? But goes for the CR instead.
Why do I feel like ZEFA is doing a whole lot and not doing anything at all at the same time? But hey, maybe he's in the driver's seat. He is controlling, he is doing damage while kind of like not doing anything as well at the same time. So maybe if he just snipe one unit, get that quick kill, and ZEFA can turn this game to his favor right now.
Man, but imagine if this Dark Nina was an actual monster, Sean. How easy would this game have been? Even with the Dark Nina, I feel like it really hasn't done anything here. And ZEFA is still in such a commanding position here.
I feel like she's that member in the project group that just look pretty and does nothing. And I don't even know what's going on with her. Why is she not doing anything at all?
Yeah, she really isn't. You know, Shiho is doing most of the heavy lifting here. Now, once again, getting a triple stun there. There's a lot of attack bar. Doesn't push back the pattern. Activates the Abelio. Abelio will be cutting it here. Going to be trying to stun that Shiho to prevent it from getting the skill driven. But he gets resisted.
Okay, here is the moment. The meal was prepped for the Dark Nina to take the free kill. And that all she did to take the free kill.
Yeah, you know, 7,000 skill. When I think, you know, you could pick a slime and have it run on damage and it would probably do the same thing here.
But here's the moment where the double druid is gonna shine. The game is getting pretty good. 5 Megabees going out. And we have been talking about Dark Nina, but what about Dark Twin? I don't even know what they do half the time.
Yeah, Dark Nina might actually have an angle here. Does get that strip as well as the defense break. Abelio, however, does have heal ability. This double druid combination is proven very resilient. Now with the Annabelle also getting that heal up, but actually opts to go for that defense break. Gets both anyways.
I think it's just like a propaganda campaign for ZEFA to get his Dark LD5 buff, to be honest. Because if he loses right here, he has a case to show, come to us, hey man, do something about these units.
Yeah, you know, because right now they really aren't doing, you know, Dark Twins, I don't hate the Dark Twins. They have the immunity into no buff removers on the side of Panda. So Dark Twins have been quite good. Now getting that Violent proc, but the Dark Nina, you know, if that was like any damage, like a Theo Mars or something, right, that things would have been dead on Panda-like side.
But unfortunately, Dark Nina did not do enough damage to justify the slot, and nothing is happening, and Dark Nina is gone.
Absolutely just deleted by Abelio. Now Annabelle does have the heal available, and Shiho does have a skill 3. Does get the stuns into the skill 3 now, but Abelio is once again into druid form, so it's going to get that passive.
And he might get a violent but to heal as well. He did not get it, but the Panda can heal itself by doing good damage. And can Shiho really bring this game around? We have defense break coming out very, very soon here. And maybe that's going to set up for the Shiho to do some good damage to take out the enemy unit. Maybe it still has hope for ZEFA.
There's an AoE stun coming out. Does get the stun on the pattern. You know, I mean on the Abelio, but there is a very slight chance. I do see an opportunity here. But the Abelio getting a proc, just shutting it down.
Unfortunately, but now is the moment where the monkey can stun the Abelio, and it does have self-cleanse, but no stun!
That is such a big miss on the stun. Now Abelio, even the defense break, takes out that Dark Twins, and it is Monkey. Once again, Monkey, there is no buff room inside of Panda-like. I can't stress enough. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage, Sean.
Maybe Monkey was the hero all this time, and maybe he's gonna be able to take down this Abelio once and for all.
Oh, can the Monkey stun? No stun on Annabelle. Annabelle is going to be getting a turn here. That is going to be very bad. Slow coming out. But the skill 3, that's a lot of damage at the stun.
Oh my god.
At the stun again.
Oh my god.
Oh!
ZEFA, take it home. Bring us to a game 5. Unbelievable performance.
Both players at match point. Shows us he was cooking with the Shiho, especially. You know, that was pretty cool. I'll say this about the Dark Nina. Common thing about Dark Nina owners I've heard, yeah, you get the information, you get the Hunter's Mark on the lowest HP unit, but oftentimes units built on defense have the lowest HP. So he probably wanted that Hunter's Mark on Ciara, but it ended up having less HP than the Abelio. Or more HP, rather.
Yeah, that is a very good point there, Evan. You know, telling us all about the mechanics of Dark Nina. I know at least half the people in chat have no idea what is going on with that monster either. But yeah, ZEFA's Water Monkey just nearly soloed Panda-like's team there.
It's pretty much just show how bad the LDs were and how god tier Shiho is the entire game.
It was definitely a fun showcase, though. I was wondering what would have happened at the end if maybe he boosted the Dark Nina with the Twin Angels instead of applying immunity, because she was so low, the immunity, and had defense break already, it wouldn't save her. I was hoping maybe she could cut and proc, but we don't know if she's on Violent. I don't remember if she ever procced. So anyway, both players match point in set number 2 here at the SWC America's Cup. Take it away, guys, for the last game of the match.
Yeah, this is just incredible. You know, this is ZEFA we know, and now he's taking a little bit of Sean's advice out here, going for the full LD draft potentially.
And especially stealing the Panda away from Panda, like taking the Josephine to counter the Shiho as well, looking like it's going to be an Oliver ban for the side of ZEFA.
Yeah, taking the Josephine into the Shiho is always good, but there's an Oliver on the side, so there are resets. But Panda, like, once again, is pretty light on buff removers. Currently only having that Shiho, and ZEFA already having immunity. Might be able to pick up another immunity and just ban out one of the buff removers on Panda-like side, and the Oliver will be a sitting duck.
Ooh, that healer is very, very annoying and scary for ZEFA, who is not having any real damage at the moment just yet. So wonder what kind of damage ZEFA can bring in to really take it down. And that's going to be the Fire Bayek and the Marsha. He wants this Misty dead.
Yeah, that he definitely does. I was thinking about a Masha, but there's already that Shiho on the board, as well as the last pick on Panda-like side, but he really just goes to this double fire, and Sean, we see your chow once again.
Hey, I mean, it makes sense. On paper, that looks a pretty good pick right there, and that's going to be a false ban as well. You know what? No need to ruin Chow. Just pick it right, and it's going to be banned anyway.
Yeah, the Chows are definitely getting the respect here today at America's Cup. Twice picked, twice banned.
And here we go, guys. Shiho going first with the stun, but that's going to allow the Marsha and the Josephine. Oh!
No stun. Once again, these Brazilian Shihos are not stunning. Maybe, that's for the better. Guys, that Masha would have been cleansed anyways by this pattern, and now there's no shield on ZEFA's side.
Maybe they're eating this apple banana thing that Seppi's been telling Evan about, and the banana just take away the stun from the Shiho in Brazil. But now back to the game with the Marsha going straight into the Oliver, not taking it out just yet. And the win putting Princess Angela is doing so much protection for the team.
Yeah, he spreads the damage there wisely, going for that Oliver with the Masha skill too, so that the Misty does not get cleansed by the Angela. Therefore, keeping it provoked and targeted on the Josephine, as he needs to keep his Masha alive.
Masha is looking very, very low right now, and the damage of the Misty and the Shiho is going to reach Marsha very, very soon. I think ZEFA need to find a way to bring down someone quickly, but the Angela is such a huge wall in the way.
Yeah, definitely, this Angela is a big problem for ZEFA right now. There's a lot of sustain, and I keep mentioning the pattern sustain. In this case, Angela sustain is probably 10 times more.
And that stun, that slow on the Josephine, keeping it away from the Shiho is going to be very important as well. Once again, the heal, the cleanse, the shield, it's just so much for ZEFA to handle.
Yeah, now Oliver getting that skill 3 off, doesn't get the reset, but also doesn't get stunned by the revenge on the Josephine. Also does have the shield, so every time Josephine revenges, she's actually taking some damage herself due to that Angela passive.
Man, you gotta feel bad seeing how the game is going in Panda-like's favor for ZEFA. ZEFA just can't do anything. He can't protect his Josephine. He can't do damage to kill, and the Misty is only getting stronger. And oh, look at that damage.
Yeah, there's a dismount now on the Masha. No more defense break on the side of ZEFA. Goes for the skill 2, knows he has to take out Misty. If the Masha falls before the Misty does, I think there's just not enough juice to take out this Misty.
Unfortunately, the Misty also have very good damage reduction, and there's nothing that ZEFA can do to kill this unit that has a strong healer beside him and can heal every time as well.
Yeah, Panda-like is definitely going to be taking this game away. There goes the Masha. There's just not enough damage to deal with this Misty-Angela combo, Sean.
Oh, we are one step closer to having another Brazilian in the semi-final, and the crowd go crazy.
Yeah, we are guaranteed now, if Panda-like does win this, we are guaranteed to have a Brazilian representative at Worlds.
And that is very good news for the event today.
It really is, and you can just hear the crowd. And Panda-like takes the Game 5 and the 3-2 victory over ZEFA.
Incredible job from Panda-like. The crowd is going crazy. That means we get to look forward to ZEZAS versus Panda-like coming up in the semifinals later today. Great sportsmanship from these guys. Again, they've all spent the week together, they've bonded together, but ultimately they have to fight each other at the end of it. And just like that, Panda-like sends ZEFA home. That's crazy. Well done from Panda-like.
Yeah, that really was. And, you know, we get that rematch of ZEZAS and Panda-like. We actually had, that was one of the craziest matches in the prelims where there were a whole bunch of misplays, whole bunch of procs going on, and I can't wait to see that happen again.
Yeah, we'll get it again here at America's Cup. Sean, that last game was awesome, man. Especially the Angela. I'm a big fan of Angela.
That unit is such a pain in every part of everybody. It is such a crazy healer that it just nullify whatever damage you are trying to do, especially in kind of draft where ZEFA didn't have like a one-shot unit. Even with a Masha, you still can't kill anything.
And it's really interesting too, because it's when you have a unit like Josephine in play on the other side who applies the counterattack buff to herself, in resetting her, you can also force her to do damage to herself because now she's tacking into a shield. It's very cool. You know, of course, we all hate to play against Angela, but we love it when she's on our team. Guys, here are the highlights for that incredible game of 5 that we just saw here. Sean, why don't you show us what we're seeing here on the screen?
I think ZEFA went from, you know what, I don't need to steal your unit anymore, to picking what he likes to play the most, and that gave him the victory. But I think he kind of go back to like stealing the enemy unit and didn't really work out too well.
Yeah, do you share that same sentiment, Topa?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, ZEFA won our hearts over with that Dark Nina pick for sure. Panda-like may have taken the win here, but ZEFA is a winner in our hearts. You know, bringing the content in here, as we say. You know, that Dark Nina and the Dark Twins, and they actually won the game too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we said it. We said it back when we saw that Dark Nina picked in the pick ban phase, but it is always such a pleasure to watch ZEFA play. Every time I see it, I get so excited because like he has such a talent for picking kind of off-meta, interesting pocket picks that he clearly loves, that he wants to show people in the crowd, or perhaps units he wants to send a message about perhaps needing a buff. But either way, he makes them work in a really cool way, especially, you know, even in the beginning half of that game, Nina actually put a little work in, so it was really fun to watch her play. But ultimately, Panda-like took it in that last game 5, which is very much like these players. They both had a few game 5s under their belt in the prelims and in SWCs prior. Panda-like moving forward is our second semifinalist for the day to meet ZEZAS over there, so look forward to that grudge match that we'd seen in previous SWCs. That was pretty great. Now, of course, that's all behind us now, and we can look forward to game 3 in the quarterfinals. Guys, this is the one that we highlighted at the top of the show. RAIGEKI versus TRUEWHALE is coming up next, Sean.
This is like a world final tier kind of match happening in the quarterfinal of America Cup. It's going to be very, very exciting. These two players goes a long way back against one another. Rivalries has been written in the Summoners War history for a very, very long time. I can't wait to see. And RAIGEKI has a small surprise for everybody.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I'm not going to spoil it yet, but RAIGEKI definitely has something fun ruined up today that you never will have seen prior to this. Yeah, RAIGEKI versus TRUEWHALE. RAIGEKI, of course, winning in SWC 2022. TRUEWHALE was last year's America's Cup champion. So Topa, what are your expectations going into this game?
I mean, I'm expecting absolute fireworks. You know, we don't have a Brazilian representative here, so the crowd might not be as crazy. But for you guys at home, this is going to be the match to watch. We have 2 previous champions. As Evan mentioned, RAIGEKI is 2022's winner. TRUEWHALE is 2023 and 2024's winner. So these are the past 3 years. These are the winners that are playing here in the quarterfinals, and one of them cannot qualify to Worlds this year.
Isn't that crazy? Dude, I feel absolutely spoiled getting to watch this game right now. I'm so excited about it. Now, of course, this is going to be a divisive one because both of these players are favorites for folks at home. Let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about RAIGEKI.
I'm pretty much the same. The runes, monsters, slight upgrade, not much. Let's have a good match.
And there he is, RAIGEKI, with a long storied history of SWC dating all the way back to 2019. So, Sean, what do you see in here? What does RAIGEKI like to play?
I think RAIGEKI is probably one of the best drafter in Summoner's War in general because he always adapt, he always find way to include unit that can counter the meta or just complement his playstyle, and he's not shy away from testing new things as well. And with that long history of professional matches, he has the experience in these situations where if the crowd going absolutely crazy, you have the light blasting you in the face, but he still wins.
He's a very talented player, and he's got a suspiciously good Misty, too, that we saw in the prelims, right, Topa?
Yeah, he definitely has. He had a very strong showing in the prelims, only losing one game at all, coming here as the high seed, you know. And, you know, as mentioned, RAIGEKI has that long history, but so does TRUEWHALE. Let's take a closer look at his profile here.
Hi, I'm TRUEWHALE. I think it's because I haven't won World Finals yet, so I just continue to work hard and achieve my goal. You know, just do my best and make it to finals and World Finals and win it.
TRUEWHALE, the man who has achieved almost everything that you can in Summoner's War. All he's missing at this point is a World Finals win, Topa.
That it is. You know, we see on the list there, SWC 2023 World Finals runner-up. That's gotta hurt, you know. He is hungry for that victory.
Oh yeah, and when I say he's achieved almost everything, I mean almost everything. The man's also an RTA legend. He's featured in multiple legend tournaments as well. So Sean, what do you know about TRUEWHALE's playstyle?
I think TRUEWHALE is the kind of account that you can play anything because when you play certain player, you can, ooh, I'm gonna pre-ban them, I'm gonna pre-ban this. But TRUEWHALE is true, the biggest whale. He has everything in this game and he can draft any way possible. So it's probably one of the hardest players to play against. And I wonder what RAIGEKI is going to do against this. This is truly an Attack on Titan moment right here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we have a joke that's really only half in jest, where we say that like when you go up against TRUEWHALE in one of these things, he'll pick a completely different team every single game. I don't necessarily think that's going to be true for the America's Cup here, but in the prelims, that was definitely the case, Topa.
Yeah, we saw that in the prelims. He literally went 3 games against Crocodile. He won all 3 games, by the way. Different draft every single time.
Yeah, and that makes it so you can't really adapt to that because you're not seeing it coming. The thing that was before, he's not even trying to pick it against you again. So, yeah, if you had to pick one to move forward today, like, do you have a leaning, Sean?
Oh, this is gonna be a very, very tough. I might as well just like flip a coin at this point.
I know.
How do you even choose? But RAIGEKI showed me something very fun earlier, and it's not what you think it is.
Oh yeah?
Okay. It's something.
That's got me excited, dude. Yeah, I know for a fact that RAIGEKI's got at least one surprise waiting for us, so that's going to be really fun. I can't wait to see what he does because this is definitely the game that's probably got them the most stressed out.
Oh yeah, definitely. As I mentioned at the top of the show, I think whoever wins this has a really, really good shot at winning the whole tournament. And you know, if you lose here, you have no chance at going to Worlds. Even if you win here and lose the next round, you still have the 3rd place match.
Oh yeah. And that's a lot. That's a lot of pressure here, especially just for a quarterfinals game. Again, guys, I can't restate it enough. This is World Finals level. So if you need to get a snack, you need to get a drink, make sure that you've got it in your hand right now, because you're not going to be able to blink once we get into it. This is going to be like fireworks the whole time, Sean.
I think I kind of want to see the draft, the ZEFA flex a little bit, the light Indra that I'm pretty sure TRUEWHALE has anyway, and I think that's going to be one of the very exciting unit to use.
Yeah, that has been a monster that I've been looking forward to. Maybe not the light Indra, but the Indra family in general. I think they were probably the biggest winner of the most recent bounce patch. You know, we are playing that recent bounce patch that was not in effect during the preliminaries.
Oh yeah, and we spoke a little bit earlier about Venhan, the fire Indra as well, Topa. You were saying that you wanted to see maybe him picked.
Yeah, I think Venhan is probably the most likely Indra to be picked. We've seen Dark Indra, obviously, you know, even before the buff. And I'm not sure if any of our players have Dark Indra today, but that Fire Indra has a lot of crowd control now with that silence, that pushback, and all that those double hits.
Oh yeah, the double hit was a kind of a crazy buff. That's actually the only Indra I have, Sean.
I think one of the things about Indra that I kind of dislike is the fact that they transform and they lose one sort of whatever the buff they get, right? You get immunity or speed or whatever on them. They kind of get out of it a bit too quickly, which is kind of an unfun thing about the Indra family. But I hope to see them, and I hope to see something like the Win Gojo showed up as well with the 3-turn provoke. That can be very interesting to see.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to see that in a competition level yet with the 3-turn provoke. I think like that's definitely something I'd like to see. And your comment about the Indras made me realize that they're kind of similar to the unicorns in that way. You know, they have a little bit of anti-synergy with buffs, immunity, etc. So I'd love to see the Indras regardless. This is probably the one where we have the highest chance of seeing something different, because Topa, we've seen a lot of Shiho today, a lot of Josephine, a lot of Oliver, the stuff that just kind of dictated the meta, especially for the prelims here. If you had to choose a different monster that you wanted to see today, what would it be?
Ooh, it would be a Veronica. I would love to see a Veronica here today.
What would the odds of that be, perhaps? Like that, it's got to be super low that RAIGEKI or TRUEWHALE would pull out a Veronica, right? Yeah.
But one thing we don't see very often now anymore is going to be like a snipe playstyle or cleave. Something that kills immediately, because it's so hard to do so nowadays anyway.
Yeah, you beat me to what I was going to say. It's like, you know, what I want to see is an archetype of something. You know, I want to see, I agree, I'd like to see something hyper-aggressive, like a snipe comp. I don't think we're going to go so far as to see something like a cleave, you know, even though J-Mac was talking about how much he'd love to pick a Lucian sometime in RTA and get away with it at SWC level, but you know, something aggressive like that, Topa, I think would be cool to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that makes for those fast-paced games that really are, you know, very decisive. And people at home love watching Cleve, and so do we here.
Yeah, and you know what? So, thinking about this matchup some more and relating back to the prediction event that's been live in game up until today, I think this is probably going to be the biggest divide amongst players in game right now. It's like, does your prediction event lean in the favor of RAIGEKI or TRUEWHALE? This is going to be the defining moment for the entire tournament today, because like we said up here at the caster desk, whoever wins this has a very strong chance at winning the entire tournament. I don't think that it's hyperbole to say that these two are some of the favorites today. So, you know, again, check those predictions, see where you lean, and we'll have to do a survey in the chat to see who's going in which direction. Actually, put it in chat right now. Tell me, who did you root for in this one, RAIGEKI or TRUEWHALE? Who do you think is making it out of this? I gotta see the reactions after the game. Yeah, so remember, guys, there's a lot on the line here. Whoever loses goes home. That's the end of their SWC run for 2025. So, yeah, the semifinalist game that I want to see, if I'm being honest, I do want to see a VINNY versus TRUEWHALE again.
Yeah, that would be an absolute treat. You know, VINNY cleaned the floor with TRUEWHALE earlier on. But, you know, speaking of those predictions, I actually have a leaning myself. I did vote for RAIGEKI. He has that new monster, you know, available, as well as a couple new very cool teams that he might be able to utilize here. And TRUEWHALE, you know, we'll see how he can fare against that.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, folks. No more waiting. The time is now. Match number 3, RAIGEKI versus TRUEWHALE. A throwdown between two titans of competitive Summoners War. We're getting into it right now. Sean and Topa, take it away.
Yeah, the pre-bans are already locked in. We see an Oliver, RAIGEKI's most hated monster, as a matter of fact. And, you know, TRUEWHALE banning out the Shiho, RAIGEKI picking up the Sierra.
And here is TRUEWHALE, the man with everything under the sun. Let's see what kind of first pick is going to go in. We might be seeing a Jogun early on here, but excuse me? Are we going back about 5 years with this first pick?
I believe this is back 2 years. This is the exact team composition that TRUEWHALE lost in the World Finals to Lest, you know. The Chandra segment meta is maybe back, you know. TRUEWHALE might be looking to create his own new meta here.
Yeah, and the third pick was the Charlotte back in the day that was making wave against the meta. But RAIGEKI is going to lock in the Light Huarei early on together with the Light Twin Angel for some aggressive first turn.
Man, we see RAIGEKI with the whale comp. He's bringing out the LDs. TRUEWHALE, meanwhile, remaining, you know, fully RGB right now. But like Horang, you know, I don't know how I forgot about this monster, but I forgot about this monster. Both these players have this monster, and it's just such a cool unit.
Yeah, the unit will gain elemental advantage against whatever enemy is trying to attack it. So you're probably going to glance it, and it also gains speed over time like Misty and Fire Monkey. So it's going to be a very fast damage dealer that's going to be very hard to take down due to the elemental advantage that he has.
But yeah, TRUEWHALE also does have this monster and knows the counters too. You know, he already has that Chandra. Maybe even pre-pick that Chandra, knowing that RAIGEKI likes to go for the Light Horang. Also picking up the Gianna. Those bombs do not glance. They don't care about elemental disadvantage. And we see a Chao coming out of RAIGEKI.
All roads lead to Chao at this point. Chao, the strongest last pick in the America's Cup, is going to get last pick and might get banned out of it as well. So TRUEWHALE last pick, and let's see what is going to be the counter to the Huarangs if he plans to leave Chao. Whoa! What is that? This is not a siege defense, right?
Yeah, this is... I don't play Siege, so I wouldn't know, but this definitely does not look like the RTA I know either. You know, this is definitely going to have to be a Chao ban. No Chao ban. How does he deal with this monster, Sean?
I don't know, but he does have slow debuff and he does have defense break. So maybe TRUEWHALE is so confident in the damage output of this Chandra that he's going to use that against both Chao and Huarang.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I definitely do favor RAIGEKI's draft a lot here. TRUEWHALE will likely be taking the turn one, having that speeded as well as a very high base speed segment.
Well, you know what I love? I don't see Oliver, Jogun, Josephine, so that's pretty cool on my book.
Yeah, this is definitely something new that we don't see that often. Gets that reset, but in doing so, boosts up the Megumi. Now, Megumi missing the stun on that Gianna, and that is definitely a start for TRUEWHALE.
Look at how fast that Nana is. It's going to set up the death break for the Chandra to go absolutely ham and cheese on RAIGEKI.
Yeah, is this going to be some insane crit damage Chandra coming out of here? TRUEWHALE also realizes that Chao will be a problem. Trying to stack those debuffs. Chao only cleanses 2 debuffs, but he actually cleanses before that bomb would go off. So I do feel like that bomb is misplaced there.
Maybe he really want to keep the slow debuff on the Chao. He want the bomb to be cleansed so that the defense break and the slow debuff will have a chance to stay. Oh, but he cleansed the right debuff, and Chao's going to be free from the shackle.
Yeah, Chao getting that bomb off, which won't really be doing anything, but the Chandra AoE damage on that defense break is already enough to take out this Light Twin Angels here, and Nana now has 2 orbs sitting on top of her.
2 orbs on Nana is going to be very hard, because how can you take down this Titan that is Chandra when you have no healing on your team?
Yeah, this could go the distance here. Maybe in the late game, TRUEWHALE does have the damage to take out this Chao. But, you know, for now, he is still focused on this Megumi. And this Nana might be able to bring him to that late game.
And here goes. Can he land the attack now on Chao? And maybe, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But I think the Gianna's probably going to go down to the Chao Violent proc, if there's any. And that's going to be the Chao additional turn to take down the Gianna if he wants to. But the slow debuff from the Chandra is coming back very, very soon.
An interesting angle there would have been just to skill 1 the Gianna and leaving the dot, and the dot would have actually killed the Gianna. But now you have the Light Horang moving, and both Nana orbs are gone. You know, those nerfs to Nana with the revive. That is a very little HP on that Gianna.
But I think the thing about TRUEWHALE is the real danger for RAIGEKI lies in the Chandra, and he cannot afford to look away the Chandra just yet.
I mean, it is all eyes on Chao pretty much at this point. You know, this Gianna, there's 1 more orb now again on Nana. Gianna does not get a violent proc, so Horang will not be getting bombed here, and the slow on Chandra is quite impactful.
I really love that Nana pick though. It goes to show that you have to go out of your comfort zone to try and experiment with new things that may or may not work. And right here, we have defense now coming in from the Nana soon once again, and maybe that's going to allow TRUEWHALE. Oh, never mind.
But look at how fast this Light Horang is getting. It's just moved again. And a violent proc. It moves again. Now the Gianna is out of the picture. That's a lot of damage gone. And this segment is looking dangerously low. If Chao won Justice, will be taken out of the segment. And without that, I just don't think Nana Chandra has enough damage to kill a Chao.
Hey, you never know. Chao's very good on paper, and we're out of the paper. Oh! But the Chao is going absolutely crazy on the enemy right there. Oh my god! RAIGEKI with the violent procs, and there's nothing that TRUEWHALE. Oh, not quite yet. Here is the trick of water. Double crit, I think, on 2 units right there. And we have defense now coming soon, but not quite yet because Chao's going to cleanse it away. One more turn for Chao. Take down the Nana. One more turn for RAIGEKI.
Yeah, this is, I mean, even without those violent procs, like there's just no chance that the Chao is going down there. It was also a very awkward turn order from TRUEWHALE. The Chandra moved just in front of the Nana every single time, so you were not able to set off the defense break into Chandra damage there.
Man, 3 violent procs in a row. Each one take down 1 life of TRUEWHALE. Even with all that revive, TRUEWHALE could not withstand the true power of Chao, the strongest unit in Summoners War Sky Arena.
When he makes it out of the pick ban phase, he can be pretty powerful too, apparently. I think that one was definitely one right after the ban. You know, the fact that Chao was not banned in that one, he could take that one to go.
Yeah, you know, Chao has been getting the respect in the pre-ban, but not this time. You know, TRUEWHALE thinking more of that and, you know, ultimately paying the price there. Now we're moving on to game 2 here, and TRUEWHALE is adapting in pre-banning the Oliver. Neither player likes to see the Oliver.
Maybe TRUEWHALE might be first picking Light Horang, still in away from RAIGEKI. It could be an interesting angle for TRUEWHALE.
I think RAIGEKI has the answers to that monster. You know, both Oracles are on the board here, so TRUEWHALE taking that Sierra, not afraid of that Light Horang if RAIGEKI were to pick it.
And here comes the Shiho. We haven't seen the Laura getting picked up by RAIGEKI just yet. That used to be his signature monster in the segment, but we don't see that today.
Yeah, instead we see the Shiho Layla combo. Once again, we saw this in one of the previous games from BADOWNEY or ZEFA, but it actually worked against them, you know, detuning their comp. But now RAIGEKI may be looking to just get that turn 1 and looking to get the Layla debuffs.
TRUEWHALE back with a classic, stealing the Light Horang away from RAIGEKI. So maybe this time we get to witness that little something that I told Evan about. And we got the Chi-Wu sure crit skill too. And maybe he's going to pick that up in the last pick.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE taking the Horang away. And there it is. That is the monster that RAIGEKI was showcasing. That monster cannot glance on the skill 3. It is a huge Horang counter.
However, because Horang get elemental advantage against every monster, it means this Wind unit is actually attacking a Fire unit, which could still miss crit, and miss crit is the biggest enemy of RAIGEKI last year with the Chao.
Yeah, it definitely is, but RAIGEKI also, I don't think he really has the speed to back this monster up. TRUEWHALE already had that Sierra speed lead as well as a very fast Jogun, and now he's doubling down on the speed lead and the fast monster with that Vanessa and the segment once again. So I'm very afraid that RAIGEKI will be getting outsped here, but he is absolutely cooking. He almost has like 3 different combinations here. He has a Layla Tomoe combo, he has a Shiho solo monster, and then he also has this knight from the Wind Talisman, that Kashmir.
It's like I'm watching the challenge mode RTA at this point where people are forced to pick some weird stuff. But hey, it's kind of cool to see this.
Super cool.
Now we are all for this as we get in this game to who will take the turn 1. And the Shiho does outspeed. Can he get the stun on this Jogan? And he does.
And here comes the Layla follow-up with the Chi-Wu follow-up. But how does he take down the enemy with the Vanessa on the field right there? That's going to be pretty bad if you give the Horang the attack buff.
Ooh, but that Chi was doing very well. They're landing every single glancing hit. Now, let's see the Kashmir damage. Skill 3, 25,000. It is enough to kill out the Horang.
But is that the play though? Because now he has attack buff and he might take down a unit here, potentially.
Oh, he does bonus damage through invincibility actually, so that might have been an opportunity to take down the Kashmir.
Yeah, it could have been. I think TRUEWHALE knows that he just doesn't have enough damage to one-shot, so often go for the damage on the Chi-Wu as you get a bit more consistent damage there. But 2 monsters on RAIGEKI's side do have invisibility, so they are safe from this year, but does get that bomb on the Layla. Most likely has to detonate here as well.
Looking pretty good for RAIGEKI. The Light Horang, even though it's very good, you can still crit it if you have good RNG.
Yeah, you definitely can. And, you know, RAIGEKI getting that crit, showing us that Kashmir Khan to the Light Hwarang. And now the Shiho also just doesn't care about the Light Hwarang. Gets it done, gets the turn cycling. This Hwarang might be going down very soon.
Oh, and here comes skill 2, the crits all the time. Big damage onto the Light Hwarang. Another uppercut. Take down the Light Hwarang.
Yeah, that is Light Hwarang gone, and RAIGEKI's team is still looking very healthy. Sierra has a pretty awkward turn here, does not have the detonator available, and Layla is getting close to that skill 2 here, Sean.
But hey, Kashmir did what he needs to do. Layla is still going to be on the field, and Shiho, remember, could 1v5. So there's no problem for RAIGEKI at this moment, and he's going to take down Jogun. Layla getting another turn. This might be GG for TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, that Shiho is just so fast. Even with just a 24 lead, outspeeding that Jogun from TRUEWHALE and, you know, putting RAIGEKI in a convincing position. He's already at match point against TRUEWHALE.
This is a crazy round. Getting Light Hwarang, using it to slap TRUEWHALE, giving Light Hwarang to TRUEWHALE, and slap the Light Hwarang as well. RAIGEKI, impeccable performance right now.
Yeah, this is so well done from RAIGEKI. You know, he has been cooking, and that cooking is paying off very, very well here. As we now go to round 3, match point once again for RAIGEKI. We see 2 wind monsters in the pre-ban.
Let's see how these folks adapt. Again, match point for RAIGEKI. When all the chips are down, what does TRUEWHALE turn to? What is going to be the comp that he thinks is going to get him on the board and save him from going home in SWC 2025?
Loving the pre-ban though. I hate these units a whole lot. And TRUEWHALE probably have LD speed lead to compensate for the pre-ban right there. Let's see what RAIGEKI's going to do with the speed lead situation.
Yeah, both players have been picking kind of unorthodox. You know, we've seen the segment from TRUEWHALE, we saw the Nana from TRUEWHALE. These are monsters that we don't see. Obviously, with the Kashmir from RAIGEKI worked to great effect here, and we'll see what they do in this round round 3 here as we see a bit more normal. But that Light Hwarang is making an appearance once again.
Light Hwarang back on the field. Let's see what TRUEWHALE is gonna do. Maybe try to pick up some kind of hard carry in the late game. They can stack up some damage, Misty Fire Monkey type unit to match the speed of the Light Hwarang. What kind of damage TRUEWHALE is going to bring in, because he just locked in 2 support unit that doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, I would like to see some sort of water monsters. The Chandra I do like, maybe Lamiela also. That skill 2, once again, doesn't care about glancing. But we see a Ragdoll.
A Ragdoll in 2025. It's a Ragdoll owner Topa. What do you think?
I feel like TRUEWHALE is feeling like a whale out of water here with this draft. This draft just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I don't see that much crit on RAIGEKI's side. Even Shiho's might not be built on crit. Megumi, no crit. There's also a very limited AoE, so Ragdoll just feels very off here.
And we are locking in more AoE into Aya, the Wind Nobara. That is actually very bad. And with a Riley getting picked up to boost the Light Hwarang even further, if you don't ban the Light Hwarang, this might be very, very bad for TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, these drafts once again are very unorthodox, and you know, we see a Riley come out, Riley getting the ban, both players banning out the healers from the enemy side, trying to, you know, get that damage to go. RAIGEKI, especially with that Wind Nobara, any debuff that goes on it, that's going to take in a quarter of TRUEWHALE's entire HP gone.
Maybe he's hoping that the shield of the Josephine is going to keep him alive, but I'm not sure for how long. And first turn belongs to the Shiho. Take down the Chandra first turn. Fire Megumi is going to be provoked, and he gets a Violent Proc as well to potentially stun the Layla.
Yeah, he does have the skills available after that Violent Proc. Most likely going for that Layla, getting, however, the wrong buff off of that Layla. So Layla does have skills available, but if you use the skill 2, there's a fire monster, there are 2 monsters with immunity, and a Nobar that you don't want to debuff. So TRUEWHALE wisely opting to just hold that skill 2 for later.
And the biggest problem is TRUEWHALE team skill 1 provide a lot of debuff as well. So the provoke from the Wind Nobara is going to get even more value. And look at the damage on the Chandra.
Now, oh my goodness, that is so much damage coming to the Light Hwarang right off the gate, even without any stacks of that monster. That Chandra is already looking at about 30% health, and Ragdoll cannot even break a shield.
And here comes the provoke, and that is secure damage on the side of TRUEWHALE, because he has to land some sort of debuff on the Aya. And oh no, that is bad news for TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, there it is. I don't know. I mean, this draft was a super weird coming out TRUEWHALE, and I don't know how he really plans to win this. RAIGEKI is in such a commanding position. The Chandra is already going out of the field here. Nobara still has debuffs on her. That is another 25% HP gone from TRUEWHALE's side.
Beautiful last pick from RAIGEKI. There's nothing that TRUEWHALE can do. And every time we take a turn, the Light Hwarang is getting stronger. The Window Bara is getting stronger as well. So much damage. Even if he AoE right here, he's just suiciding at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like you do have to use that AoE there. You know, you need something to get going your way. The Aya already has debuffs on her anyway, so it's not that big of an issue to put more debuffs on her. But TRUEWHALE still options to go for those skill ones. And like, why are we drafting a Layla this early if you're so afraid to use her?
And that is not looking good for TRUEWHALE. The shield will not stand for too long. The damage from the Light Hwarang is too much to handle.
Yeah, this is just the masterclass in drafting from RAIGEKI, you know. It is a different comp almost every single game, but it's working to perfection every single time.
And look at all that debuff. Spell like bad news for TRUEWHALE. Maybe the Ragdoll's going to do something in the end game, but I don't think so.
Yeah, the awkward thing here is too that Ragdoll is so slow, it's keeping the shield for so long. Because ideally there could be an interaction where the Aya takes the Ragdoll to torrent range, and you can make something work with that. But the Ragdoll just has the shield at all times. Ragdoll's nearly at full health while the rest of your team is gone.
But even if Ragdoll can torrent, this is not a vampire, so I don't think it's gonna have the potential to solo the team of RAIGEKI.
Yeah, it definitely won't have the potential to solo, and you know, with that shield, it's just too little too late to get to the storm stage. At this point, maybe you can take out the Fire Megumi with the Ragdoll, but it's just not enough.
And remember, Aya also have multiple turn provoke to counter the Violent proc from the Ragdoll as well.
Yeah, she does have that. This Light Hwarang just getting 2 turns, even without a Violent proc. Getting the extra turn, taking out the Josephine, and skill 3 would have finished it. RAIGEKI takes a 3-0 victory over TRUEWHALE.
RAIGEKI moves forward to a semi-finalist position. He's loving it. The crowd is going crazy right now. A 3-0 against TRUEWHALE is so crazy. Well done, RAIGEKI. Well done to TRUEWHALE. There we go. They're meeting each other on the stage. It was super well done. Like you said, Topa, a masterclass in drafting from RAIGEKI right there.
That absolutely was, you know, so well. I mean, just all those counter picks, right? Like, again, a Riley, right? Like, not many people have that monster. Finding the Aya, finding the Riley, finding the Kashmir, it's just beautiful, beautiful.
And Sean, I can't help but think that maybe that Ragdoll might have been an accidental pick. The time was going down real low, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to review the tapes. But I seem to remember that count being super low, and there were very few critting monsters in play, so I'm afraid that, like you guys aptly pointed out, I don't think the Ragdoll was a very good choice.
I think even if there's a lot of critting monster in place, the counter pick that RAIGEKI did was just so good that even if TRUEWHALE team get more attack bar and move, it wouldn't really matter too much.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you know, we've talked about Ragdoll at length. Actually, I just played Buff Nerf or Nothing with folks that are playing up here today. I was asking them, do you think he needs a buff? Do you think he needs a nerf? Or should we just leave him alone? And the common sentiment was either leave him alone or give him a little something. I would say leaning more in favor of giving him something, just because he has kind of fallen off of favor, Topa.
He definitely has. You know, the big part of Ragdoll too is the damage that you get from him. But TRUEWHALE didn't bring any sort of defense break, so without defense break, the Ragdoll damage is not there.
Yeah, and here we go, guys. These are the highlights for that incredible 3-0 that RAIGEKI brought to the table against TRUEWHALE and how he secured his semifinalist position. That Kashmir, Topa, you called it out that is a fantastic counter to Hwarang. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Kashmir does have that skill 3 that does not glance, and as Sean mentioned, it does not give you elemental disadvantage. It's not a guaranteed crit. With 100 crit, you're hitting a Hwarang, you have 85% chance to crit, and I guess RAIGEKI is willing to take that gamble.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. It ends up kind of feeling like the win Daphnis, as we like to call it. A lot of folks in the community kind of shorthanded to that, and after many a buff, he's gotten to that position right now. The Light Hwarang was obviously a mainstay in those 3 games too. It was very fun, very powerful. RAIGEKI has been picking him ever since he pulled him. He was even playing with him on stream when we streamed together. Yeah, what do you think of that monster, Sean?
I think that's just absolutely incredible showcase from RAIGEKI. And we also get to see like 3 different scenarios where he showed 3 different kind of last pick. We have the no win and low damage equal Chow. We have like the win deafness right there to counter light Hwarang. And then we have the AoE debuff, no damage into an Aya. So it just shows drafting is so important to choose the right monster at the right moment that can completely shut down the entire enemy draft with one monster.
When we were up there earlier today, right, guys, Jeff J-Mac was kind of reminiscing about how back in the day in RTA it was all a fight for speed, and now it's all about counter picking. And in that set, we saw the power of Light Hwarang and also how to counter Light Hwarang. That was really cool. If you watch these guys, you learn a lot about RTA. So thank you to TRUEWHALE, thank you to RAIGEKI as well, and looking forward to seeing more of those games. But guys, we still have one more semifinalist position to fill out. Topa, how are you feeling about the next match?
I mean, I feel good about this match. This is going to be another great match coming up here. You know, we have somewhat of a grudge match from, you know, the summit earlier this year.
Oh yeah, Vinny versus STAYHIVE is coming up. Let's get to know the first of our players here. Hold that thought, Sean. Thank you for the anticipation.
I don't know if I'm that much different. I think all of us are pretty strong, so yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. Hopefully no one could stop me and I win it all.
There he is. Topa, Vinny has had an incredible performance in competitive Summoners War recently, dating all the way back to the Summit.
He definitely has. You know, he came as a newcomer last year in the America's Cup, as we can see there. He lost first round to ZEZAS, so, you know, he's definitely hungry for more here. But we saw the performance in the preliminaries, you know, coming here as the high seed and taking a 3-0 against TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, Vinny's got an incredible story in competitive Summoners War because, like Topa pointed out, he came from virtually nowhere in terms of like the RTA presence in SWC and beyond, and now all of a sudden he's a favorite to win the America's Cup, and we all acknowledge he has a chance at winning the World Finals this year if he were to win here. So Sean, looking forward to this game. We got Vinny versus STAYHIVE. What's your prediction going in?
I think if we had a very strange drafting situation between TRUEWHALE and RAIGEKI, we're back to meta pretty much with Vinny, and we saw that the drafting, we saw Oliver, we saw Jogan, and I think we're going to be back to classic here for Vinny against his opponent.
Yeah, I think so. So we'll see if STAYHIVE has what it takes to take him down a notch here, because this is going to be a crazy one. Let's get to know STAYHIVE.
I can adapt to the playstyle pretty quick, and I'm going to try to see how far I can go. I'm gonna bring all I have to take you down.
And there he is, getting ready up there. And most pick slot there, Sean. I see some pretty stellar ones, including Ella, the Light Totemist, and the Light Gojo.
Oh, Ella is probably my most hated unit in Summoners War because you just can't control her properly, and whenever she moves, the entire enemy team has no cooldown, and that is the worst nightmare to deal with.
Dude, I imagine. So she's up there in the top 3. We got Chow, we got Sekhmet, we got Ella, right? You're a certified hater for all 3 of those. It totally makes sense, dude. Topa, tell us a little bit more about STAYHIVE.
Yeah, another thing that to note here is both players, Vinny and STAYHIVE, share that Light Gojo, which has been a very influential monster. We saw ZEFA using it earlier to, you know, mixed results there, but still that is a very influential monster. With that speed lead, you can also build this in so many different ways. It can be on Swift, outspeed your opponent. It can be on Violent to get more of those skill 2s with the additional damage. You can even be on Despair to having those 2 AoE skills.
People have cited it as one of the best LD and F5s in the game currently. I mean, when you look at that speed lead in isolation, it's got a cleanse that also deals damage, and you can strip and stun on skill 1. It's a really well-rounded unit that fits into a lot of comps, and so he's powerful, and for good reason. He's the closest thing to lore-accurate Gojo we got, you know. He's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to this game. I'm telling you guys, Vinny has this just incredible history here. Now with that nearly 100% win rate in the summit and even in the prelims, he only ever lost 1 set in the whole thing, which is crazy. Can STAYHIVE do it? I'm so curious to see what he's bringing to the table here. Let's get into game number 1 here. STAYHIVE versus Vinny. Sean and Topa, take it away.
Let's see what's going to be the pre-ban, huh? Is it going to be like Gojo pre-ban?
I don't know. Like Gojo is definitely going to be a monster they're going to be fighting for here.
So I think it's going to depend on the first pick, yeah? Pretty much.
Yeah, we haven't seen...
Or you pre-ban it.
Yeah, we haven't seen the game yet, so, you know, like Gojo, I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, the player that does not have first pre-ban that like Gojo. But STAYHIVE does, you know, bring a little bit more off-meta monster to the table. We saw that Ella in, you know, the most picked, most banned, and it's in the pre-ban.
Oh, I like to see that. Just, I don't want to ever see the unit ever again in my life. Every time I fight it.
And the Joe gun.
But actually, Vinny not prioritizing this like Gojo as much. You know, STAYHIVE, very quick to pick it up though. Definitely wants to have that monster. As well as an Annabelle that has been a very solid counter to Okeanos that we've been seeing a lot lately.
I kind of feel like I think he picked the wrong Occult girl right there. It's supposed to be light to go with the light Gojo, but it's kind of blue.
Yeah, I don't think STAYHIVE has that light Occult girl. And Vinny going very, very meta. Doesn't have the Jogan available. So going for maybe like the backup Holy Trinity here in the elements, you know, the Oliver, Shiho, as well as that Okeanos.
And then to counter the Shiho and to counter the Oliver, we got the classic Fire Megumi and as well as the Josephine right there, but this is asking Vinny to go for a Misty to carry the game in the late game.
I'm not sure how much a Misty would do here, given that you have the Annabelle. I mean, the Misty is being picked up right now, but Annabelle does have a slow available, which is just such a huge counter to Misty. Also, Vinny does have double resets already into a Josephine, so I'm not the biggest fan of this Josephine pick here either, Sean.
Yeah, the Josephine's not looking too good right now, but we have the counter to AoE damage right there, and that's going to be the Windabara getting picked up by STAYHIVE, and both teams have very, very strong counter for one another. Let's see which one is going to come on top. I think that's going to be like oh, both the hard carry get banned as well. So let's see who's going to control the other one better.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see those bans there, you know. I really expected to see the Annabelle as the ban, you know. But if the Annabelle is banned, then the Misty ban does make sense here. But now Vinny does get all of his CC options. We'll see how much can he really land as this monkey takes turn 1.
Here comes the first turn with the Shiho. Not using the skill 3. Gonna allow the Gojo for the strip right there. But the Layla's gonna cut in between because the Gojo strip, no matter how strong it is rather inconsistent.
Yeah, not a very strong strip there, as it only gets that immunity off the Okeanos and no pushbacks whatsoever. So now Layla also opting to use no sneak. Annabelle getting a double resistance and still has skills available. Megumi now cutting in Thunder Oliver.
And that is just terrible performance from the Okeanos. Vinny sacrificed 2-unit turn just for the Okeanos to get that reset, and he fumbled the bag heavily.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate coming out from Vinny, and now STAYHIVE is in a very commanding position. He has all those debuffs on the side of Vinny already, and now the skill 3 might do a lot of damage. It's on Despair Gojo.
Absolutely devastating moment for Vinny. STAYHIVE completely controlling him and doing so much damage. Vinny having no healer, no passive, no way to come back from this. Even if he managed to control the Annabelle right now, it is a little bit too late.
It definitely is. A lot of these turn 1 comps are really not working today. We saw the same thing with BADOWNEY, and he's going first. He has so many awkward turns. There's not that AoE buff remover to set these up.
Maybe everyone here is looking out for a Gianna in their box.
Yeah, maybe, you know, Jogan wasn't a pre-ban, so that was not an option. Even if it was, it could have just been banned out, and STAYHIVE has a convincing victory in round 1 there.
STAYHIVE going into the game 2 here, getting a very easy first match, but maybe Vinny's going to pick it up from here. Who knows? And let's see what's going to be the pre-ban.
Yeah, the pre-bans, obviously, we might be seeing the Ella here now as that is available, guaranteed. We'll see what STAYHIVE bans out, you know, as once again the Jogan will be available.
Maybe we're gonna have like a light Gojo pre-ban and potentially gonna take away the speed lead of one of these two players that they really love using.
I was really surprised to see Vinny not prioritize that light Gojo. We saw the problem in his drafter. He didn't have that AoE buff remover. He had all those dead turns at the beginning. He had first pick. He could have taken that light Gojo to, you know, set up his team and have much better time if he's going to go for that fast play style.
Funny enough, in the age of Oliver, we have 2 water unit pre-ban. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, this is quite incredible to see, you know. We've seen so much Oliver, so much Sierra, all these very, very strong wind speed leads, yet still all these water monsters are getting respected.
All right, here we go, guys. Sierra getting picked up by Vinny, and that's going to be the Jogan that he was waiting for. And over there, we're going to STAYHIVE with the light Gojo speed lead, potentially into a Shiho. There's no Josephine to counter Shiho anymore, so Shiho is even more valuable in the mid pick here for STAYHIVE.
Yeah, definitely. STAYHIVE should be taking the Shiho away from Vinny here. Also taking away that Okeanos, taking away a lot of the follow-up that Vinny would be likely going into. He does have his Jogan already, you know, which is able to obviously provide that AoE buff remover and makes it for very dangerous, you know, turn 1 if Vinny has the proper follow-up for that.
Oh, I was asking for the snipe calm earlier, and Vinny whip out the Sonya, maybe trying to go for the outspeed and one-shot the Shiho away if he can.
I wonder if the Sonya pick is too early, you know. There are still 2 more picks on STAYHIVE side that he could use to counter this. One of them is, he already has 1 speed lead, 1 fast monster. He could pick up maybe something like Vanessa that has a speed lead, also has that pass that somewhat counters Sonya, and then just another high base speed monster. But Vinny also kind of hedging his bets here, going for that Misty as well for that longer drawn out fight.
Man, if this is like Siege, we're going to see a Leo right there, but unfortunately it's not. So we don't get to see Leo at all. But we get to see Oliver and Layla, who can provide a speed lead and AoE slow debuff to counter both the Sonya and the Misty. But Fire Megami is going to be a great counter to this unit as well. I think, what is going to be the ban here, Topa?
I think if you're STAYHIVE, unless your monsters are Sonya approved, the Sonya has to be banned out here. As you know, Shiho is the only monster that may be outspeeding it, but even then stunning off element is very unlikely. If you're Vinny, I think you probably want to be banning out one of the CC components, maybe this Layla here, as that is the source of slow. That is going to be a big counter to your Misty.
Oh, he is going to take that little risky risk right there and leave the Sonya behind. Let's see if this Layla, this Oliver is ready for the Sonya Vinny.
Monkey is taking the turn 1 here. Is he going to go for that Sonya, or is he actually Sonya approved? That might be the case. Both the wind monsters were picked after the Sonya, so they could reasonably be Sonya approved, but he doesn't go for it, but he gets the stun on the Sonya.
STAYHIVE, the man blessed by the gods. He gets the stun on the Sonya. But the Laylas, they're going to get a turn. The Okeanos, however, will get a turn. He's going to reset the Sierra, not missing like how Vinny used the Okeanos, and get the Violent Pro as well. Take away the Sonya, looking really good for STAYHIVE.
Ooh, but that is a very clutch Violent Pro coming this Fire Megami. Getting that strip, also getting the debuffs onto Oliver. Now that skill 2 will get that pushback, and the Misty is going to go on defense break, and that Oliver is almost dead as well. But Layla with the skill 2, this slow is going to be so much value, but it misses the slow on the Misty.
Oh, it misses the most important debuff for the Misty. However, Shiho is going to still be here. Shiho can still take down the Misty even in the late game with the skill 3 damage. And all he needs to do is to take down this Fire Megami quickly so that the Layla and the Oliver can contribute to killing the Misty in the late game.
Yeah, this Megami is going to be the big problem that's going to be, you know, providing that disruption for Vinny to get rid of STAYHIVE's overwhelming tempo that he has going on here. Megumi once again getting a violent proc and, you know, stealing that immunity.
Oliver's gonna go down. Shiho doesn't have the skill 3 just yet, and he doesn't have any protection. He might be focused by the Misty right here. This is gonna be a very important moment for Vinny. Can he get it done right here? Take down 1 unit of the enemy so that the Misty can carry the big damage, the defense down, but could not take down the Shiho.
Yeah, that is a lot of debuffs coming out of this Misty, landing, I believe, every single debuff available on that skill 2. I almost would have liked him to utilize skill 1 on the Misty there. If he got the slow, the Misty would have lapped the Shiho and get another turn, because now the Shiho still moves in front, is able to get that protection off.
But he did not get a chance to bring down the Sierra. Misty switched the target to the Layla, doing very good damage to the Layla as well. Sierra getting a very important violent throw, but did not get the bomb. Her hands was too sweaty.
Yeah, missing the bomb there is huge, but the Megumi... Oh my god, the Okeanos Violent Proc might save the game here. That Megumi was going to move, had skill 2 available, was going to push back to Layla. Now the Layla is going to get the skill 2 up. If this lands a slow, I believe this game over. There's the slow. I don't know. I don't think Misty can win from this point.
Misty not looking so good right now. Doesn't have any skill to get a slow debuff on his face, and he can't get a turn to lapse to do damage like how he should be. The glancing debuff as well. The Shiho will need to get a turn before the Misty hit. Can the Misty stop the Shiho?
And maybe Misty will this might be enough damage to take a shot. I don't think so though. The slow debuff is just so huge. Look at the slow debuff. It's so massive. And the skill 3 will be taken out the Misty, and STAYHIVE is now at match point.
STAYHIVE with the proc on the Okeanos to change the flow of the match. The man is truly blessed.
Yeah, STAYHIVE definitely getting very good RNG there, stunning that Sonya turn 1, you know, preventing... If he misses that stun, he probably just loses the game right away, doesn't he?
Pretty much right there. But here comes the game 3. We got the Ella pre-ban. We got the Jogun pre-ban. No more Jogun for Vinny. He picked up a different AoE strip, like even a Heigang should be pretty good.
I mean, I really want to see Vinny take this Light Gojo in this game, in this first pick here. There it is.
Like Gojo for Vinny, the honor one for Vinny, but over there STAYHIVE switching the draft entirely into immunity plus Heigang to counter the Like Gojo.
Yeah, you're definitely, or if you're STAYHIVE, you expect that Vinny is going to be stealing a Light Gojo for you, so you're prepared for this. I actually didn't even know that STAYHIVE had this Kovarchi, but he definitely has, you know, a plan against this Light Gojo first pick.
All right, we got the Josephine as well. He's going to pick a hard carry unit here. It can be Jäger. It can be... Oh, my God. It's going to be a Nephthys out of all things. I'm not too sure about that, though. I was hoping for something that is not... it's going to be immune to stun and do big damage that synergize with the attack buff. The Nephthys is definitely kind of sus.
Yeah, that's a... You know, he does have the AoE buff strip coming out of this Heigang here to, you know, set up the Nephthys, but it's a bit weird as, you know, Light Gojo does have a very strong cleanse. I do believe that STAYHIVE is aware that Vinny's Light Gojo is on Swift unless re-runed.
All right, last pick for Vinny is going to be a little Tetra to counter Nephthys, a very classic counterplay here. STAYHIVE doesn't have a lot of damages yet, and whatever damage he is going to draft, it's probably going to get banned here. So I think the ban might be on the hard carry of STAYHIVE in the last pick, and the ban is going to be on Tetra as well.
I wonder how much damage STAYHIVE will be able to put out here. He still has defense break, he has attack buff, and he has a guaranteed crit on the Josephine. I feel like that could still definitely put some numbers on the board.
But that is if he get... Oh, that is going to be the yellow Gojo. And he is going to provide a lot of provoke. STAYHIVE draft is very, very interesting. He got a lot of buff going on for the team. And Heigang's going to be banned. Oliver's going to be banned. Is that going to be enough damage? Is that AoE debuff good enough against Tetra? I have so many questions.
Yeah, this could be almost a cleave here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the AoE buff strip here now, but he has attack buff, he has AoE defense break, he has the AoE damage coming out from the Wind Gojo. But Vinny is taking turn 1 here and looking to apply a lot of disruption to that combo.
Big stun, allowing the Josephine to get a turn right there. Josephine's going to go for the broke. Big miss as well. And the Gojo is going to go in with the AoE strip. Did get a bit of strip, but not a whole lot. Enough to stop the Gojo from the enemy team moving.
Yeah, these Light Gojo's really not doing a whole lot with those S2s. Now the Wind Gojo moves. Can he get the pushback on the Okeanos? Doesn't get the pushback, so Okeanos will be able to reset this Nephthys here now.
But the attack bar situation is looking very favorable for the Nephthys, being exactly slower than the Tetra, allow him to get the debuff to stick on the enemy.
Yeah, Vinny does have the Tetra available here, so often to not go for the... Often not go for the reset on the Nephthys, and we saw, you know, Nephthys really not doing that much, but that Josephine is packing some damage with that skill 1.
I mean, he was about to use it with the Kovachi, so he's probably going to be ready. And right now, the Wind Gojo with a 3-turn provoke, moving right after the Tetra. Miss on the Okeanos, though.
Yeah, even this provoke is getting countered by the Tetra, so very interesting to see that STAYHIVE did not ban out this Tetra here, as that is very much hard countering his whole team. But still, there's a good amount of damage that has been dealt to Vinny's side, and with these Josephine procs, you know, there's only more damage.
So much provoke going on, but she can counter the provoke, but not quite yet. The provoke stay for too long. That is still going to be there on the shield for a little longer. And Nephthys is about to take another turn as well. If the Nephthys get the skill 2 back, Vinny's going to be in so much trouble.
That skill 2 is on a very long cooldown. That's not coming back anytime soon. And we see the AoE damage coming out of Vinny right now. Those additional damage artifacts are pumping, and I believe this Kovarchi will be leaving the battlefield, especially with the Tetra proc. Vinny's team is looking quite healthy once again.
Tetra, such a good pick that was not taken away and now completely disrupt the flow of STAYHIVE. Unfortunate for STAYHIVE, his team could have controlled Vinny for a very long time, but Tetra got to step up and spoil everything for STAYHIVE.
Yeah, that is definitely it. Even if you landed those debuffs on the Monkey, it wouldn't have mattered, as, you know, the Light Gojo is there for the cleanse. But now Monkey is a bit awkward of a turn, you know. If you stun, you're gonna die. Josephine will revenge. Okay, goes for the skill too, doesn't stun, and, you know, obviously still getting revenge, but, you know, it's too little too late for STAYHIVE to take out this Monkey at this point.
That's actually pretty good, because if he stunned, it would have been free shield for the enemy team, but there's no shield, so the Okeanos could finish off the enemy a bit easier. And now the Okeanos about to get a big skill 3 coming out very soon, and that is going to shut down STAYHIVE for good.
Yeah, it definitely will. Nephthys does have another skill 2 here. That is pretty good damage. You know, that first hit is the one that applies the defense break, so it can still do quite a bit of damage. But it is just not quite enough. This Tetra was proved to be just too much to sustain.
And round 3 belongs to Vinny with one of the best counter pickers to Nephthys, good old Tetra.
Yeah, that blue fish, you know, really did his job right there. And Vinny is now looking to do what ZEFA couldn't do and make the reverse sweep here.
All right, we're going to the game 4 here. STAYHIVE, if you still want to play with the Nephthys, might as well pre-ban the Tetra.
That would be a crazy pre-ban to see on a 4-star monster Tetra, and I don't think we're going to be taking that approach here once again. But we haven't seen, you know, that much meta coming out of STAYHIVE, so maybe he's cooking something else here too.
And finally, the Light Gojo is going to be gone. So Vinny will get the Light Gojo in the next game if he managed to clutch this one as well. First pick for STAYHIVE.
Yeah, so far, whoever has had the Light Gojo has won the game. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see when the Light Gojo is in the pre-ban and not available for either player.
That is probably one of the most annoying first pick for that you could do. Not Ciara and Oliver, but Fire Megumi. We got the Ella, we got the Josephine as well to counter the She-Hulk, but Vinny's gonna go for big damage here, and the Annabelle for the AoE defense break and slow.
Yes, STAYHIVE already assuming the turn 2 position with all these counter monsters, and Vinny obviously playing the meta here. We'll see, you know, is the meta stronger, or is the potential counter the meta stronger?
And here comes the balance patch. Not Fire Indra like you asked for, but we got the Win Gojo back on the field. Oh, that is actually one of my favorite picks recently for Siege. No, not this content, but for Siege. He get the threat state, he get the revenge, he can provoke. He's very annoying, but when you can control the AI of the enemy. But Vinny with the Chow coming up as well, and very good Chow pick right there on paper.
On paper, once again, and that water pole does actually somewhat counter Joe Gun, so we'll be interested to see how that does. But Vinny actually taking the Chow away. I mean, once again, Chow seems pretty good on paper. I don't know if the Wind Gojo might have enough damage to take it down. So Vinny actually still banning the Wind Gojo and just opts to go over the Shizuka to get all those juicy buffs.
So that Water Paw Phoenix actually pretty good against the Jogun if he cut it between and got threat state on and strip provoke with the revenge build. But let's see what's gonna happen here. First turn belongs to the She-Hulk with a stun onto the Fire Megami.
Gets that stun on the Fire Megami, but in doing so, it's going to give the Josephine that turn, and Josephine now could even just provoke this Jogun and get rid of that counter immediately. But this Josephine once again missing.
Unfortunately, which means we're gonna get attack buff, AoE defense down, slow debuff. Vinny is looking really good in the moment. Oh, that's the threat state I was talking about, but it doesn't really matter because Vinny's spamming AoE skill, more threat state, but once again, it doesn't really matter.
You know, this threat state is actually working against STAYHIVE, if you ask me. So now we see the Shizuka skill 3. There's threat state on every single monster, so you actually cannot focus down any monster.
Yep, because after you spend 2 attack on any monster, you have to start hitting the other monster. And unfortunately, STAYHIVE has like 0 damage output right now, and Vinny has a lot of damage in every one of his units with attack buff and defense down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Can STAYHIVE weather the storm here? The Ella is doing her best getting these heals out here, and the Waterfall Phoenix does have the threat state on her to be focused. We need this monster to come back from the scroll.
You can weather the storm, but you're gonna have to do something about it because the storm will come back eventually, and the Fire Megumi is about to go down. There's nothing that this Water Paw Phoenix can do, unfortunately, because STAYHIVE doesn't have a hard carry in the team. The Josephine will soon be back into the scroll the moment Joe can get a skill 2.
Yeah, and that is Monkey skill 3 is going to be the end of that Fire Megumi there. And without defense break now too, like STAYHIVE just really doesn't have enough damage to win this game.
Pretty much. I don't know how can STAYHIVE get out of this situation right here. No damage, no control, a little bit of healing, and there's just nothing that he can actually do to turn the game around for himself. And Shiho only gets stronger and stronger every turn.
Yeah, this was very well drafted by Vinny here, and you know, maybe a questionable full Phoenix pick coming out of STAYHIVE here. You know, the content doesn't really seem to be working out that well this time.
Even if you get a shield, you get unlimited cooldown reduction for the Josephine, the Shiho damage is just way too much for you to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. You know, Josephine getting that skill 2 does land the provoke this time. You know, would have been very helpful to land that turn 1. But even then, you know, I don't think it really would have made a difference. I think if you're going to be drafting like this coming out from STAYHIVE, you almost have to ban the Annabelle and make so there's no sustain on Vinny's side. So right now, Vinny's team is literally everyone at full HP.
But Bomb just hard counter Paw Phoenix pretty much. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do some damage here. Not really, unfortunately. And the shield's about to get attack buff once again. He is resisting a lot of debuff coming out from Vinny, but he's not doing anything with the tab that he gained.
Yeah, like resist, like you see Vinny is literally completely unfazed by all these resists. He knows like his team is just basically invincible at this point. He just cannot die.
And whatever damage that STAYHIVE is doing, one turn with the Annabelle skill 2 and everybody's back to full health.
Exactly, the damage is not enough. And now we even have a skill 3 here. You know, that is going to stun the Josephine, give it the passive. Doesn't matter, we have full invincibility, revenge, threat stay, everything.
Maybe if STAYHIVE destroy rune, maybe it's gonna matter. But unfortunately, we don't do that here in this content.
Yeah, you know, STAYHIVE bringing some siege monsters to a RTA match is not working out so well.
I love this Water Paw Phoenix in Siege though, because you can tank things like Wind Bayak and don't get debuff on your unit, and it's very cool, but unfortunately, you just cannot do nothing here in RTA.
Yeah, it's just, you know, cool showcase, you know, maybe, but it's just ultimately didn't do enough, and we are now both players at match point.
Vinny, the reverse sweep is happening, and it could be a 3-2 for Vinny. STAYHIVE gotta really step up and do something about this.
Yeah, I know this would be kind of heartbreaking for STAYHIVE to lose this now. You know, he was up so much at 0-2, but Vinny has clawed his way back to, and we're all even now at 2-2.
Maybe STAYHIVE gotta stop picking something weird, to be honest. He got the Nephthys, which is kind of weird, and then he got the Water Paw Phoenix, which is also kind of weird. So, can we go back to basic here?
Yeah, we'll see. You know, the moment STAYHIVE didn't have his light Gojo is where it all fell apart. The weird picks came in, and you know, Vinny now once again does have this light Gojo available, and STAYHIVE taking his time with the counter. You know, he cooked up the one counter in game 3, but it really didn't work out.
I'm not sure about this double fire first pick though. We have Sierra Oliver available, but he went with the Fire Megumi. I'm not too sure. And the Josephine and Shiho is available for Vinny. That is just asking to get hard counter, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly as you called right there. Double fire with so many strong water monsters available. We also have the Annabelle available. You know, STAYHIVE now looking to take the Annabelle away from Vinny here, which I do like, as you know, you could be getting hard countered. And the Wind Gojo is back, and he has not performed that well.
I was kind of expecting a Layla coming out from STAYHIVE with that 4 pick right there. The Gojo kind of filled the spot doing the similar thing as well, but I'm not too sure though at this point.
Yeah, I do like Layla a lot more, and they feel somewhat similar roles in having that Wind CC monster there. Both do get somewhat countered by this Masha, so I wouldn't be surprised to see STAYHIVE ban out this Masha and pick something that can, you know, really disrupt the combo here. Maybe you know, Layla still seems fine. Maybe something like a Gio.
I think banning Oliver, picking a Chow would be pretty insane, but STAYHIVE went with the Water Gojo as well. We got the whole Gojo family on the screen with the Water Gojo last pick right there. That's going to be able to do a lot of damage if we get some defense down coming out from Annabelle.
Yeah, the Water Gojo, you know, he was actually somewhat meta earlier this year, you know, not being able to get pushed back, always getting that defense buff, adding so much additional damage. But since the meta has sped up, the Water Gojo has kind of fallen off.
So let's see what is going to be the ban here. The fact that you're falling off means nobody's ready for you, and STAYHIVE might use that for his advantage. And the ban will be on the Annabelle, and the Josephine. Vinny get to keep Strip into Oliver, into a whole lot of stuff right there. I'm not sure if STAYHIVE can stay alive.
Yeah, this is letting the whole combo through, banning out, the one counter, but you're not moving first. So I don't think Annabelle is really, or Josephine is really the big problem if you're STAYHIVE in this position.
Huge stun coming out. Huge strip coming out. Pushback. Oh, the necessary unit. And Oliver get a quick little reset. Oh my god. STAYHIVE. RNG's back. He stay blessed. And here comes the Masha. Almost taking the Fire Megami.
It is not enough, but that is still, Fire Megami is leaving at very low health. But the Wind Gojo does have the provoke available here, and it will be able to move here. Goes for that reset on the Light Gojo. Does not want that cleanse at all.
Oh no, looking really bad. If he get everybody, this might be over. And he missed the Masha. But it's okay because the Water Gojo can take care of the Masha in the late game, no problem. 3-turn provoke on the Oliver and the Shiho. And that is really, really long.
That is extremely long, These monsters are going to be out of commission for a while, and now the Rain of Stone damage is going to rain down, and this Masha is off the beast. This Mega move to 1 HP, still as effective as if it were full health, and now Light Gojo is going to be going down, and STAYHIVE is in a commanding position.
Ironically, the RGB Gojo is doing so much work. Oliver fumbled the bag for Vinny. Vinny, he was so close to controlling the Wind Gojo, but Oliver just had to get double resisted. And there's nothing that Vinny can do. He just get out of CC and STAYHIVE!
Wow, incredible.
Incredible indeed, Topa. STAYHIVE moves forward to the final semifinalist position. What an insane series of games, man.
Definitely, STAYHIVE did have quite good RNG, and so far I've actually been fully correct in my predictions except for this game. And this game I expect to be the most one-sided. But STAYHIVE, the underdog, proving us all wrong, and he will be taking that last semi-finalist spot.
STAYHIVE really was the dark horse of this lineup. We talked at length about Vinny's pedigree going into SWC America's Cup, and STAYHIVE came in here and just shook that whole thing up. That probably did a wonder on people's predictions, Sean.
Unironically, I think STAYHIVE might be the champion of today with how blessed he is. Like, the fact that he's here is already a huge blessing. Let's not forget that. And that blessing is carry on to every single match. He need the Okino's proc, he get it. He need to resist Oliver, he get it. That is pretty insane.
Yeah, you called him Stay Blessed.
Stay blessed, indeed.
Stay blessed. I love that. That's awesome. STAYHIVE moving forward to meet RAIGEKI in the semifinals. Now, we've got all of our semifinalist positions locked in, and we're down to 4. We've still got to knock out one more person before we have our 3 who are qualified for the World Finals on November 1st in Paris. That was a heck of a set. Check this out. Here are the highlights for those games. Topa, what did you think of these matches? Why don't you walk us through what happened?
Yeah, these are some incredible matches. STAYHIVE once again just having very good RNG, landing that stun with the Shiho on the Sonya turn 1, getting the Okeanos proc when it mattered. I believe it's right here. This was the Okeanos proc that really just ended the game, taking those 2 units out. And, Vinny, he was clawing his way back. He was adapting. He pre-banned the Light Gojo, not getting it STAYHIVE. STAYHIVE also trying a lot of these off-meta drafts, bringing that Wind Gojo even into this direct counter of the Tetra.
Oh, yeah. How cool was that Tetra, Sean?
Yeah, that Tetra completely shut down STAYHIVE team. And I don't think a lot of people ruined Tetra still in 2025 because even Neptune is not even a very popular unit anymore. So the fact that you have that ready to go is kind of crazy.
Yeah, because he even had it built on a violent set, so that demands a pretty high commitment monster there. It does have good base speed, but even then, committing that good of a violent set to a monster that you are not going to be using that much.
That's a really good point, Topa. It's like all your other units are trying to want that same set. They're asking to be ruined on violence. So committing it to Tetra on the off chance that you're going to use her is quite the commitment. That's really well said. And that's so like Vinny to find that way into that round win. But ultimately, it wasn't enough. STAYHIVE went on to win 3-2 and get that last semifinalist position. Looking ahead, Sean, what do you think of the semifinals we got locked in?
gonna be absolutely fire. We got RAIGEKI against STAYHIVE. How can RAIGEKI deal with this giant of a player here? The amount of RNG that RAIGEKI gonna need is gonna be crazy. And then we have the Brazilian Open in the first match as well. That's gonna be really, really intense for the audience.
Oh yeah, ZEZAS versus Panda Like. That's gonna have this whole place shaking again, Topa.
Absolutely, yeah, that is a Brazilian showdown right there. And once again, that means that we will have a Brazilian in the final match, which is super exciting.
Oh yeah, that's so cool. You know, for all the folks here, the support has been just off the charts. So look forward to that one, because that semifinalist game right out the get is going to be so fun to see. And then RAIGEKI versus STAYHIVE. You know, this is going to be wild. What else is wild? We got a coupon for you guys. We got a code at the bottom of your screen. It's going to be coming up here shortly. If you are on Android, you can just go ahead and type that in through the events page. If you happen to be on iOS, I'm sure our lovely mods who are in there, who are in chat with you, they're posting the link for you to redeem it as well. You can get yourself 200 energy, some crystals, as well as some of those SWC emblems that we talked about at the top of the show. But don't go spending them just yet. Make sure that you got enough to get that all attribute legend scroll first, as well as the LD scroll that Sean pointed out. Hope you get something cool from it. And of course, we'll have more codes later on in the show. Folks, again, we have so many more crazy matches ahead of us. We've only done the quarterfinals so far, if you can believe it. We still have the semis to do next, and we are going to find our top 3 for the World Finals in Paris. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be a crazy, crazy show coming up here. So don't go anywhere. We will see you right back here after a short break.
Right now?
It's whenever you point, Sean.
Break time! Something like that. I don't know. I mean, you can see the people going for the break right there.
Sean B controls the breaks. Yeah, that's crazy. We'll see you right back here shortly, okay?
Oh, but during the break, we're going to have activities happening at the venue as well. What you're seeing right here is the stage where they play the matches. But outside, we got mini games, we got food, we got stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. We'll see you back here soon. Bye-bye. Next time, let's just send it. Just send it.
O primeiro, será que ele tá aqui dentro? E o mais legal disso tudo é que a gente conseguiu ver o que é Summoners War no Brasil. Muito diferente, cara. Mais de 600 pessoas hoje no evento aqui.
Isso aqui, sobe aqui.
Todas elas, pouquíssimas, só umas 2, 3 sabem o que esse cara aqui sabe. Que é o primeiro brasileiro que a gente conseguiu colocar na Copa América. Hoje em dia,
parabéns.
E enxergamos tudo que o Zezas
nosso próximo vencedor,
aqui, construído por tantos outros grandes jogadores.
Nosso vencedor.
Daniel Carioca, tudo beleza?
Tudo beleza, muito prazer em revê-lo. Sabe que emoção tá vendo esse torneio aqui na nossa terra. Uma alegria enorme.
Bueno Mendes,
representando
tá aqui.
A nossa força e, cara, ver
o próximo é do Ragdoll.
É bom demais, irmão.
É muito lindo. O que é isso? E, Carioca, pensando aí nas partidas e no que você viu que foi picado muitos monstros antes, novas colaborações, mas também monstros da antiga, como um certo Okeanos que você já usou muito. Tem algum monstro que você não viu hoje que você quer ver?
Cara, se fizesse a dupla das antigas, famoso Bebeto e Romário, Okeanos e Ganymede, eles podem ser pego de surpresa.
A caixa é grande,
hein? O Zezas aí vem com as estratégias inovadoras, conversamos lá no
hotel
e tal, falando sobre algum tipo
próximo
de time.
número.
Ele tá bem consolidado, há uma luta agora que vai classificar um brasileiro pra final, né? Independente de qual seja, Pandas ou Zezas.
Aqui?
Mas eu acho que os dois aí vão representar bem a gente, viu, Sepp?
Troca?
Com certeza.
Já?
Você tem algum favorito? Você acha aí que os dois, como se conhecem?
É você, no fundo? O Patrick Almeida?
Já se enfrentaram. Inclusive, você acha que hoje, mais uma vez, o Zezas vai ganhar ou será que o Panda tá melhor preparado?
Cara,
não é não.
A preliminar, quando os dois se enfrentaram, foi um 3x2,
você não,
foi muito acirrada. Então vai ser quem lê a mente do outro melhor leva.
Já foi.
Porque o pré-ban é um negócio
Patrick Almeida ali no fundo?
Baniu errado, é tchau. Pros dois amigos.
Mostra aí seu ingresso.
Não, com certeza. Imagine você que já esteve lá. Tem muita gente que enxerga o jogo, né? Tem o pick-ban, tem saber escolher que monstro ali focar.
É esse mesmo, matar, né? É esse mesmo.
Mas também tem a parte psicológica. Qual dessas 3 partes você acha que foram mais difíceis?
Cara, eu acho que o psicológico.
Por esse intervalo, pessoal, o próximo tá no outro. Muito obrigado a todo mundo.
Não é a primeira vez
intervalo
que
tem mais 3 prêmios para vocês. No final do dia também tem muito mais, então fiquem por aí. Muito obrigado por ter acompanhado até agora e até daqui a pouco.
Se demonstrou um pouco mais frio, mas quando estava com o checkmate ali, conseguiu reverter a partida, conseguiu trazer a vitória para ele. Então acho que vai ser uma partida aí bem acirrada entre os dois.
E com certeza, a última perguntinha para você é: será que a gente vai te ver de volta em alguma Copa América aí no futuro?
Cara, muita gente tem perguntado bastante isso, eu tô começando a repensar, já que a gente conseguiu trazer esse torneio, já que teve muitos brasileiros que tentaram, muitos que conseguiram, e graças a essa toda comunidade que a gente tem, eu acho que todos os brasileiros trouxeram a Copa América para o Brasil e esse evento espetáculo que está acontecendo hoje, Zé.
É lindo demais, bom demais falar com você, Daniel.
Prazerão.
Até mais um pouquinho. Vamos continuar vendo a galera aqui. Meus amigos, fora jogadores, temos monstros do jogo. Temos aqui a Juno na direita, que a gente não viu ainda hoje. Velajuel do outro lado e a Masha. 3 monstros de fogo sensacionais, que já até capa do nosso querido SWC Copa América esse ano. É o Velajuel aí, que maravilhoso, não tem base. Será que vocês aí no chat já tem os 3? Eu sou sortudo e tenho os 3 no jogo. Então, não dá nem pra... Tem que ver qual será o próximo monstro de fogo que eu vou conseguir aí tirar. Nossa senhora. Olha, a Juno não apareceu hoje. Daqui a pouco, se alguém continuar picando essa Layla, veremos muito ela aqui mais tarde. Vamos continuar mostrando pra galera, tem várias opções para todo mundo comer, entendeu? Aqui tivemos uma coisa muito legal, que foi um desafio mais cedo, em que a galera tinha que fazer embaixadinhas, então misturando Summoner's War com o Brasil, país do futebol, mas eles já venceram aqui, bateram no nosso querido inimigo, mas vamos continuar falando aqui, porque eu acho que tem alguém que eu vi na passagem. Alô, Duracell? Cadê esse rapazinho aqui que estava perdido? Eu acho que ele tá por aqui, vi ele no meio da fila. Ah, achamos. Como é que você tá, Dura?
Você tá, meu lindo? Salve, saudade de você, cara.
Bem demais. O que é isso? O que você tá achando desse evento aqui em São Paulo, pela primeira vez a Copa América no Brasil?
Cara, eu vou tentar te explicar. Eu não consegui parar de conversar com o pessoal até agora. Eu tô assistindo as lutas daqui, porque toda hora alguém para, a gente conversa. E pra mim é uma parte mais gostosa do meu trabalho, que você conhecer as pessoas de fato. Porque eles veem a gente não vê eles, né? Aí o cara vem, toca, mano, eu só não sei quem. Você fala, caramba, esse cara tá comigo todo santo dia, já tem uns 5 anos. Esse cara dorme comigo, acorda comigo, tá ligado? Então é uma experiência que eu não consigo te explicar. É realmente, tipo assim, a melhor parte do meu trabalho.
Que coisa linda, cara. E tô eu aqui também puxando conversa com você. Então quero ver todo mundo aí no chat, mandando coraçãozinho pro Dura, pro Carioca, para todos os criadores de conteúdo que temos aqui hoje. E Dura, você é um cara que desde o começo desse jogo acompanhou todo mundo, inclusive me ajudou numa das primeiras lives, entendeu? A subir à toa, a fazer tudo isso. Eu queria te perguntar, de conversar com todo mundo aqui hoje, qual você acha que é a parte favorita da galera no jogo?
Cara, hoje é RTA. Não tem como. É porque a RTA, além de ter outras versões, ela ainda traz um quesinho que eu vejo muita gente falando, tira a Valente do jogo. Pra quem joga, a Valente é tensa, mas pra quem assiste é o melhor que tem, porque isso faz o jogo virar toda hora, não tem garantia, não tem nada. Então, mesmo um cara um pouco pior do que o outro ou não, você pode ganhar. A estratégia é claro, mas isso traz muito mais emoção. Então, você joga uma RTA e você vê um cara ganhando por causa de um proc ou tendo uma reviravolta por causa disso, você fala, meu Deus do céu. O futebol não tem isso, você entende? Você não tem aquele troqueio do nada, o cara ganhou, tava ganhando 3-0, foi pra um 4-3 do nada. Isso é muito raro, você entende? Aqui não, é 2 palitos, um proc ali, acabou.
Com certeza, nossa, é muito legal o mistério que isso adiciona, né? E o que você falou, interessante, que vários jogadores, às vezes, a diferença entre eles é um pouco maior em runas, em quantidade de monstros, mas aí a estratégia, a Violent, um pouquinho do RNG, tem uma sorte, né? Quem sabe é seu dia e isso consegue te levar pra vitória.
100%. Não só isso, né? Hoje em dia tem tanto mob diferente que tudo nesse jogo tem counter. Então é estratégia pra caramba. Aí tem a Varnet, que você também não necessariamente vai poder contar com ela ou não, a resistência, mas qualquer boneco do jogo hoje tem counter.
Isso é muito legal, porque antigamente você que jogou desde a primeira season de RTA, você lembra, né? Muita gente usava por muitos anos as mesmas estratégias. A gente viu o Ganitora aí existir por muito tempo, que felizmente não está mais aqui. E de todas as estratégias que existem hoje em dia, como você disse, você tem alguma favorita que você gosta de usar hoje em dia?
Cara, eu sou um pouco, como é que eu vou te falar? Você sabe, eu sou mais grid. O jogo entrando no meta, eu fiquei feliz demais, que eu falei, nossa, tem um buff de ataque pra me bater e matar todo mundo num golpe só. É isso aí que eu acho legal, quando você dá aquele crítico de 50k, você fala, vai, fica vivo, que eu quero ver. E o jogo trouxe um pouco mais disso. Só que eu acho que o artefato também mudou muito, porque dá pra você runar um boneco com 35k de HP bônus e o boneco batendo horrores. Você fala, mano, como é que eu mato um boneco com quase 50 mil de HP e batendo muito por causa de multi-hit? Mas isso também te dá muita estratégia e trouxe muito boneco pro meta também, que o boneco era uma bosta e do nada eu falo, caramba, virou um deus, é isso. E outra, por exemplo, antigamente lançava um boneco, ele tava sempre um pouco pra baixo pra depois buffar. Você pega um Orang de luz daquele ali, nossa. Reclama agora que o boneco sempre vem ruim, reclama.
Falando em lançar monstros, a gente teve muitas colaborações legais, né, nesses últimos 2 anos, e até falando agora da última do Tekken, que tem sido sensacional. Tem por acaso algum tipo de propriedade intelectual, um jogo que você gostaria muito que o Summoner's War fizesse uma colaboração para adicionar monstros pro jogo, mas que não fez ainda?
Ô, velho, eu não sei se dava pra fazer, mas eu sou muito fã de Zelda. Ia ser muito legal.
Aqui é pra sonhar, pode falar o que quiser.
Isso mesmo, cara, eu queria muito Zelda, mas, por exemplo, eu acho que eles trabalham muito na pegada de jogo de luta, por exemplo, eu acho que muitos entraram. E por incrível que pareça, eu adoro Street Fighter e Tekken. Eu cresci jogando isso aí, então eu tinha uma referência. Mas, sei lá, talvez o Mortal Kombat que entraria também, é uma boa referência e tá mais ou menos no mesmo ramo. Às vezes um jogo de RPG também, desses mais antigos, tudo isso eu acho que ficaria legal, sabe? Mas se eu fosse pra pedir eu ficaria com Zelda mesmo, com certeza, ia ser da hora demais.
Gostei, vale a pena sonhar, porque anos atrás a gente nunca imaginaria que estaria aqui no Brasil, na Copa América, uma coisa incrível, então quem sabe, daqui a pouco isso. Obrigadão, Dura.
Obrigadão, tamo junto, valeu.
Até mais, vamos continuar aqui, dando uma olhada, procurando aqui o pessoal, e a gente tá vendo que, além de toda a galera, temos aqui, ó, criadores de conteúdo hispanos, Pac-Man John, um craque de bola, Varventos, aqui, Jenny, muita gente querida, o nosso querido Roots ali atrás, tentando se esconder, mas não consegue não, o câmera aqui é ninja, meu amigo. Que é isso? E o que eu queria perguntar pra galera de casa é, vocês estão prontos para essa semifinal incrível? ZEZAS e Pandalike, daqui a pouco, quero ver. E Slotinho Monágua, quem será que vai levar essa daí?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the SWC 2025 America's Cup. You're joining us here at a point where we have wrapped up the quarterfinals and we are just about to get started in our semifinals matches. Topa, we are well on our way to finding our world finalist representatives for the Americas region.
Absolutely, we cut the number of players down from 8 to 4, you know. At this point, only one player will not be representing our region, and we will have a Brazilian once again there. You know, we have this Brazilian showdown coming up here very soon.
Yeah, Sean called it the open qualifier for Brazil, you know, and that's very much what it's ended up being. Folks, ZEZAS versus Pandalike is our first game in the semifinals, and I couldn't be more excited because the crowd is gonna go crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who the crowd favors here. You know, ZEZAS has obviously been at Worlds before, so he's probably the favorite. And he actually did defeat Pandalike also in the preliminaries. So this might be a little bit of a grudge match as well, you know, like who is going to carry on the Brazilian torch.
So having played against these players in the past, if you had to offer some point of advice to either of them, what would you say?
Ooh, you know, I think you really just gotta stick to your game. I think they both know what they're doing very well, and you know, I think that's what's gonna carry you ultimately in this competition. A lot of these players are, like we saw STAYHIVE in that last match as well. He really tried to pick those monsters that he usually doesn't utilize that much, and it really didn't work out for him.
Exactly, dude. Sometimes you just gotta stick to your comfort picks. You know, you get too far out of your comfort zone, and sometimes it can hurt you. Now, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't adapt or pick strategically, but sometimes there's always so much going on in a tournament setting like this with a crowd. So it's like you have so much on your mind. So you gotta, you know, you want to stay within your comfort area. Sean, what do you think about this opening match between Pandalike and ZEZAS that we're about to enter into?
It's gonna be tough, man, because whoever wins is going to. No, it's not like. it's very hard to cheer for the crowd because they are both representative of the of Brazil. So, but the good thing is there's going to be one Brazilian moving on to the World Final, and that's going to make the whole event so much better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to make it so special for everybody watching here today. So excited to have a Brazilian representative there at the World Finals. Will it be ZEZAS? Will it be Panda? Like, ZEZAS has been there before. Topa, you mentioned it a second ago. ZEZAS was there at the World Finals in 2024.
Yeah, will it be both? You know, both players can make it here as well. You know, one of them will get knocked down to that third place match. But as from last year, we have the same format. Third place still makes it to Worlds. So they both have a real shot at making it there.
Yeah, they do. I think Panda made that perfectly clear in his game. He had an incredible showing, right, Sean?
Definitely. But I think ZEZAS definitely going to be the crowd favorite though. Do you think so?
I mean, I saw a sign down there earlier for ZEZAS, and they had quite the chant going on in the background. I'm not sure if that came through on stream, but oh my goodness. Yeah, the crowd went absolutely crazy for ZEZAS. That's why we call him the local champion here, because people really love to root for him. But man, were they excited for Panda. All I can say for sure is that I'm sure the crowd is going to hate to have to choose between them. This is going to be a banger of a game, guys. They're getting ready down there. I don't know what you do in this situation. So Topa, moving from a quarterfinalist position to a semifinals, what's that headspace like? What does the homework look like? How do you prepare for that match?
You know, you have a little bit of time to prepare. Obviously, we just had that short 10-minute break, and they know their opponent a little bit in advance here as well, especially in this first matchup, right? They were the first two games, so throughout those third and fourth quarterfinal games, they already know who they're playing. So they have that little bit of time to rerun, maybe watch those games back, and once again, they played each other in the preliminaries, so they know what they are doing.
It's a crazy thought to do last-minute rerun sessions in a break, but sometimes you gotta do it, man. And so, Sean, any crazy picks that you want to see in this one?
I think we saw the win Gojo that we kind of asked for a little bit during our chat earlier, so maybe we're going to see some intro action this time around that Topa asked for.
I feel like if we manifest it, we've kind of gotten everything that we've asked for. And with one exception, we never actually got to see what we were hinting at about RAIGEKI earlier. I say hinting, but we basically said it. But we didn't get a chance to actually see that, right, Topa?
Yeah, you know, I think it's a pretty well-known fact at this point that RAIGEKI actually did summon a Veronica here yesterday. So that is a very strong LD monster that, you know, we might now get to see in the semifinals, which would be an absolute treat.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I can't wait to see if he debuts that later on in the tournament. We've had a few LD Nat 5 polls around here in the week leading up to that. We had Veronica for RAIGEKI, and Sola, who's casting the ES stream right next to us, he pulled a Tion Lang yesterday too, so we gave a big GZ and a hug to him for that. That's pretty awesome, dude. That's a game-changing Nat 5 for sure. So I think a Fire Indra would be really fun to watch, but ultimately I'm just excited to see the throwdown between these two, and I'm looking forward to the crowd's reaction. I want to remind everybody at home, in case you're joining us a little bit late too, there is a $10,000 prize pool on the line here. $10,000 going to the first place finisher. We got $5,000 for second and $2,500 for third and fourth. So that means that we do have a third and fourth place match after the semifinals as well. So we are not almost done. We're actually only just now halfway through the tournament, Topa.
Yeah, that we are. And, you know, it just occurred to me that there's going to be a Brazilian in every single match from this point forward, right? One of them will go to the finals, and the other player will be in that third and fourth place match. So the crowd is going to be absolutely insane.
Oh, yeah, dude. We're going to, yeah, that's going to be energizing for sure. And, Sean, if you had to choose an MVP monster for today so far, what would it be?
Is it going to be Chow? Maybe it's actually
all
Chow.
roads lead to
Chow. Oh my
God. Maybe always ban and always do well.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, if he didn't get banned, he won the game that he was in. So this is definitely an MVP potential. You can probably hear the crowd behind us now. They are going absolutely wild for ZEZAS' introduction, and we've got Panda next to him setting up for their game. So we saw their most picked, most banned for ZEZAS here. Do you think that these players are going to stick to their guns and stay with the strategies that we've seen in their player profiles here, Topa, or do you think that they're going to diversify?
I think they're going to stay true to their strategies here, you know, and if Chow was the MVP monster, we saw Chow was ZEZAS' most picked, so maybe this gives the upper hand to ZEZAS here, as I don't see a Chow in the most picked for Panda, but, you know, jokes aside, we do have a lot of strong monsters on Panda-like here as well. And once again, we've seen that preliminaries 2-3 against ZEZAS, and that was the absolute insane match that I know was highlighted as the best match on the YouTube channel as well.
Oh yeah. And Sean, I mean, you can see it on their faces. These two are locked in. They are feeling the pressure and the support that goes hand in hand with being representatives within your host country.
Pretty much. And did you see that all the most big monster of Panda-like are counted by Chow?
Well, isn't that something? It's a prophecy. I love that, dude. All roads lead to Chow. I think you're right. I mean, dude, he's so good. I mean, we see how well he fares up against things that are super popular like Gianna. If you don't have a CR to detonate those bombs, they're not going off. They won't even be there in a turn. So I'm expecting we're going to see that. I think we're going to see sparks fly in this match here. ZEZAS versus Panda-like is going to be one for the history books right now. You can hear it. The crowd is so excited, and so are we. This is going to be awesome, guys. Here we go, the first semi-finalist game. We got ZEZAS, we've got Panda-like. Let's see who takes it in a best of 5 and moves forward to become our first finalist for today. Sean and Topa, take it away for the first game.
Absolutely. One of these players will already be qualified for the World Finals here as well. So this is a very important match. You know, even if you lose, you still have a chance. But if you win, not only do you go to finals of the America's Cup, you go to the World Finals. And the pre-bans are in. We see the pattern that Panda-like utilized so well to get to this point.
And that is going to be the glue taken away from Panda-like's team. We got the Jogan first pick. We got the Sierra Heigang to counter the Jogan pretty much immediately. So let's see what ZEZAS is going to do to counter the Heigang. Or is he going to ban the Heigang instead? We got Oliver getting picked up for the Jogan as well. And here is the good old Shiho. Classic drafting scenario for the season so far.
Yeah, absolutely meta picks here. I'm surprised to see is that segment in the pre-ban from Panda-like, you know, really doesn't want that turn 1 reset coming out of ZEZAS, and, you know, hoping that he can counter the Jogan pick with that Heigang.
And then we have the Fire Megumi picked up by Panda-like as well to cut in between, but then the attack of Jogan, the Shiho, kind of hard counter the Fire Megumi, so I think Panda-like is in a bit of a trouble here. But we got the Gianna getting picked up as well, and ZEZAS with the Achroma and the Josephine getting picked up here to deal with the bomb and the stun of Panda-like. Very, very good last pick from ZEZAS.
Yeah, this is looking very strong for ZEZAS. I would have liked to see Panda-like take that Josephine away from ZEZAS instead of that Gianna, you know. Obviously, ZEZAS does not possess a Gianna, so you could have saved that for the last pick and hopefully not get countered as hard. Because right now, ZEZAS will definitely be moving first and be potentially having the advantage.
Oh, and we got the Angela getting banned. We have the Oliver getting banned out. ZEZAS have a lot of shield. Panda-like has a lot of debuff, but how can Panda-like deal with their Achroma in the end game? Here we go. First match between Panda-like and ZEZAS, and turn 1 belongs to the Shiho.
Yeah, turn 1 belongs to Shiho, and, you know, it gives the awkward turn to Sierra, but actually the Megumi moves in front, so Sierra will still be able to get that bomb off. Wonder if he's going to go for that skill too. Actually, just opposite. Strip the Josephine is a bit questionable choice, but maybe he's looking to just get rid of this Josephine right away.
But there's a chance that the Heigang cleanse the Josephine right there, and he has to hit the Achroma here to dodge the displacement that could happen. More bomb coming out onto the Josephine. He wants to get rid of the Josephine as quickly as possible, but the Sierra is paying a heavy price, being the focus of both the Shiho and the Achroma.
This makes it really... Oh, that's actually a really good violent proc for Panda-like there. Because I was about to say, this makes it really awkward for Panda-like here. So he's not able to use any stuns here. Because if he stuns anything, that Josephine will cleanse itself. But obviously, Josephine getting that unlucky violent proc for ZEZAS. You know, going down there. Now Megumi getting another turn, looking to control this Jogan.
But it's going to be an eye for an eye right there. Sierra's about to drop as well. And the less damage Panda-like has, the stronger this Achroma will become. I'm not sure if Gianna will get another opportunity to land another bomb anytime soon right there. With the silence coming out from the Achroma very, very soon.
Yeah, this Achroma is, you know, once again providing that little bit of disruption, and she is ruined well enough to potentially carry ZEZAS to a victory here. Megumi missing that stun on the monkey there as well is not helping.
Chroma being probably one of the hardest units to ruin, but one of the most devastating things to deal with in high rank RTA, because she just does so much. She control you, she does damage, and in the end game she might solo 1 or 2 units. And right now Gianna is being absolutely controlled by the Chroma, the anti-control unit.
And Shiho getting that skill 3 off, deleting the Gianna. At this point, I don't think there is enough damage to take out the Chroma. And not only is there no Chroma, there's still a nearly full health Jogun and the Shiho with immunity on it.
Once again, the Chroma become the deciding factor for ZEZAS, taking the first game away from Panda Like. There's nothing the Panda Like can do. He has no more damage, and a Chroma one step closer to deleting another unit. Look at that damage from the Chroma.
The Violent Progress will nearly taking out the Heigang here. I mean, this is just completely over. Chroma is going to be taking over this battlefield, and there is nothing that Panda Like can do except think about what went wrong and how he can come back in the next match.
I'd like to say Chroma is pretty much the better version of Xiao, cutting in between, doing big damage, but providing a bit of extra control to shut down any potential damage coming from Sierra and Gianna. And here we go, ZEZAS taking the first game, and the crowd goes wild.
Absolutely, ZEZAS taking the early lead here against Panda Like, you know, putting himself in a very good position to make it to the World Finals once again.
Moving on to game 2 between ZEZAS and Panda Like. Oh, maybe the Chroma is going to be in the pre-ban.
Yeah, we'll see if that Chrome is in the pre-ban. You know, you called for that last time. It didn't happen. But does Panda Like respect that one LD that ZEZAS does like to use?
As a debuff player, I really hate the Chroma, and Panda Like share the same thought. A Chroma will be pre-banned, but that means ZEZAS can pick the last big chow that is about to happen.
Yeah, and ZEZAS just completely laughing about that Chroma pick. I don't think he really respects his own Chroma as much as everyone else does. But Panda Like now taking that CR first pick as the Oliver is in the pre-ban.
We got the Megumi, we got the Josephine getting picked up. Panda Like going for the Bruiser route as well with the Misty and the Pader. ZEZAS with the Fire Pader over there. But what kind of damage deal does he want to go in with?
Yeah, this is kind of interesting coming out of Panda Like. He pre-bans the Chroma here, but then he still goes for a Bruiser fight here. You know, ZEZAS already those first 2 picks, kind of assuming that Bruiser position. So we're going to see some Bruiser and Bruiser action here.
Yeah, I think in the medical world we call that PTSD. I think what can ZEZAS do is going to be the Ethna getting picked up by ZEZAS. And I heard from the grapevines that this Ethna is on Violent.
Yeah, ZEZAS historically at least has been playing a Violent Ethna. And we saw in the first round against BADOWNEY that ZEZAS Belladjul was on 100 resistance. Now, he could have re-ruined it, but that unit is likely going to be very difficult to debuff. Not that Panda Like really cares about debuffs as he's going full-on Bruiser. But with the BADOWNEY, I love that pick to counter the Ethna.
Ooh, look at that. The 4-star Ragdoll make it to the SWC America Cup. We haven't seen Vert being used in pretty much anything at this point, right? In PvE, he's kind of phasing out a little bit as well. And in PvP, you don't use Vert that often in any content whatsoever. But this time, he's going to be in here to provide the attack bar for the Misty. And ZEZA's final pick is going to get banned.
Yeah, this is right now, Panda Like's team has no buff removers. The Sierra is going to be a complete sitting duck in this match. It's going to come down all down to this Misty. Can the Misty do enough damage with the the help of this Vertical boosting to take out ZEZA's team here?
Here we go. We got the immunity coming out from the Pader. Oh, no immunity. He doesn't care about it. He's going to save it when he needs to cleanse the stun. And Vert is going to be stunned as well. Unfortunately, if Vert doesn't take a turret, he doesn't provide any value for the team at all.
That is a really squishy Ethna. It almost leads me to believe that is actually a swift Ethna this time. They also did outspeed Panda Like's team here, but that Ethna is nearly already going down to just a simple Misty skill 2 and a Patter skill 2.
But that means the Ethna might be hurting. Look at the damage. The damage is not the best thing ever, but it still did a lot of damage onto the Sierra. Sierra's about to go down right there, but Pat is going to provide the AoE cleanse, saving the Sierra for a little bit, but I think not for too long.
Yeah, still going for the Misty. That actually does give the enough attack power. The Fire Maker move in front of the Pattern. Now stunning that Pattern. Obviously that stun will not stick, but now the cleanse is not there. Ethna has skill 3 available. Goes to the Pattern instead of the Misty, nearly taking it out.
But the Pattern is still going to be alive, providing the cleanse, and soon will be the healing for the Misty. Misty is in a very, very good spot here because who is going to take it down anymore?
Yeah, Misty is definitely, this all eyes on Misty at this point, Josephine getting the Violent proc. This is going to be the end of the Pattern here. with, you know, help of this Fire Megumi here. But the BADOWNEY, if it doesn't get controlled by the Fire Megumi or the Josephine, it is definitely going to boost enough attack power for this Misty to take out the rest of these units here.
Oh my god, this is Misty on Giga Boost from the Vert right there, because this unit is already so fast, but with the attack power from the Vert, it's going to move non-stop and do insane damage on the side of ZEZAS.
Yeah, it could still go either way here. Missing the defense break and the attack break there is huge. Interesting to see that ZEZAS is actually going for this Misty right away, leaving the BADOWNEY kind of alone. So wants to go over the stuns, it doesn't want to get revenge, landing all of these stuns. Now the defense break is on Misty, and this might be a lot of damage coming through.
Here comes the Misty getting a turn right there. He needs this Fire Megumi to land the attack now, and maybe a bit of pushback on the Misty. Crazy proc for the Josephine, getting the provoke onto the Misty. Very good damage, but not quite enough. Misty is not going to go down just yet. Misty is going to be alive. Misty's getting another turn.
Oh my god, Misty takes on the Josephine. Doesn't get the defense break, but this Megumi Violent proc goes for the damage on the Misty. The Bella Jewel, it doesn't crit, but it's enough damage. BADOWNEY against the world, can he do it?
Oh no, BADOWNEY might be really strong, but he doesn't do enough damage to heal back. And one turn for the Villager is going to take away so much health. This BADOWNEY right there. The stun from the Megumi is going to connect, and that might be GG. ZEZAS is going to take game 2.
Most likely, you know, I don't want to say it yet. This BADOWNEY could still do it. Oh my goodness, but ZEZAS is getting all the violent procs. BADOWNEY does get the revenge, but the defense breaks in on top of this BADOWNEY. He is not on violent, and this Megumi has landed every single stun, and that is going to be game over. ZEZAS the 2-0 lead.
2-0 lead for ZEZAS. We are moving on to game 3. What can Panda do in this situation to bring the game back to stop the crowd champion?
Yeah, ZEZAS looking so incredibly strong. He did get a pretty good RNG there, you know, getting those violent procs on the Josephine, pumping that damage on the Misty, and not missing a single stun on that BADOWNEY, really, you know, keeping it controlled.
And now we're back to the game 1 pre-ban. No more pattern, no more segment. ZEZAS is going to get the first pick right there, and Panda, he went with the control playstyle, got completely wrecked by the Achroma. Let's see if he's going to switch to something else.
Yeah, so far we're looking at very similar to that round 1. We have a Oliver picked up with that Hey Gang here to counter the Jogan that ZEZAS is picking, but now ZEZAS does have that CR Jogan combo that is extremely strong and potentially sniping unit turn 1.
And we got the shield getting picked up as well. Let's see what Penalize decide to go with here, because he know the Achroma is coming in the last pick that can be combined with another unit like a Chow or Misty, and that's gonna absolutely take down the control playstyle Penalize. And here's the Misty getting picked up right there, together with a last pick coming from ZEZAS. That's gonna be the Fire Monkey King.
Yeah, that is looking pretty strong for ZEZAS, you know, does have that anti-CC options. Not going for the Achroma this time, or maybe, you know, still switching up. Does have a few more seconds to decide on his last picks here. But I do like Panda taking his Josephine away. Josephine actually does deal somewhat well with the Fire Monkey as well. You know, you can get that 2-turn provoke, really just locking the monkey down.
But you're forced to ban one of the hard carry from ZEZAS right there, which allows ZEZAS to have a much more comfortable ban to see if you want to deal with the Hey Gang or you want to deal with the last pick from Panda.
Yeah, we see Panda now last picking that, maybe not, okay, opting to go for a Fire Bike instead of the Fire Cassandra. And I actually saw ZEZAS already tapping on his screen when that Fire Cassandra was being locked in, so maybe ZEZAS was fully ready to ban that Fire Cassandra. Now he's rethinking it, but still just choosing to go for that last pick ban.
And ZEZAS get to keep both the hard carry in the late game. Panda, he needs to land every single bomb to have a hope of taking down the Misty and the Fire Monkey.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of landing that's going to be required here coming out of Panda. You know, Oliver needs to, if Oliver misses anything, he's going to lose so much tempo. And there, oh my goodness, misses the bar, gets the revenge. Oliver is nearly dead already. Another revenge!
ZEZAS absolutely destroying this Oliver without even taking a proper turn from the Misty. And Oliver's about to go down. If he missed this bomb, he might just rage quit. I know that'll be me though.
I mean, he may as well quit the game, because if he misses this bomb, it is quite simply over. But Gianna now getting a violent proc, does have another bomb next turn. You know, Gianna is still the main carrier here. Oliver is nice and all, but Gianna is what is going to be bringing this win for Panda, if he is going to get it.
But he need to land at least 4 bombs to have a chance to kill. He landed 2 bombs on the Misty. This is secure the Misty kill, but I know we are very caught up with the Misty hype. the Fire Monkeys, the OG card carry, and Fire Monkey is gonna show us that he deserved the hype as well.
Yeah, that he is. Josephine is now back from the scroll, getting that through and provoke on the monkey. Also, with a very nice violent proc. Maybe looking to lock down this Joe gun here. Doesn't get the stun, but if this water monkey stuns now, which it doesn't, you know, that would have provided some protection for Panda. Like, that is a very good stun coming out of Heiken though.
Man, the moment this Gianna goes down, oh my god, the Fire Monkey is about to get another turn here, lapping the Gianna. But the Josephine with the 2-turn provoke is gonna keep the monkey at bay.
Yeah, you cannot stun the Fire Monkey, but you can provoke him. We see exactly just how effective it is, even with the monkey violent proccing. You know, the Josephine is keeping her locked down. Now Josephine has to stun this water monkey here. And to get that exactly, Panda might be getting this game back. Gianna has skills available.
This is going to be a very important turn for the Fire Monkey. Is he going to be on fire? He will not be on fire. He will eat the... Oh!
And the mist stun on the water monkey as well, the mist bomb. But the Josephine is going absolutely crazy. Another provoke, just this Fire Monkey cannot do anything.
The Fire Monkey completely controlled from start to finish. There's nothing they can do. He's gonna go down soon to the Josephine damage. And oh my god!
Panda crawling back. I said it in the pre-ban, the Fire Monkey gets countered by the Josephine. I would have liked to see that be the Akroma again. The Akroma was so effective in game 1, and I feel like it would have done so well in this game here too.
Maybe you're right. ZEZAS doesn't respect his Akroma.
Hey, that's a good point. Yeah, he's the only one that doesn't respect the Akroma.
Yeah, but either way, we're getting more content here, so I am not against this. We are now going to game 4, and the Akroma is once again in the pre-ban.
Of course, because you can provoke the monkey, you cannot provoke the Akroma. And Panda with the first pick, let's see what's gonna go for here.
Yeah, Panda with the first pick doesn't have his Gianna available here. We'll see. Does he choose to, takes that Oliver, really prioritize that monster. ZEZAS now gets the Fire Megumi and going for the turn 2 style again. Never mind. Opts to go for a water monkey instead.
Oh, switching. Very fluid drafting right there. Switching all the time. We got the Sierra, we got the Jogan. Panda with the Pader and the Heiken to counter the Jogan. But we switched to a Shiho right there that gets countered by the Josephine. Is getting picked up by ZEZAS.
Yeah, a lot of switching going on here. Neither player really, I guess, fully sure right away what they want to do. But ultimately, we land on the Shiho from Panda side. And ZEZAS now going for a bit more bruiser, trying to counter that with that Josephine and the max res Veladru.
We've got the Veladru getting picked up right there. See what Panda is going to go for. He might need to pick up a Misty to be the hard carry for the game, but he can go for something else as well that can one-shot through immunity potentially. But he's going to go for a single target strip of the best of everything, but the best of nothing as well at the same time. We got the Fire Bayak, the Jack of all trade, but he got the ignore defense of the Fire Cassandra as well. This unit has been drafted a couple of times today, but never seen the light of day.
Yeah, I definitely do like these picks coming out of Panda. Getting the buff remover from the Fire Bag as well as the Fire Cassandra doesn't really care about the immunity, because right now you're very low on strips and the Veladru is looking quite scary, being most likely on 100 res. We'll see what ZEZA's last picks are to maybe deal with that Fire Cassandra.
We got more single target damage coming from ZEZAS as well. You don't have to use AoE if you don't want to because of the Pader. So the single target damage is going to be absolutely incredible. So locked in the mouse over there. We got the Oliver. Let's see what's going to be the ban here for ZEZAS and Panda. Is it going to be the Oliver ban? Is it going to be the Sierra ban? It's going to be the Sierra and the Fire Cassandra ban once again.
Yeah, this banning out the CR makes the Jogan a bit awkward as well, because many of the other monsters don't care that much about immunity, nor is there that good of follow-up for the attack buff.
But here we go. First one belongs to the Shiho, and he is going for the stun onto the Veladru, but couldn't get it.
Yeah, we saw. I called it out that Veladru is 100 res. I don't know the accuracy on Panda likes Water Monkey, but he seemed extremely surprised by all those resistances coming up.
What a shocker. Maybe he have a lot of accuracy in the monkey. But anyway, we got immunity come out from the Pada. And right now, that Firebat is looking for a target to strip into silence. And that's going to be a max res Jogan as well. Nothing is working for Panda and situation looking kind of grim.
It is looking very grim for Panda right now. That Firebag is going to be getting provoked for 2 turns. And in those 2 turns, you're fully protected with this immunity, and this Miles will be eating up a monkey for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Look how tanky the Shiho is. Maybe that's why he didn't have a lot of accuracy. and that's why he couldn't stun the Villager. This mouse doing absolutely amazing damage on the enemy team here, and there's no way for Pandalike to sustain his healer, either stun or seal, and there's nothing he can do.
And the Miles with the violent proc too. I mean, this game feels to be over. The Bayek does not get the proc to get the heal back up and gets another stun. Miles will be moving again. Actually, Oliver has a slight opportunity here, but with the Fire Bake being sold, oh my goodness, it doesn't even get the attack bar, and it's all over, Sean.
It's all over for Pandalike. ZEZAS is one step closer to qualifying for the World Final happening in Paris.
Yeah, I don't see a way back for Pandalike here. And the crowd is going absolutely crazy for ZEZAS here right now. He's still focused. He doesn't want to mess this up. You can see how much this means for them. And another violent prep from the Miles. And now he's taking off his headphones. He knows it. We all know it. ZEZAS is cheering.
He's qualified.
He got it. He's going to Europe, baby.
He did it. He's qualified for Paris.
What an incredible performance from ZEZAS here once again, you know, just showing that he belongs here. He was there last year. He will be there again.
Once again, qualifying from home, ZEZAS!
ZEZAS moves forward into our first finalist position and our first officially qualified for the World Finals in Paris. Wow. What a game from ZEZAS, man. Wow. He, Topa, you know, masterfully done.
Absolutely. I mean, that was so well done from ZEZAS on all ends. You know, there was slight hiccups. You know, Pandalike definitely put up a fight. He got that 1 point. He definitely could have won that match with the Vertical and the Misty as well. So ZEZAS, you know, not fully flawless there, but obviously he got the job done, and that's all that matters in the end.
He did. And Sean, if there's one thing that I think he might need in the future, it's more confidence in the Acroma.
Pretty much, because if he had the Acroma right there, he probably could have won the game. But the fact that Josephine kept the monkey control the entire game was a magical thing in itself.
Dude, that game where Josephine popped off for Pandalike, controlled the entire match, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's just so crazy to see that Josephine, a monster that's supposed to be anti-CC, completely crowd controlling the entire team. It's just absolutely wild to see.
Sometimes it legitimately looks like she's an AoE stunner. You know, it looks like she's got AoE crowd control. It goes to show why she's been picked so often in SWC thus far in 2025. That's fantastic. Sean, we've got our first finalist qualified here. What do you think of ZEZAS' performance in that game?
Absolutely incredible. I think he would have won 3-0, to be honest with you guys. His drafting was really good, and his choice of the unit was really good as well. And the last pick was really good as well. So pretty much he is ready to maybe even win the entire thing and let this venue go crazy.
Oh yeah, he's definitely poised for a position of winning this whole thing, but he's going to have a tough time because he's going to have to fight either STAYHIVE or RAIGEKI coming up in the finals later today. So if you're looking forward to more ZEZAS games, well, you're in luck because you're going to see some more later on for the finals, and also you'll get to see more from Pandalike in the third place match coming up after the semifinals. Topa, here are a few highlights from the matches that we just saw. Why don't you walk us through some of your thoughts as we watch these?
Absolutely, yeah. We saw just how effective that Acroma was in the first game. And, you know, in the second game, it came down to the wire with that Misty just barely falling. And, you know, ZEZAS eking out a victory there. And this game 3, you know, if it wasn't Acroma instead of Fire Monkey, I think ZEZAS would have had it 3-0, like Sean mentioned.
Yeah, I agree. I think you called it, Sean, and I think you're entirely right. It's like Acroma is kind of like a more intense version of Chow in a way.
Pretty much. Yeah. It is immune to stuff, it does big damage, it's great in late game, and it shut down all your control unit while being impossible to control.
Yeah, and that's really powerful. And it's so funny to see ZEZAS' reaction when Pandalike puts it in the pre-ban, because it's like, you know, it's so clear. He's like, what? Why are you banning that? Well, dude, it did an amazing job in the last game. That's why I'm pre-banning it. That's great. And just like that, again, we've got our first qualified finalist. ZEZAS is going to be moving forward to the World Finals in Paris on November 1st. But here on October 11th in Sao Paulo, Brazil, we still have to find our next finalist. We've got RAIGEKI versus STAYHIVE. Sean, do you have a favorite going in?
I wonder if STAYHIVE is going to stay blessed this time around, because that was impeccable performance. Not by him in a way, but hey. But like, I think it was so crazy that Vinny started with Okeanos getting double resisted and ended with Oliver getting double resisted. That was pretty crazy performance from Comtours itself.
You just, right after when we went to break, we walked over there and STAYHIVE was there, and Sean told STAYHIVE that. That was the first thing he said before. That was really funny. So Topa, obviously RAIGEKI did a really good showing earlier today. What does STAYHIVE need to do in the pick ban phase to leverage any advantage he has against RAIGEKI?
I'm not sure. You know, RAIGEKI just looks so undefeatable in that match. He's the only person that has managed to get a 3-0 in today's tournament. You know, these have been some close games, and against none other than TRUEWHALE, our previous back-to-back champion, right? RAIGEKI made it look easy. So STAYHIVE, you know, he managed to upset Vinny in a lot of people's predictions. So, you know, maybe he can do it again here if he stays blessed.
This is going to be a tough match for STAYHIVE going into this, right? RAIGEKI's already had an amazing showing today with that 3-0 that you called out there, Topa. We'll see what he brings to the table here, guys, in our next semifinals games. There he is. That's RAIGEKI with enough of a career history to fill out that entire block of space, Sean.
Man, he has lost a total of 1 game against ZEFA up until now. Can STAYHIVE take this man down, even just 1 game?
It's going to be tough. That is a tall order, having to take down the likes of RAIGEKI. You know, I've talked about it in the past before. He's one of my favorite players to watch. I think RAIGEKI is absolutely great at the art of the pivot. He's great at finding holes and weaknesses in people's drafts and using that to his advantage. So I'm very curious to see what STAYHIVE does to see if he can find a weakness in what RAIGEKI is bringing to the table there, Topa.
That he definitely is, and you know, RAIGEKI is our longest standing competitor in this tournament. You know, he's been there since 2019. You know, STAYHIVE is not a newcomer, but he's only been here once before. So you can't help but think that experience of being on stage, you know, RAIGEKI can probably zone out all the noise from the crowd and everything, and you know, he's absolutely locked in, and he knows what he needs to do to get it done.
And you can tell that the stress is weighing on both of these players. You can just see it in the way that they're holding themselves in front of that tablet. There is a lot on the line here, and at the same time, there's a lot of crowd out there making a lot of noise at you, giving you distractions. You know, it's like that's a lot of things to keep in mind. It's way different than playing online in the prelims. And like you highlighted, RAIGEKI has a lot of history and a lot of experience going into that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, Sean.
It's kind of funny that whenever I talk to Ricky after every SWC season, he'd be like, I'm a retire, man. I'm just lazy now. I'm tired. And then 3 months later, you see him in the top 20 of RT ladder.
And then he's here again.
I thought you were retired. What is that? Impeccable performance.
I know. And then all of a sudden, bro's here and trying to qualify for the World Finals again. He just can't give it up. He's too good. He shouldn't give it up. He's amazing. We're about to get into it, guys. One of these players is going to move forward to our second finalist position, and the other is going to the 3rd and 4th place match that we'll check out after the semifinals. We've got RAIGEKI versus STAYHIVE. This is going to be insane. Sean and Topa, are you ready to go?
I'm sure I'm ready. You know, I'm looking forward to this match so much. You know, as Sean mentioned, you know, Ricky has a lot of this like carefree attitude almost. Like, you know, yeah, I'm a retire. Like, you know, I've accomplished this, I accomplished that. But he was so locked in during that TRUEWHALE match. And, you know, he looks very locked in this match as well. He wants that victory still. And I think deep down he's such a competitive person that he really wants to compete and wants to be there.
I think you're right, man. Here we go, everybody. I want to hear in chat who you're rooting for. Is it RAIGEKI or is it STAYHIVE? As we go into this last semifinals games, one of these players will move forward to a finalist position, and the other will have to fight for life in the 3rd and 4th place game. Sean and Topa, take it away.
And we have a double Oliver pre-ban. You know, I know RAIGEKI is very happy about that. STAYHIVE actually not taking anything away from RAIGEKI either. Really just staying in his own lane, picking the slight Gojo here.
But over there, RAIGEKI with the classic meta draft, we got the Ciara, we got the Shiho, and we know the Light Hwarang might be showing up. And that right there seems to be a very good case for Veronica.
Yeah, you know, this might be a really good Veronica game here that, like Gojo, as we saw in previous games and throughout the season, has been on despair. So unless they have really, you know, particularly re-rune for RAIGEKI, I believe that, like Veronica, could get the jump on that. But we see a Fire Indra!
We get everything we want!
Yes, Venhan is going to be the follow-up character for RAIGEKI. Oh my god, we got the Water Indra over there for STAYHIVE as well. Very good counterplay right there. The thing about Venhan is he will now attack 4 times with a skill 2, allowing him to push back a lot of attack bar, putting on silence, putting on branding. And branding helps with bomb damage of the Sierra as well. That's going to blow up everything on STAYHIVE team. So here we go. We got the Heigang last week as well. And that is going to be draft for RAIGEKI in STAYHIve.
Yeah, this is just incredible. You know, STAYHIVE bring a lot of monsters that we don't see in the meta that much either. You know, obviously that Water Indra as well as the Water Gojo's making a return. It did perform very well for him against Vinny, and we'll see how he does against RAIGEKI here.
All right, let's see who's going to outspeed. First turn belongs to the Shiho, but second turn belongs to the Light Gojo. That's going to get stunned by the Shiho. But the Okino's outspeed RAIGEKI entirely. And that's going to be an easy reset onto the Sierra. Unfortunately for RAIGEKI, there's going to be no bomb coming out. And the Venhan's going to have to carry this game.
Yeah, but STAYHIVE shaking his head already, knowing that he's not in a great position here. The Heigang did miss that strip on the Water Gojo, but here comes the Wendan with the skill 2. And again.
Very, very good damage, especially on the Gojo. A light that's about to go down as well. And the silence going to keep this Water Indra from transforming. And that is not looking good for the Water Indra. He needs to get that AoE provoke as well, but it's not getting it.
Yeah, that Water Monkey also getting all stuns available with that triple stun that now has skill 3 available. So this Water Gojo kind of has to stun. I think that should have gone to Shiho here. Or maybe he's just praying for a Water Indra proc at this point. Can STAYHIVE stay blessed here and get this proc, Sean?
Oh, even if he gets it, does he really get out of the situation though? Because Okino's about to go down, and the moment Sierra get a good turn, it might be over the attack or pushback. But the Venhan allowed the monkey to go in front of the Water Indra, and that's gonna be a lot of damage on the Water Indra.
Yeah, by killing the Water Indra, now he actually has skills available here. Okay, that's a weird use of the Thunderer when he already has 3 turns and skills available. Doesn't get the provoke on the Seer, however, or even the Heigang, and I don't think that's going to be enough here.
But here comes the Okianos. The problem is the Shiho already protect itself with immunity, and the skill 2 of Shiho is going to be doing so much damage. And the problem with the Water Indra is that it needs to be attacked to gain the Thunderer stack, and he's not getting it.
Yeah, that's why it's really weird that STAYHIVE actually went and used that Thunderer stay. He already had the 3 turns on the buff, but now RAIGEKI actually just giving it another turn, so it's not going to be self-stunning here. And another interesting thing to note here is that this is a Vampire Water Gojo.
Oh, maybe he wants to get that late game damage output, but that doesn't mean anything against the Sierra. I think the fact he transformed, he wants to get the revive back quickly over there with the Water Indra, but does he get it though?
Ooh, yeah, Sierra with that violent proc getting the detonate, the Water Indra will not be getting the revive back up again. And without not being on violent here, I don't think this Water Gojo can really do that much.
So, we asked for Fire Indra, we get Fire Indra, and we get a W with the Fire Indra. RAIGEKI showing the fans that he can rune up anything that he wants and beat anyone that he faces.
Absolutely, yeah, putting up the masterclass continues here, from RAIGEKI into the ZEZAS, into back to RAIGEKI. Yeah, this is just beautiful drafting going on here, and RAIGEKI takes the lead against STAYHIVE 1-0. Moving
on to game 2. What is STAYHIVE's going to pre-ban here? Are we getting like a light Warang pre-ban or a light Twin Angel pre-ban here?
The RAIGEKI did not draft that light Horang in that last game, so STAYHIVE doesn't seem to be too afraid of that monster. I'd be surprised to see in the pre-ban, but it's going to be interesting to see, because that might also shed some light on, what type of team composition STAYHIVE wants to run here.
Oh, we got the Ella, we got the light Warang in the pre-ban section of the game, where first pick goes to RAIGEKI.
Yeah, STAYHIVE maybe going for a little bit, or wanting to go for a bit more bruiser of a matchup here, right? Banning out that Light Horang, who is an extremely potent bruiser. But his Ella is banned out here. Now RAIGEKI getting that Oliver first pick.
I kind of miss his Laura now. Can he play with that game, the unit one time? That'd be great, to be honest.
now that you asked for it, I'm sure RAIGEKI will deliver. You know what? Can I make a personal request too? Can we see the light Jin? That would be nice to see here.
Oh, that'd be crazy. But we're back with the Light Twin Angel with the strip into attack buff and attack bar down. And we got the Shiho getting picked up as well to counter the Light Gojo. That is pretty fast over there on STAYHIVE, but not fast enough to deal with the Shiho.
Yeah, we see this Josephine, you know, obviously a very strong counter against this Shiho here, but there's already that Rize into Oliver. Seeing a lot of Josephines being picked into Olivers, and the success has not been that great.
This is the easy Aya Juno angle, but RAIGEKI is not the one to do that. He's gonna go for Chi-Woon, Rakan. What am I even seeing? And STAYHIVE
And what?
with the win, Paul Phoenix. That was in the balance match.
Bro, what is going on at this point? We see a Rakan getting the ban. Rakan was actually in the balance match too. Now he revenged with 100% damage instead of 75. And you know what? I might need some help from Evan here. I don't know what the Windfall does.
He is an exact counter to Oliver. He was designed in a lab to counter everything that Oliver does. He responds to decreased attack bar, he responds to increased cooldown time, and instead he boosts the attack bar of his team.
He's like a Ragdoll, but against Oliver.
That is interesting to see. Okay, we'll see. The Windfall Phoenix now getting a turn here. What can it do? Puts on an irresistible debuff. Okeanos throwing the Rain of Stones, but it is glanced up, so not doing that much.
So he was supposed to stun there, but there was a glancing debuff, so he couldn't land a stun, unfortunately. And once again, Shiho controlling the entire flow of the match, absolutely destroying everything in front of it. And Chi-Woon with attack buff is going to do some good damage as well.
Yeah, we've seen the incredible damage count of RAIGEKI's team. You wouldn't think he doesn't have that much AoE damage, but with the attack buff, the additional damage artifacts, and you know the Chi-Woon here, he's nearly actually cleaved STAYHIVE's team here.
Pretty much. And I think the problem with all these units that is like the Ragdoll, but with a different condition, is that they don't do anything outside of the attack bar boost. And that is the classic game of the Windfall Phoenix, that he boosts the attack bar, but when it's time for him to take a turn, he didn't do anything.
And the problem with all these Ragdoll-like units is that Ragdoll sucks in the first place. So if you're trying to mimic a Ragdoll, it's probably not going to work that well.
That is true, and RAIGEKI is going to take game 2.
RAIGEKI with another convincing victory over STAYHIVE during game 2. And can he keep this up? How can he keep getting away with this? He is nearly undefeated in the entire competition so far.
RAIGEKI, the one who shall not be named, he's gonna go into the game 3 with the Oliver pre-ban once again. And the first pick belongs to STAYHIVE. Will he steal a unit from RAIGEKI, or he go first pick like Gojo? Because he doesn't really have to go first pick like Gojo.
Yeah, really surprised to see STAYHIVE not adapting here at all. You know, RAIGEKI has had such a dominant performance so far. I think STAYHIVE needs to change it up. And you also know that RAIGEKI doesn't want to fight against Oliver, so you kind of can expect that that's getting a pre-ban. So you're wasting your pre-ban in a lot of ways here with the Oliver there.
All right.
Oh. Dude, he's banking it all on the blessings.
I have seen this game before in a different region of Summoners, and RAIGEKI.
He's having fun with it. I love it. And the Antares first pick in SWC. That's something that I didn't expect to see in 2025.
You know what? This might be the answer, right? Nothing has worked against RAIGEKI. Let's just leave it up to the RNG gods. RNG gods take the wheel.
Stay blessed in this, stay blessed. And let's see if what STAYHIVE going to do. We got the Angela for the heal, and we might be picking the Diana as well. It's going to be the Ella for this support position. He can go with another unit that's going to be the Diana in the next pick. Let's see what RAIGEKI's going to do to deal with this here.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind a Diana pick coming out of STAYHIVE. You know, Diana, it is a very strong counter into the Shiho here. And Sierra also does have that AoE with that skill 3. But now, RAIGEKI picking up a Bulver, seeing there's a lot of buffs on STAYHIVE's side.
Hey, man. If this is what it takes to get Bova to be playing SWC, it is what it is. We got Bova to counter because all the amount of shield, immunity, attack, crit rate buff is just fueling the Bova damage and healing.
Yeah, it really is. You know, every time Antares gets a passive proctor, that is 2 more stacks coming Bulwark's way. And now STAYHIVE going for a Water Beetle, the Gideon here for that damage reduction. And RAIGEKI absolutely been in the lab cooking with a Lexi to counter all those heals, getting that ignore defense.
Oh my god, that is crazy. I think that's definitely going to be the Bobok ban. It's going to be the Gideon ban. So STAYHIVE get to keep the Antares and RAIGEKI with the Lexi. This is this is the challenge mode.
What a setup. This is crazy.
This is absolutely crazy. Shiho will be taking a turn 1. Look at that entire speed. There's like negative speed in Centaur's, but you don't need speed when you can resist. Can you resist bomb? Though this has to, oh no, I think this Centaur's life is pretty short-lived here, Sean.
Oh, it is, no, never mind. Centaur's gonna go down to the light wire rank. Unfortunately, STAYHIVE down 1 unit, and the Firebag is got a heavy job for him. Can he actually bring down the Ciara?
There's still definitely a chance here. Interesting to see that he's not going for that skill 3 on the CR. I think he really needs to pump this damage. You know, Lexi is not stacked up yet, so Lexi is not really an issue at this point. Silencing it doesn't do a lot. But now you're actually stacking up the Lexi, and she's going to be primed and ready for that ignore defense here soon.
And that ignore defense can also work with the skill 1 to do decent amount of damage right there. And here we go. It's about to stack up very, very soon. And STAYHIVE is forced to heal every single turn. He cannot avoid that.
Yeah, he's really, you know, at this point, yeah, Lexi is stacked up. No defense break, but I think it's still going to be enough damage with this Ella to take it down. And Ella getting a violent proc, getting immunity. You know, STAYHIVE still has a chance in this match.
But you know who else is stacking up? The Lighthua rank is stacking up. And he's going to be doing so much more damage very, very soon here. And look at that, it's already performing. And now he's just waiting for Ciara to land 1 more bomb, and that might be the end of STAYHIVE. But if STAYHIVE managed to get the skill 3 for the Firebag to go once again, that might be a dead Ciara.
Yeah, but the Shiho actually moving in front of the Firebag here, but it doesn't get the stun. That resist lead is paying dividends here. Now he can get that silence on the CR, prevent from bombing it, and maybe keep his Firebag alive a bit longer.
Oh, the Firebag's about to drop the skill 3, and I think RAIGEKI has the turn to stop him, which means STAYHIVE might be staying in the tournament. It's not over
Wait a second, Lighthorang is moving. If this unit violent procs, it will kill. And it does! Oh my god, Caster Blessing!
Oh, STAYHIVE will be going out of the tournament. I mean, not yet though. We still have games for the 4th and the 3rd place. But this might be it. There's no more damage from STAYHIVE. And that is GG!
RAIGEKI with another 3-0!
He is undefeated in today's tournament. Not even the Antares, not even RNG gods themselves can bring RAIGEKI down.
Bro looked so stressed before the tournament, and now he's breezing through it, bro. Yeah, RAIGEKI doing incredibly and doing it with style. Even bringing a Lexi into the game. That was, yeah, he was really cooking with that one, Topa.
Yeah, he definitely was. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see the Lexi showcase. You know, STAYHIVE really respecting that unit and going for it right off the get-go. But, you know, in doing so, RAIGEKI still getting the win. So I guess Lexi was still contributing.
And credit where it's due. STAYHIVE really gave us a cool show. He got very creative with some of those picks, including but not limited to the Wind Paul Phoenix. We also got an Antares first pick. Sean, it was clear he was trying to figure out what Ricky was bringing to the table all the way through it, right? You know, he was just in the tank.
Yeah, but I think he needs to keep the figuring out part at home.
Yeah, and also, Sean, you highlighted exactly what's kind of going on with the Wind Paul Phoenix. You know, he is a perfect counter to Oliver in theory, but it's like, you know, you give the attack bar to the units when they get their increased cooldown time, but when they actually get the turn, they don't have anything to do with it.
Exactly, and even the Paul Phoenix itself doesn't have anything to do as well when he gets that turn. So unfortunately, it just kind of doesn't provide a whole lot for the team.
I love that he tested it. We're seeing a lot more. We're seeing a high density of Paul Phoenix in today's tournament. I wasn't expecting that, Topa.
Yeah, definitely was not on my bingo card to see Paul Phoenix in this tournament. You know, we've seen a lot of monsters actually. We expected this to be like very meta heavy, but we've seen, you know, the water Gojo as we see in the highlights here, not quite doing it enough. We saw the fire engine, we saw the water engine, we've seen Lexi, we've seen Wind Paul, we've seen Water Paul, we've seen
Dark
so
Nina.
many monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, so many monsters.
And this is really, this is another interesting situation to highlight another aspect of Light Horang. We mentioned it earlier in reference to invincibility, but that second skill on Light Horang ignores damage reduction effects, and it actually does more damage against them. So you saw him pierce through that shield that the Angela was putting up. That's exactly what was happening. So very ironically, in the case of you being invincible, you're actually taking more damage. The same is true for a shield because it deals bonus damage in that case. Very well done from RAIGEKI. He got another 3-0, and he did it in super creative ways, Sean.
Yeah, I wonder if the local champion is going to be the one to take down the Giants. That is RAIGEKI. But congratulations to RAIGEKI for qualifying for the World Final happening in Paris. My man is going to Europe.
Yeah, he is. We already have such a strong team lined up for the World Finals in Paris between ZEZAS and RAIGEKI. And ultimately, we're going to decide who our third will be in that third place match that's coming up between Panda-like and STAYHIVE. And that finals is looking spectacular. I'm thinking that ZEZAS might be the one to take RAIGEKI out of his comfort zone, Topa.
He might be, ZEZAS definitely has, the crowd behind him. He has the energy behind him. He has everything going for him, and he might be able to, make a dent in this unit that is RAIGEKI.
Yeah, I'm looking ahead to that finals game. I don't think anything would make me happier than a 5-round match to finish out the day. That would be spectacular. And we got our third place and fourth place match coming up here between Panda-like and STAYHIVE, Sean. So what do you think is going to be happening in that?
I don't know, but I hope that STAYHIVE will actually stop figuring out things live on TV and start using what he's very comfortable with.
Bro, I gotta tell you though, I'm all about the Antares first pick as a last-ditch effort, Sean.
Oh, and we have a new coupon code with the statue for SWC2025 America Cup down there with the VINNY icon and, of course, 20 SWC emblem.
Bro, that's going right behind my summon henge. I'm now summoning every scroll in front of that statue. I still don't have VELOJUL, if you can believe it. I've dressed up as VELOJUL twice, and I still don't have him. I don't know where the heck he is, but maybe he'll come to my Sky Island if I have that statue behind the summon henge. And you guys have already heard about the emblems. Make sure you're saving them. Get that all attribute. Get the L&D scroll and more. We hope you have fun with that, guys. And yeah, Topa, sparks are going to fly.
Absolutely, yeah. Great stuff coming up here. And, in that third place match that is going to be coming up here, we have a new qualifier to the World Finals. These two players in ZEZAS and RAIGEKI, they've both been there. And obviously they're both going again, but we are getting a new representative, which is super, super exciting.
That is really exciting, man. Some new blood at the World Finals is going to be incredible. So we already have such a stellar team in the making here between ZEZAS and RAIGEKI as the first two qualified. Who will be the third? We're going to find out in the third and fourth place match right after this break.
Estatueta para todo mundo aí resgatar em casa, quem tá vendo a gente. Temos ele aqui em pessoa e vamos procurar uma galera aí que eu ouvi dizer que tem um queridíssimo criador de conteúdo nosso aqui, o grande Clandestino. Tudo beleza? Como é que você tá?
E aí, Sep, tudo bem? Salve, pessoal. Um abraço a todos aí.
E aqui a gente está hoje para celebrar a RTA, né? Mas também eu sempre gosto de falar de outras partes do jogo. E uma parte muito importante que a galera ama são as guildas. Que você pode contar um pouquinho, que eu acho que você tem um pouquinho de experiência, né? Conta aí pra galera, quando você começou a sua primeira guilda?
Então, 10 anos atrás, criei a primeira Clandestino. Deu tanto certo que quando atingiu os 30 players, a gente teve que criar a Clandestino 2, 3, 4. Hoje a gente tá com 20 guildas. Detalhe, a gente tem 2 no Euro e 1 no Ásia. Quem tiver sem guild me procura. Pode me chamar que temos vaga, viu?
Eu parei no 13, então estamos no 20 agora, cara. Que legal. Não, e conta aí pra galera, o que você mais gosta do conteúdo de guildas, já que tem tantos modos de jogo lá?
Eu acho que a maior sacada do SW foi lançar o conteúdo de Siege. Por quê? À medida que o jogador fica mais velho, ele começa a vir dumps. E aí dá aquela frustração. Pô, esse mob eu já não queria ganhar, eu já tenho. Porém, no conteúdo de Siege, como você só pode usar uma vez o mob, você vai e mescla as runas, né? Transfere de um para o outro. Eu acho que a melhor sacada do SW foi lançar a Siege War, porque com o tempo todo mundo tem dump. E agora você fica torcendo que se vier um dump, que seja um usável para Siege. Então, é o conteúdo que eu mais gosto.
Verdade, o que é isso? E outra perguntinha pra você, Clandestino. Quando você pensa aí no que a galera precisa pra começar a jogar mais competitivamente no guild, o que realmente é? Realmente são os mobs, porque na RTA a gente vê que o meta é muito importante, mas na Siege tem muitos mobs free to play, né? O que você recomendaria pra galera procurar pra conseguir ficar mais forte nas guildas?
Olha, eu acho que assim, a base do SW são as runas. Então, como você só vai usar 3 mobs, você só precisaria de 3 mobs runados. Você pode ir transferindo um set de runa para o segundo time, o terceiro time. Então, se a pessoa se programar para comecei o Summoner's War, vou fazer o primeiro gigante, depois o dragão, depois o anecro, você passa uma semaninha em cada e já tem um set de runas interessante. Coloca nos mobs e vai transferindo. Dessa forma você começa a ganhar as partidas. E aí você anima para conseguir mais runas e mais mobs meta.
Beleza, e falando em runa, o que você recomenda? É Violent ou Swift?
Não tem como fazer, cara. Tem que ser Valiant, galera. O proc domina. Às vezes você tem até runas inferiores, né? Eu sei que todo mundo fica tiltado com a Valiant, mas pensa bem, se todo player só ganhar na Swift, você nunca vai ter chance de ganhar dele, né? Porque às vezes sempre vai ter alguém mais rápido que você. Então a Valiant Will acaba às vezes tancando aí um time speed, né?
Dando uma equilibrada, né? Que legal. Então a galera focar em farmar dragão, necro, conseguir aquela Violent, a Will, e já dá pra começar a brincar bastante e competir na Siege, né?
E já virando mid-game, não pode esquecer dos artefatos e vamos grindar essas runas farmando Raid 5, né? Com certeza.
É isso mesmo, e avisando, se tiver alguém da Clandestino no chat, já compartilha aí um link para alguém entrar no Discord, quem precisar de guilda, que a coisa mais linda desse jogo, pelo menos para mim, é a comunidade, são os amigos que a gente faz com isso. Tem alguém que você queria mandar um alô aí, cara, em casa?
Eu tô muito feliz, tem muita gente da Clandestino que veio das guildas, né? Mas é claro, eu vou deixar um te amo, vida, pra minha esposa, ela tá aqui comigo. Veio no evento, tem muitas famílias, Cep. O pessoal vem em família, com as crianças. Cara, esse evento tá maravilhoso. Eu nunca vi um negócio desse tipo, cara. A Campo de Osso tá de parabéns. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui, cara. É uma honra estar aqui com vocês. E para todos os clandestinos, aquele abraço!
Valeu demais, Thiagão. A gente se fala depois, porque a gente tem que ver aqui uma coisa muito legal. A galera entrou aqui e tiveram que aguardar um pouquinho para receber os prêmios, entendeu? Todo mundo que veio pro evento, vem comigo, Jeff. Jeff boladão aqui para mostrar um pouquinho o que a galera tá recebendo aqui, porque eu queria mostrar um pouquinho dos prêmios que eles estão recebendo. Jeff, vem cá com a gente conversar. E é isso aí, estamos aqui com o Jeff Boladão, outro jogador profissional que dessa vez não conseguiu chegar na Copa América. O que faltou aí, Jeff?
É porque em vez de estar concentrado para ir para a Copa América, eu concentrei em fazer menino. Fui fazer menino, aí não deu, cara.
Parabéns, cara, isso é o mais importante, é o melhor Net 5 que existe. Quantos meses que tá aí?
Já vai pro 9º mês já. Daqui a pouco, tá lá, o Jefinho...
Perfeito, não, melhor ainda, cara, então foi por um bom motivo. Fala aí pra gente, vendo essa grande final entre o nosso querido ZEZAS e o grande RAIGEKI, que já foi campeão, o que você acha que vai dar?
Ser sincero, eu não achei o RAIGEKI tão difícil de vencer. Ano passado, 3-0, America's Cup, derrotei, então... Com certeza é ZEZAS. Com certeza o ZEZAS vai ganhar, não tenho dúvidas. Primeiro lugar, RAIGEKI segundo e Pandalek em terceiro. Com certeza.
Beleza. E agora, vamos dizer, o ZEZAS está ali escutando a gente, se preparando antes da partida, já que você já venceu o RAIGEKI. O que você diria para ele? Qual que seria a sua dica aí para ajudar o ZEZAS?
Só manter a calma mesmo, ir em cima dos drafts dele. Ele é bom, mas nem tanto, né? Dá pra ganhar. Cezinho é um menino inteligente, já mostrou que tem capacidade de vencer. Com certeza é nosso. Estou torcendo por ele, conheço ele desde os 16 anos dele, acompanho até hoje e vamos lá para a torcida, é Cezinha.
Beleza, e já está garantido na França, na grande final. E essa é outra pergunta, como a gente sabe, a América nunca trouxe um título mundial. Sempre deu Ásia, China... E agora, quem sabe, é um ano que tem uma grande oportunidade, já que muitos dos vencedores, como o Leste, não estão lá presentes, né? Kylian Bal, nenhum deles. Você acha que é esse o ano? O que você diria que o ZEZAS, chegando na final, o que ele precisa preparar? Será que precisa um pouco mais de runa, um pouco mais de mob, RNG, estratégia, um balance patch? O quê?
Cara, eu acho que calma. Eu acho que ele já tem tudo que é necessário. Os mobs é difícil você subir o nível da runa, de artefatos, essas coisas. Então ele já tem tudo que é necessário. Estuda bem os adversários, faz um bom draft, mantenha calma, que não tem... Ou fórmula mágica não tem. É só fazer o arroz com feijão. GG.
Eu concordo, ele tá pronto, senão não estaria na grande final da Copa América 2025 e vai dar muito show. E agora eu queria te pedir um favor, você pegar ali um dos prêmios pra galera que pegou, pra trazer aqui pra mostrar pra todo mundo que tá em casa, que não pôde ver no evento. Só pega um daqueles ali, uma bolsa ali dos prêmios. Vamos mostrando todo mundo, olha a Juno que está aqui com a gente hoje, sensacional. Não foi vista hoje no draft, ninguém pegou ela ainda, mas quem sabe na grande final a gente vê a Juno aparecer aí, enquanto o Jefinho mostra pra gente. Nossa, é uma mochila mesmo inteira?
Mochila bonita, tá?
Tá doido.
Casaco, a bonezinha. Muito bom.
Olha a Juno aí aparecendo pra galera de casa, lotado todo mundo aqui hoje. E aqui o prêmio que a gente queria mostrar aqui para todo mundo que vem, uma mochila inteira. Eu achei que com uma bolsa. O que é isso? O que tem dentro, Jeff? Tira pra gente. Um blusão do SWC, preto. O que é isso? Dá até para pegar uma chuva aqui, que hoje, infelizmente, não tivemos. Boné e o copo do Velajuel do SWC 2025. Olha isso. Rumo à glória. Path to Glory. Gostou? Não, adorei. Quem sabe eu consigo um desse aí no final, né? Não sei se vou ter a oportunidade, mas o que importa é que temos 2 brasileiros, um na grande final, um na semi e a oportunidade de levar 2 para a final mundial pela primeira vez na história. ZEZAS e Pandalike. Vem aí, muito animado o pessoal em casa. Inclusive eu fiquei sabendo que estava rolando um futebolzinho aí, mas não sei onde que tá a bola, se tá pronto. Vamos lá, tem como a gente ir aqui? É? Vamos ver aqui. Bateu uma bolinha com o nosso querido Kempate tá aqui com a gente, outro criador de conteúdo. E aí, Kempa, fala oi pra galera de casa.
Fala galera, salve, salve, aqui na America's Cup. Um evento sensacional, já estou sem voz aqui.
E Kempa, eu ouvi dizer que você é jogador semi-profissional de futebol, não de Summoner's War.
Então, mas aí é que tá. Embaixadinha nunca foi meu forte. Eu sou bom nas 4 linhas, jogo bola, já participei, né, na categoria de base, inclusive de um time profissional, né? Mas nunca fui de praticar embaixadinha.
Então vamos ver se a gente consegue fazer aqui pelo menos umas 5 embaixadinhas. Começa você. Ué, cada um 5. 5 é o que precisa. Não, você primeiro, os caras mais bonitos, mais primeiro. Não, vamos, só isso. Pra finalizar, pra entrar com chave de ouro aí pra parte final. 2, 3, 4, 5. Conseguiu. Lá vou eu, hein. Preparando aqui pra já deixar o slot e o Monágua muito empolgados. 5. Foi isso aí. Slot e Monágua leva a gente pra grande final e pra disputa do 3º lugar.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the SWC 2025 America's Cup, where we just wrapped up the semifinals and we're moving on to the 3rd and 4th place match. I'm still Evan and I'm still here with Sean B and Topa V. Topa, what have you thought of the game so far?
I mean, the games have been absolutely insane. You know, we've seen so many new monsters. Like, no, I don't think anyone could have predicted the amount of new monsters we've seen. And, you know, I think we still might see some new ones in these games coming up.
I agree, dude. I couldn't have asked for cooler drafts, better games. Like, this has been such a stellar day, Sean.
We got, like, half the balance match in
yeah,
SWC.
We did. Yeah, legitimately.
Like, it's not a YouTube video, but it's actually competitive pro summoners or action here.
Live at the America's Cup with money on the line, which is crazy. And also the trip to Paris on the line. So, as a reminder, we've got RAIGEKI, we've got ZEZAS, who are both qualified to go to the World Finals in Paris on November 1st. Now what we're trying to figure out is who the 3rd is. We have STAYHIVE and Pandalike, who are getting ready to queue up against each other in this upcoming best of 5, because they are going to complete the squad, who will eventually go and compete for our region at the World Finals. So Topa, I'm really liking the way that this team is shaping up.
Absolutely, yeah. There's still a lot of line on the line for these players. You know, there's no more prize money to be won. Both of them have locked up $2,500, and there's, you know, no more of that. But the spot at World Finals is arguably much more valuable and prestigious.
Oh yeah, and Sean, you mentioned how this kind of feels like a YouTube video. We even got a first pick on Taurus. That felt surreal.
Yeah, we got pretty much everything from entertainment to RNG to just misplay to chroma to everything. And right now, Pandalike is getting ready for his match against STAYHIVE. And let's see if he can overcome the challenge that is STAYHIVE.
We'll see how Pandalike is going to take on this one in the upcoming games here. Yeah, Pandalike has been very consistent with his drafts. I've actually been very happy with how Pandalike has played, Topa.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed with his drafts. You know, obviously he wasn't here last year, so you know, some might say the best player took him out last year. That was me, by the way. You know, but Pandalike has been drafting extremely well today, and you know, he has really gave ZEZAS a run for his money as well. But STAYHIVE has brought so many unorthodox monsters to the table, so super excited to see how these two are going to match up there.
Exactly. admittedly varying degrees of success, STAYHIVE was trying his best to figure out a way through the onslaught of what RAIGEKI was bringing earlier today. So we'll have to see how he fares up against Panda-like. This crowd is going absolutely wild for Panda-like right now at the possibility of having not one, but two Brazilian representatives at the World Finals. It's so cool to feel the energy in the room.
I mean, with now ZEZAS in the way, they can fully support Panda-like now, and that is going to be very tough for STAYHIVE to deal with.
Oh yeah, big time, big time. Okay, so Topa, what would these players need to do to come out on top?
Man, you just gotta play your game. You gotta keep your cool. You can't lose that. Because I've been in this position, right? And I lost, right? I did not make it to the World Finals last year. I've been in this third place match. It's so nerve-wracking, right? Because it's your last chance. Everything's gonna be on the line, and you really cannot be making any mistakes there.
Would you say that's what got STAYHIVE in the last one? He lost his cool?
You know, maybe a little bit, right? Like, he's kind of threw a Hail Mary in that last game, right, with that Antares first pick. So, you know, I can't help but think of, obviously, there's got to be a better way, right? Like, even against someone as tough as RAIGEKI, who has not lost the game today, he did lose a game in the prelims, right? He wasn't here last year, so he is not undefeatable.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I agree with you, because as cool as Antares' first pick is, it is kind of throwing caution to the wind and just admitting I don't have a direct way to deal with this, so I'm going to let Antares see if he can figure it out, right, Sean?
Pretty much, and I hope STAYHIVE go back to what got him to G3 in the first place. You know, remember the past, remember the training arc that he did, so that he can bring out the draft that get him here.
Yeah, cue the training arc montage, right? You know, of everything that STAYHIVE did to get here. Because, you know, as much as we're saying stay blessed and everything like that, STAYHIVE has done a wonderful job to make it all the way up to the prelims. He put up a really good fight in his games today, and he is, without a doubt, one of the best players within the Americas region. So this is going to be a pretty intense game. You can hear them getting queued up and ready to go. Guys, who will be the third representative for the Americas region at the World Finals on November 1st? We're gonna find out right the heck now. We got Panda-like versus STAYHIVE in this upcoming best of 5. Sean, Topa, take it away.
It's gonna be so exciting, guys. Some might say this is arguably more valuable than the final itself, because this is where a ticket is on the line. The finalists have both secured their tickets to the World Final, whereas we're getting into STAYHIVE is still staying true to his Oliver pre-ban ways.
And here we go. We got the Oliver pre-ban. First pick for Panda-like might be that good old Sierra.
Yeah, could be that Sierra, could also be going for a... Okay, I was not expecting the patter, because I don't think STAYHIVE has a patter, so taking that LD monster, it has been very impactful in drafts, but still, first picking it, you know, STAYHIVE could make a whole counter for that now.
Oh, I'm not sure what is the actual counter to this guy. I think this might be strip provoke, but STAYHIVE's gonna go for the light Gojo with a strip pushback, and we have an early Anavel as well. Maybe both are leaning into the Bruiser draft.
Yeah, this could be our first, like, true, real bruiser match of the day here, too. You know, we've seen a couple, like, pseudo-bruisers, but now we see Sierra and Gianna being locked in, and that is not looking so bruiser anymore, Sean.
You know what? That is a lot of damage coming from Panda-like. STAYHIVE might as well lock in some sort of a turn 1 aggression. I feel like a good old segment right now might be a very, very good idea.
Yeah, something like that. Obviously, Hey Gang could be pretty good. Goes for the Okeanos instead. I think we saw in previous rounds that Panda-like's Gianna was on a violent build. If he has not changed those runes, STAYHIVE's Okeanos and other monsters may be looking to outspeed this monster and take control right away.
I'm loving the fact that we're not seeing Oliver Jogan in the first 3 picks, and we are seeing something a little bit different here, but we got the Fire Bayak, the Jack of all trade, and we got Josephine, the one-man army against STAYHIVE. And the last pick of STAYHIVE probably need to be something that's gonna hard carry, but instead, he's gonna go in with a support character. I wonder if that's gonna be enough though.
Yeah, the Kovarch that we saw earlier, that didn't do a whole lot. You know, it was off will and kind of just control the entire match. So with the Kovarch pick here, you're kind of leaning towards a Gianna ban, right? You only really have Okeanos reset to answer that. And if Okeanos is banned, which it is, you know, that Gianna has to be banned out, and STAYHIVE wisely chooses to do that.
Pretty much, and also I don't know who's gonna really benefit from the attack buff of the Kovachi. We don't have like a Miying, a Misty, a Meiho Wong right there. So he's kind of there as a immunity and cooldown support unit for the most part.
It seems like he's also there for the turn 1 attack bar boost. It actually takes turn 1 there. And now STAYHIVE getting a double stun, but actually on 2 monsters that don't matter.
And unfortunately, oh, that is not going to work out. But STAYHIVE doesn't really have a way to control anyone, so all the debuff is actually going to go away after this.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting STAYHIVE throw all of his skills right then and there, because we know the pattern is going to be cleansing, and it's going to be cleansing the whole team, so all of STAYHIVE's skills are now on cooldown, and all the work he did is basically gone.
So he is kind of throwing the Hail Mary, but literally.
Yeah, and by getting the correct buff removed there on the Light Gojo, gets rid of the Light Gojo, and Panda is in a commanding position here.
STAYHIVE getting another turn with the Tian Lang. Maybe he's going to be able to do some work right there, but he needed the extra turn to do some real damage because the Panda and the Firebite is going to provide a bit more healing very, very soon. Annabelle get an additional turn, but did not escape the Josephine passive. And Josephine with the provoke is ready to go on to the Tian Lang. Oh, did not get that.
Yeah, surprised that he chose to go for the provoke on the Tian Lang since Annabelle did have the cleanse available anyways, and the Annabelle did not have any buff, so that would have been a 2-turn provoke there. That was a very clutch stun on the fire bike, however, to prevent the skill 3 from coming off. But now, I mean, Panda he has the protection, he has the control, and he has the damage to take this game home.
He's forced to cleanse right there. Did not get a chance to AoE, but missed the bomb onto the Tian Lang. Tian Lang is looking like she's about to drop that skill too, but he's gonna get stunned by the Panda, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the fire break taking the additional turn. Another silence coming through. This Tian Lang is being constantly worked down, and STAYHIVE is just on such a back foot. He needs all of this RNG, and even then, I don't think he can make his way back in this game.
He's Panda is going to focus all onto the Tian Lang because that is the main damage left coming out from STAYHIVE. And the Tian Lang is not going to go down just yet because Tian Lang is a very, very tanky character. But the Fire Banyak with the skill 3. Here we go. Is it going to be enough?
No defense break at all, so Tian Lang is still standing. But that cleanse and the heal coming out of the fire bike is still just so impactful. And even with that boost on the Annabelle, she does not move in front of Tian Lang. Now Sierra's bomb available and detonate.
Here we go, the bomb connected, and Panda is gonna take down the Panda, and GG!
That is game 1 going Panda-like's way. STAYHIVE with this Kovarchi is really not doing much for him.
Moving on to game 2 between Panda-like and STAYHIVE.
Yeah, we'll see the pre-bans coming here up shortly. As you know, the Oliver cannot be pre-banned this time.
All right, let's see what's the pre-ban in here. We got the Oliver and the Ella in the previous round. I wonder what's gonna be.
We see 2 LDs being banned out in the round here. The Tian Lang as well as the Patter are out. You know, those may have been the most impactful monsters. And we see just how much Panda-like has been favoring this Patter in these games.
And let's see what's going to be the first pick. STAYHIVE's going to get the Light Gojo in the first pick here for Panda-like. I think it's going to be a classic case, but it's going to switch to an Annabelle. Not the classic case of speed lead into Jogun, but it's going to be Annabelle together with something that's going to lock in a bruiser position for Panda-like once again.
Yes, they have really favoring this Light Gojo, and it has been working very well for him, but not so much in the last game there. You know, it got taken out very, very early. But Panda-like doesn't want STAYHIVE to get that strip from the Light Gojo into the AoE slows and defense breaks from the Annabelle. So takes that combo away, and STAYHIVE now see another new monster that we haven't seen today in a Vivid Shell.
I mean, that is probably one of the strongest monster in my opinion in a bruiser lineup, because the moment you can speed tune it to go, or if the speed tune situation turned out to be very good for you, you can snipe anything easily, regardless of how tanky it is.
Yeah, Vivid Shell, very strong monster in the current meta as well. You know, that is such a volatile monster. If you happen to move right before you at the wrong time, right, you're gonna get swapped, you're gonna be at 1 HP, and you're gonna be taken out with no problem.
And over there, we got the Gianna getting picked up. No Heiga on the field. We got the Shizuka getting picked up for even more debuff and borrowing the invincibility of the Shiho. Over there, STAYHIVE's going to go with the Ella and the Oliver. So that's probably going to be a Gianna ban. Seeing that, let's see what Panda is going to do to deal with the enemy here. He's going to ban out the Oliver, pick a strong water unit. Chow, I mean, not really. But let's see what's going to be here.
Yep, Panda-like might even be... Oh my goodness. We're seeing another Paul Phoenix. I did not expect this. I was thinking maybe he could go for another immunity monster and ban out the Light Gojo, because then that would only leave the Shiho as a buff remover. You could maybe just have more immunity that STAYHIVE can really deal with. But the Vivid Shell remains a big problem here.
I think the Waterpaw Phoenix is definitely going to be there to deal with the AoE attack coming out from the Gojo and the Shiho. They're trying to sneak in between with the Revenge into a Strip, into a Provoke. But the chance for that chain of event to happen is actually very, very small. So here we go. The threat state might have to control the Oliver, but who knows? Here we have the second game between Pandalike and STAYHIVE, and Gianna get to stay on the field.
Yep. STAYHIVE picking up so much sustain and immediate monster that he thinks that he does not need to ban out this Gianna. I wonder how the speed tuning is. I think it looks like that Gianna is moving in front of the Annabelle. So if this monkey stuns the Gianna, she will be locked down.
Here we go. Big stun from the monkey. Oh, no stun coming out from the Shio. Big stun coming out from the Megumi though.
But the light Gojo is faster than Gianna, and we see the Oliver is also moving next, so that Gianna will be getting reset here. They have actually not risking anything and just opting to go for that skill. But oh my god, what is that?
Oh, STAYHIVE is tasting his own medicine with the double resistance coming out from the Oliver, and Gianna is gonna drop a fat stun onto the Viva, onto the Gojo. Things are looking very, very good for STAYHIVE.
That is just incredible. I guess, you know, it goes both ways right there, you know. He did not AoE to make it so that the ball did not get that invincibility, but Oliver just absolutely doing nothing. Shiho now looking to patch it up, but only getting one stun.
Here comes another stun for the Fire Megumi. There's nothing that STAYHIVE can do. None of the cleansers are awake to cleanse away the stun and the bomb, and the damage of STAYHIVE is being healed away by the Annabelle as well.
Yeah, once again, we see the brutal power of Gianna in this game. You know, Gianna gets that turn, gets to go off, and it's basically just game over at that point. You know, it's just so backbreaking, especially paired with that 3-turn defense break and 2-turn slow, which is your opponent's not moving. And Annabelle even getting a sleep, adding insult to injury at this point, Sean.
Oh my god, this Annabelle doing so much work. Gianna is kind of done with what she needs to do. The bomb's going to take down the Viva, the bomb's going to take down the Light Gojo, and the Fire Megumi is going to absolutely shut down the Oliver once again, almost, but it will. And there's nothing that STAYHIVE can do. He might have the Shio, but for how long can he keep this up?
Yeah, this monkey would need a generational performance right here to bring this back, and even with that hit, it is slowed. I don't think this is losable for Pandalike at this point anymore.
One more bomb is coming out very, very soon from the Gianna, but oh my god, Pandalike is getting another additional turn. That's going to take down the Gojo. The Gianna is going to do so much damage into the Oliver, and the Shio is nowhere near to be seen because he's being slowed down by the Annabelle earlier.
Yeah, this is just absolutely crazy. No, STAYHIVE's luck has definitely run out because he is not getting much this game. Pandalike is getting all the procs, all the resist, and the home court advantage is just proving to be undefeatable.
And unfortunately for Shiho, it might look like it was one of the strongest units in the game, but not strong enough. Pandalike is going to take game 2.
And he is now at match point here. This is incredible stuff, you know. In his hometown here, Pandalike is at match point 2-0 against STAYHIVE. That is an incredible feat for STAYHIVE to, you know, maybe potentially try and come back from this.
Here we go, guys. Round 3 between Pandalike and STAYHIVE. And what is going to be the pre-ban? We might be seeing a Gianna pre-ban. It's going to be a Gianna and Ella pre-ban. First pick for Pandalike. Is he going to take the pad situation once again that he did? Or is he going to switch to stealing the Annabelle from STAYHIVE?
Yeah, no surprise there on the Gianna pre-ban. You know, obviously we saw just how much that monster did in the last game. Obviously got quite lucky, and Pandalike is really just favoring this pattern. You know, I mean, it has done extremely well for him, but you would think that surely there's a counter to the pattern.
There sure is a counter to the pattern, but that doesn't exist in STAYHIVE book just yet. And we got the Josephine to deal with the Fire Megumi. We're probably going to see a damage dealer come out from Pandalike here, and that's going to be the Fire Bayak to do the damage they need to do.
I would almost like to see STAYHIVE pick up that Wind Gojo again. You know, that is the 3-turn provoke. Patter does not cleanse provoke. It's similar to the Fire Monkey. You can't really stun the Patter, but you can provoke it. So picking up something like the Wind Gojo right there would be pretty good. But Pandalike already does have a Fire Cleanser in that Fire Bayek there.
Oh, we got that double Gojo action coming out from STAYHIVE. Maybe that's going to be enough to deal with Pandalike, but we got the Angela getting picked up to provide the healing for the team as well. But Pandalike might need another unit here to provide the team with a bit of momentum if you get controlled by the Wind Gojo.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of control coming out of STAYHIVE side with just that one monster. And, you know, Pandalike is definitely assuming the the turn 2 position here with all these cleansers, healers, and passive monsters. He currently has 4 passive monsters in his team.
We got maybe going to see the Dark Gojo coming out from STAYHIVE here to provide that AoE Oblivion to shut down Panda-like in this position.
Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy, you know. Then we see nearly every single Gojo today, which I also was not expecting. You know, it's quite a treat to see these. Also, an interesting note is that in the previous games, at least, that Water Gojo wasn't Vampire. So is STAYHIVE really picking that as a solo monster and something that Panda-like's bringing right now?
Oh, we got the Dark Demon Beelzebub showed up for STAYHIVE. That unit ignore defense, which is very good against that Abelio right there. And also there's no cooldown reset on the side of Panda-like, which means no way to kill the demon and keep it dead.
Yeah, there's no way to kill that demon, but there's also no AoE damage on the Panda-like side, so he can't really incidentally be hitting that demon. But since that recent buff the demon, you are quite free to drain your own HP with that skill too.
I mean, there is the shield that's going to reflect on the demon, and that's going to hurt the demon quite a fair bit, which might be a very good news for STAYHIVE.
Yeah, that is actually a great point there, Sean. And as we get in this game, the Wind Gojo actually takes the turn 1, so some poor tuning on STAYHIVE side as well. You know, you would like to have that Water Gojo go first, get the buff remove off, and then get the provokes from the Wind Gojo. But now you actually used all of your buff removes, and the immunity just hasn't been deployed yet.
Yeah, I am not too sure about the decisions being made by STAYHIVE in terms of the speed tuning and the skill usage, and the damage he's doing is not exactly working out too well as well, because the demon did not do a whole lot of damage.
Okay, but why did he not buff immunity there either? I feel like there's some misplace definitely going on here. You know, now Panda-like actually just letting STAYHIVE get this kill to the control, but STAYHIVE actually making even more misplaced here. He's making this Dark Patter be the lowest HP, meaning that Angel will be cleansing it.
I mean, things are looking really good for any side at all. Maybe Panda-like doesn't really care that he's getting provoked, because he has so much healing, he has so much turn to get in between that it doesn't really matter. He still gets the immunity up. The demon's gonna get a turn here with the skill too, but is he gonna use it though? There's really no way to kill anyone that early just yet because of the shield coming out from the Angela, and STAYHIVE team is getting lower and lower every time he uses any skill against Angela.
Yeah, that Wind Gojo with that skill 2 nearly dropping to half health. I would like to see him utilize this skill 2 from the Dark Demon. You get that HP lower faster, make it a threat, make it so that Panda-like has to kill that monster here early.
And here we go. Maybe this is the moment that he's gonna be able to do some damage to somebody here, and that's gonna be the Panda, but Bedo's gonna heal it back pretty much immediately.
Yeah, not enough damage there, but you are dropping your HP now. And now if you get another skill 2 off, that is going to be a lot of damage and definitely going to be one-shotting something. But I don't know, it might be too little too late at this point.
Megumi's gonna be the first one to fall, and the Gojo combo is not exactly doing anything as well. And the demon might be really strong, but is it gonna be enough?
Yeah, the demon does have the potential to revive these monsters later in the game as well. So if he can get some kills, it could still bring this game back, but I mean, Panda-like is just so far ahead at this point.
But most demons are also built rather slow, so getting a turn for the demon is already a struggle. Getting a turn, oh my god, the Wind Gojo get reflected to death, and now if Panda-like can take down the Water Gojo demon, is not gonna be a problem.
You know, there's actually an interesting interaction here. The Water Gojo is built on Vampire, so he might actually be built to last, and that might give the Dark Demon just enough time to get his skills off. And now Panda-like is actually opting to go for the Demon here.
But the Demon's gonna die to reflect damage, which means the Demon's about to come back to life. But remember, the Demon doesn't get an additional turn, which means if Panda-like gets more than full attack bar, he still moves when the Demon comes back to life.
Even with the demon coming back to life, I don't think there's a monster on STAYHIVE's side that would be able to deal with the other 3 monsters. Even if this Water Gojo would definitely be the one monster that could do it, as it is on Vampire, but the reflect damage from the shield is too much.
I mean, we probably will get to see a demon hype moment, but it will remain as a hype moment, but not a turning moment for STAYHIVE, and it's about to happen here. The Water Gojo is getting dangerously low right now, and the demon is about to pop up.
The demon will be popping up. The big question is, who will it be reviving, and who is the target that STAYHIVE choose to go for? Is it actually the Angel to get rid of that reflect damage from the shields?
It'll be funny if the demon goes up and dies to an additional turn though. I'll laugh so hard right now. It's about to happen. Demon showed up, Demon's about to ignore defense, and Demon's about to die to reflect damage.
Yeah, he's also going to seppuku here, and there goes, and it's the Wind Gojo coming back, and there's no way Wind Gojo is going to win this match.
Poor Demon, the only thing he gets is darkness.
Yeah, that is just a fantastic 3-0 for Panda-like!
Panda-like is going to Paris. He is our third representative for the Americas region. And the crowd is going absolutely crazy.
Wow, just what an incredible performance. You know, the home court advantage is really proving to be true. Now, if ZEZAS manages to win this whole thing, this is going to be absolutely insane. The Brazilians are just undefeatable, man.
This place would be shaking, bro. It already is. The desk is moving underneath us. Panda-like has secured his ticket to the World Finals on November 1st. And he has made sure that STAYHIVE stays home.
Oh! But maybe this is the year for the South American folks, because last year we got ZEZAS, this year we got ZEZAS and Panda-like. They are gaining momentum on the American region of Summoners here.
They are on the up and up, man. This tempo is unbeatable. They truly cannot be stopped here. They are feeding off this energy, and it is accelerating them to the World Finals, Topa. This has been so crazy, dude.
Yeah, this has been absolutely insane. It's just so crazy to see. We're here in Brazil, and both Brazilians have performed basically their fullest potential, right? The only time Panda-like lost so far is to another Brazilian.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, dude. It just feels like they are completely unstoppable. And now we have one more game to look forward to, and I am so happy to say that it is RAIGEKI versus ZEZAS. This is going to be a wild way to finish out this day of spectacular games. Like, again, guys, I feel so spoiled. This has been like the perfect Summoners War competitive scene where we've seen crazy picks. We've seen everything that I love about SWC. Sean, walk me through some of these highlights we're seeing.
I think it's just impeccable drafting, immaculate performance by every single unit of Panda. Like he's trying to go bruiser, it worked out really fine. He went with the Waterpaw Phoenix and get a W. That is also incredible. And lastly, we have that game where he just dominated the opponent and STAYHIVE. It was just nothing that he could do. The shield from Angela, the immunity, the healing, it was just so much for him to handle.
Yeah, and on that third game, you know, I think, Topa, you called out a few of those, the potential misplays. We had some weird tuning in the beginning as well. I think we might have started to see some of that drain on the mental fortitude towards the end, perhaps, for STAYHIVE.
Definitely. I'm not sure it really would have made a difference there, because Panda-like's team was just so resilient that last game, having all those heals, all those shields. I'm not sure STAYHIVE could have really made a dent in the end either.
Yeah, and unfortunately for STAYHIVE, those last few games were spent largely similarly to what happened with RAIGEKI. It was a lot of brainstorming, a lot of acting on the fly, a lot of improv, right, Sean? Like, you know, so it ultimately got him here.
And now we're moving on to the next round. It's going to be the final to see who's going to win $10,000. And also RAIGEKI is now stepping in between the Brazilian fans and the biggest celebration for ZEZAS.
And here it is, guys. This is, you know what? Topa called it and said that last game was probably the most important game in the sense of figuring out who our representatives are for the finals, because everybody is now qualified. But here we stand at the moment where we can finally get an answer to the question, who can make RAIGEKI sweat? Will it be ZEZAS? Can ZEZAS push RAIGEKI even to lose one round? I would love to see a fifth game here, Topa.
Absolutely. We've been speaking about unstoppable, the Brazilians, but who really has been unstoppable is RAIGEKI. He has not lost a single game today, and that is just, you know, that's pretty much unheard of. Like, that just doesn't happen, and, you know, we have moving on to the finals here with ZEZAS. He's definitely going to give RAIGEKI a run for his money.
Oh yeah, sweeps like this are so rare in SWC. The fact that RAIGEKI's gotten here with no losses is truly a testament to the kind of player that he is. Like, that is a statement here. So, Sean, what are you anticipating from ZEZAS and RAIGEKI?
It's pretty much unpredictable for RAIGEKI at this point, because he has brought out some of the weirdest things we've seen in SWC, and he make it work.
Yeah, it's true. Very, very true. And like we pointed out earlier too, I did like getting to see Panda get a win on board with that water polo Phoenix, because it's like we saw the vision with some earlier, right? But it's like we didn't actually get to see that happen. I'm excited to see what RAIGEKI pulls out of his back pocket for this one, because we know that he still has at least one semi-secret weapon. I wouldn't call it a secret weapon, but we've gotten so fortunate today with all these weird picks and pulling out weird dubs from nowhere. I can't wait to see if RAIGEKI actually goes that deep, Topa.
Yeah, can he actually remain undefeated, And on that Pole Phoenix, I'm not sure it was really the Pole Phoenix that got the win there. I feel like it's largely due to the performance of the Gianna in that game, but it was still cool to see nonetheless. Like, that Dark Nina game, right? How much did Dark Nina really do? But, still won the game.
But it was still cool, so I still count it as a dub for the unit. Guys, you can hear everyone going crazy in the background, and that's because ZEZAS and RAIGEKI are getting ready on the tournament stage right now. Look at that energy. Look at the support that they are bringing here to the venue for the America's Cup in SWC 2025. I hate to say it, but we're about to enter the last game of the day, Topa.
Yeah, it's a bit bittersweet, but what a finale this is. These are both world-class players, and, I couldn't have asked for a better final, to be completely honest.
I totally agree, Sean. This has been a day filled with World Finals level of matches, so I feel totally satisfied with all this.
No, satisfied? No, I want more. I'm not satisfied just yet. Give me
He's still
more.
Hungry. He's still hungry. I love it, dude. But yeah, this is a great three going to represent the region. One last time, Topa, we got ZEZAS' player profile up here. Tell us a bit about ZEZAS.
Yeah, I mean, he does not need an introduction. He is absolutely the crowd favorite, and he did so well last year. He's done so well this year, and I'm super excited to see what he does against RAIGEKI with all this. Maybe the Chao pick comes back here.
Maybe it does. Sean, tell us about RAIGEKI. Will all roads lead to Chao?
Oh, maybe. But I wonder what RAIGEKI is going to do to counter the Akroma that will eventually come up on the side of ZEZAS as well. But knowing RAIGEKI, he probably have 5 Akroma counter lined up right now.
RAIGEKI's got quite the poker face today. He has largely held his composure the entire time. So I'm really wanting to see if ZEZAS can put that pressure on, put him in a corner, make him think even further outside the box, even further than Lexi, Topa.
That would be amazing to see. I would love to see what other tools RAIGEKI has in his box. We have not seen everything. This man has prepared so much, and I didn't expect this level of preparation from RAIGEKI, but it is great to see he has really come with his A game here today, and it has paid off.
Yeah, we talked about how these players prepare leading up to the tournament, and I was quite surprised to hear how many new monsters RAIGEKI had prepared for today. Not the Veronica notwithstanding. It's very much ready and raring to go if he wants to deploy it. We'll see if ZEZAS demands it. I can't wait. Sean, we're about to get into it, man. One last time, who's your favorite?
Whoever picks a very fun and exciting for me personally.
Great answer.
That has to be RAIGEKI at the moment. Even though ZEZAS' pick have been very impeccable, but it has been very, very standard as well. Very by the books in a way. But RAIGEKI pick has been like, whoa, hold on, wait a minute kind of style. And I kind of like that a lot.
Oh, yeah. Guys, there's $10,000 on the line and a championship title. One of these players will be our America's Cup champion this year. This is going to be incredible. We're going to find out who that will be after a best of 5 right now. I can't wait to see where these players go, where these matches take them, how deep in the box will they go. And Topa, we're going to the World Finals on November 1st.
We are. That's going to be super exciting. And once again, we have a very good group of representatives. I think, Americas could really give the rest of the world a run for their money. I think we might take the champion home this year.
This could be our year, chat. This could be our year. Don't you start with me, Sean. You're stuck in the middle. That's hilarious.
We haven't seen them yet, okay? Here we go, guys. Is it going to be the local champion or the semi-retired man, RAIGEKI?
We'll find out after this finals match at the America's Cup for SWC 2025. Sean, Topa, take it away.
Here we go. We have Fire Megumi and the Light Horang in the pre-bans, getting right into it. RAIGEKI, does have the Oliver available here, not in the pre-bans this time.
finally the light Twarang getting the respect that he deserves. And RAIGEKI with the first pick is going to be going in with the Oliver. And over there we got the Jogan, we got the Sierra getting picked up as well for ZEZAS. Very standard first 3 pick right there from these 2 players. And we got the Shiho as well, and the Light Twin Angel or the LD5 Jogan.
Yeah, I must say I'm a bit disappointed here, Sean. You know, we are seeing very much by the book picks right here. You know, I guess there's that light twins that not a lot of players have, but RAIGEKI has been utilized that to great effect, you know, today and beyond.
And ZEZAS is still thinking about how is he going to counter this Oliver and the Shiho right there. The Josephine is going to be able to counter the Shiho, but we got the Vert getting picked up here, potentially on triple revenge to counter the Light Twin as well. One of the most classic way to counter an AoE attack. And RAIGEKI with the Sonya to snipe out the Sierra and the Josephine. Very good draft by RAIGEKI.
Yeah, he's really bringing the heat here, and he really didn't like seeing that Vert Hell, and he's like, oh, come on, really, bro? We're already going to RNG here in the game 1.
Exactly. Like, we're not in 2018. Why are you picking Vert right now? But we got the Chandra getting picked up by RAIGEKI for the AoE slow. We got the Layla getting picked up by ZEZAS as well to sneak in a lot of slow, a lot of despair stun, all that good stuff. Let's see what's going to be the ban. I think that is definitely going to be the Sonya ban. It's probably going to be a Vert ban, and RAIGEKI is going to take that first turn, control ZEZAS.
Ooh, ZEZAS last second changes his pick for a Gio there, you know, looking to get a little bit more disruption, thinking that Layla is just not going to be getting enough here. And as you mentioned, probably going to be seeing that Sonya ban, as there are 2 speed leads on RAIGEKI's side, so he's guaranteed to go first here. Bans out that bans out the Josephine here instead, so that his monkey can look to stun this Vertihal turn 1.
Man, I am a professional Gio hater. That unit is one of the most annoying thing under the sun. And here we go. We're going to stun on the Vert. And the Gio is going to take a turn immediately. Slapping. Ooh. Oh, she missed the opportunity to control the Oliver. And here comes the Light Twin. The Chandra might be in despair as well. Missed the Ciara though.
That is a huge miss on the Sierra. That is definitely the monster that he wanted to control with this Oliver. Now he has to make a choice here. Does he use skill 3, or does he just opt for that skill 1 to try and get rid of this immunity on the Sierra? Goes this coming, still getting resisted.
Oh, this Sierra is built different, but the Jogan's going to lose the attack bar to the Oliver. Oliver's going to eat that bomb from the Sierra, but the Oliver's going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Oliver getting an additional turn to reset maybe the Gio that's about to take a turn.
Yeah, probably has to go over this Gio here. No, opts to go over the Sierra instead. Just looking to tank this Gio skill 2. This Gio skill 2 probably going on this Water Monkey, trying to stop her moving, but no, just use to go for the damage on this Steven Smoke and Chandra.
ZEZAS trying to get as many despairs in as possible, but he's the one getting stunned by the Shio. Shio's going to get an extra turn for all the attack money he gained, and Sierra's not going to be able to provide the damage even with the additional turn. RAIGEKI saw the future with that violent proc from Sierra.
Yeah, he saw the future there indeed. Chose to reset that instead. Now getting rid of the Vertihal. Vertihal never took a turn this match. It was fully controlled from the start. Now Oliver's looking to do a lot of damage, and that Sierra's looking dangerous low. When that drops, I think RAIGEKI is home free here.
Here comes the trick of water, slow debuff once again. Gio did not perform for ZEZAS, and RAIGEKI still the undefeated semi-retired player.
That is just incredible. You know, ZEZAS made that last second change with that from that Layla to the Gio, and I bet he's regretting that right now. Gio did not land anything.
Yeah, that's why I hate Gio so much. She can be the most annoying thing, or she can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that is, you know, double-edged sword right there. You know, those activation rates are high, but resistance plays a big factor. I've seen today. We've seen a lot of double resistance on max accuracy units, like Okeano's getting resisted, Oliver double resisted. It's just off the charts here today.
And what comes next going to be the light Hwarang coming from RAIGEKI. So how is ZEZAS plan to stop this monstrosity from RAIGEKI here?
Yeah, he picks up that Water Monkey in that first pick. RAIGEKI already countering with that Josephine right there, as well as picking up this very trusted Sierra. ZEZAS going to his 100 resistance Vela Jewel here now.
Ooh, ZEZAS going to go for that Vela and Chandra. Are we seeing Cigar next as well? RAIGEKI is going to have a little taste of the meta from the previous year here. But the Riley is getting picked up with the light Hwarang. Ooh, that attack buff for the bomb and the damage on the is going to be really good. But with a lack of strip, probably going to be the Vela Jewel ban here.
Yeah, quite interesting to see, you know, the Riley coming here play once again from RAIGEKI, you know. ZEZAS does still have a lot of damage on his side and does have picks available. And now we're seeing a Christina, you know, that is a monster that does counter like Horang.
Yep, exactly, because Christina's skill 4 actually will not glance. So that's going to do a lot of damage and put Oblivion onto the Hwarang, and that's going to be a lot of work. That might be a force ban for RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI, all road lead back to Chow, and Christina is going to be banned on the worst stage of SWC.
And guess who's through the draft? Chow has made it into the game. We'll see. The RAIGEKI's Chow did make it through once, and it did win the game. So we'll see if he can repeat that performance here once again.
Ciara did not get stunned. Josephine's about to get a turn, and she will take care of this Velaju.
Oh!
But the Velaju is going to get a violent proc to get the immunity up, and things are not looking good for RAIGEKI. But hey, Chow, very good on paper, exactly for this moment.
Yeah, RAIGEKI definitely has fail safes here. You know, he has this light Horang, skill 2, doesn't go for the monkey. I thought he would go for the monkey, just trying to kill it right away, because both Light Horang skill 2 and Chow skill 2 would go through that invincibility.
He probably want to get rid of the AoE slow debuff as quickly as possible so that Chow can be a very, very strong late game monster.
Yeah, that is definitely what RAIGEKI is going for. You know, this Light Horang is also just ramping up, getting that speed from the passive, but now the Ashore getting that heal off, and Chandra is looking quite healthy. First hit Divas break, that's a lot of damage coming on the Light Horang.
But unfortunately, it's not going to go down that easily. We've got a shield for the Josephine right there, and Chow's about to get another turn.
Yeah, I know, it's all eyes on this Chow pretty much at this point. All roads lead to Chow. Can Chow maybe get a violent proc here to get rid of this Chandra?
Unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy, and Chandra is still rather healthy right now. Light Hwarang is about to get another turn, but no! Light Hwarang is not going to go down just yet. Light Hwarang is going to get another turn to do very good damage on the Chandra, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that elemental advantage passive from the Light Horang is doing so much work. It's so tanky with that passive. Shiho just glancing so much damage. But Ashore getting on his Chandra, still doesn't have heal available. So this Chandra will be going down here, and all eyes are on this Chow, but that resist is huge.
But that is exactly why Chow was drafted, is for this moment right here where he will stand strong against 3 enemies and still may win the fight.
Absolutely no. Chow was picked as that fail-safe condition here. Here we go. It is 3v1 against the Chow. No pushbacks, no slows. There are still defense breaks present.
Oh, but the crit for the fire unit might be troublesome. Chow looking for a target. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the Shio? Is it going to be...
Oh my god!
The Chow doing so much damage, but not enough to bring down the Shio! And Chow is about to go down, but Chow's not going to go down just yet. Chow will not get a turn. This might be GG.
That is GG right there. Just barely, Shiho barely hanging on right there, you know. Not getting the kill on that Shiho, and Shiho getting that skill 3, obviously doing a lot of damage, and Chow doesn't quite have it in him to take that game there.
As a #1 Chow hater, that was a very pleasing game for me personally. ZEZAS!
I believe it, you know, and ZEZAS has shown it is possible to defeat RAIGEKI. He is not unbeatable.
We're back to square one for RAIGEKI and ZEZAS, and we got the Megumi pre-ban, we got the Oliver pre-ban, and let's go and see what is RAIGEKI's first pick here.
Yeah, what will RAIGEKI first pick here? You know, Oliver is in the pre-ban, so is the Megumi, so a lot of speed leads away. I assume RAIGEKI will be going for a Ciara first here, but no, it is the Shiho that has been so influential for both players.
Let's see what ZEZAS is going to do with the Ciara and the Jogan for the first pick here. RAIGEKI, no more Oliver. What is going to be speed lead? He did have the Chandra runed up for the speed lead if he wants to go that way. Oh, it's going to switch to maybe... Does he have an LD speed lead though? It's going to be a Layla getting picked up by RAIGEKI here. Maybe he's not going to be going for the Chandra that early just yet, but it's going to be a Chiwu getting picked up by RAIGEKI.
Yeah, he has been utilizing Chiwu in all 2 matchups so far, and now in this 3rd matchup as well. You know, that Chiwu has been doing a lot of damage, has been fast, and obviously providing that speed lead for that turn 1 threat.
But now ZEZA's going to go for the Max Res Vela, the procs on command, and we got the Josephine picked up as well to deal with the Shio. RAIGEKI with the Rakan that was banned in the previous game. Will it make a show this time around? And we have another strip coming out from RAIGEKI, 3 AoE strip, and ZEZA's with the last pick, Aya. Absolutely incredible.
But that Aya is definitely going, or not definitely, but most likely going to be getting banned out. Doesn't really matter what the last pick from ZEZAS was. I think RAIGEKI is quite content banning that out. And once again, our content, Rakan is banned out.
Rakan, after being buffed by the balance patch, being drafted by the master drafter RAIGEKI, it's just so dangerous that he just cannot see the light of day.
Yeah, you know, I actually got the pleasure of seeing this Rakan's runes before the games here, and it was quite juicy. You know, now RAIGEKI may be exploiting the fact that this Velajul is 100 res and not getting the stun, therefore now Layla could silence it. Can he get the silence? Nothing lands on this Velajul.
This Velajul is resisting every single debuff from the enemy, and the Heigang has no way to stop it. The Jogan is about to take a turn. ZEZAS might be coming out on top in this draft because RAIGEKI threw everything at the wall, but nothing stick.
Yeah, there's just not enough follow-up from RAIGEKI. You know, having those triple AoE buff removers really, and you know, Layla, Chiwu, and the Heigang, and then the 30,000 bomb. Chiho is gone, and ZEZAS will definitely be taking game 3 here.
Set 3 might be done. There's nothing that RAIGEKI could do. His follow-up game was just not strong enough to control the Velajul, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really just came down to that, you know, the Heigang is such a dead pick there. You know, that Rakan ban, there's just not enough follow-up. Layla is so inconsistent, especially into a fire monster like Velajul.
He definitely needs a stronger follow-up that could push back the Velajul to keep it down. But unfortunately, the Velajul stay and the Ciara managed to get a bomb onto the Shiho.
Yeah, ZEZAS is now going to be sitting at match point here against RAIGEKI. Can ZEZAS really be? Are the Brazilians undefeated in Brazil?
Another bomb onto the Layla. GG! ZEZAS is so close to winning the America Cup.
It is absolutely crazy. You know, the crowd is going wild. I can't hear myself. I can't hear anything else other than the crowd. But we're going on to possibly the last game here as RAIGEKI needs to win or ZEZAS will take the trophy.
The most beautiful day for the Brazilian Summoner community is about to happen. We have ZEZAS stepping into game 4 with the Light Twin pre-ban and the Oliver first pick for ZEZAS.
Yeah, will ZEZAS go on that Shiho trend? You know, it did not work out for RAIGEKI in this last match, but ZEZAS still prioritizing no, going for that Ciara, knowing that the win speed leader is just so valuable.
What is going to be the response from RAIGEKI though? It's just when the beast within him wake up and choose violence. We got the Shiho getting first pick by RAIGEKI. No more Oliver. It might be the Fire Megumi for RAIGEKI, but it's going to be the Joe Gun early pick instead.
Yeah, I definitely do like that, you know, taking those very meta monsters away from ZEZAS. ZEZAS has the answer ready. The 100 res Velajul is back to play again with the Heigang. How can RAIGEKI deal with this when he does not have his Light Twins available? Is this the Veronica angle?
It might be a beautiful Veronica angle, but we do have the Sona getting picked up here to put a lot of pressure onto the Ciara and maybe the Heigang as well, but he definitely needs a speed lead, and that's going to be the Vanessa. Is going a more damage focus style instead of control against ZEZAS.
Yeah, we don't see the Veronica, but we see the Wind Veronica here instead in that Sonya. I wonder if ZEZAS is, you know, built against this. Are these Heigang is quite commonly a Sonya trap.
But I don't think Josephine is the Sonya trap though, and we might be seeing the Chao last pick coming out from RAIGEKI with the Ciara ban.
This could be another Chao last pick. It's not that there are still damage dealers and a lot of heals on the side of ZEZAS, especially with that Heigang too. Every time Chao cleanses, that's going to be giving ZEZA's team a lot of attack bar.
Alright, RAIGEKI last pick is going to be a Misty to play the late game against ZEZAS. But what's going to be the ban on the side of RAIGEKI here? We know Sonya is probably going to go out because ZEZAS doesn't have a counter for Sonya. But what can RAIGEKI ban to give him the advantage? It's going to be the Fire Bayek getting banned out, and ZEZAS get to keep Heigang immunity. That might be very bad for RAIGEKI.
I don't really like RAIGEKI's position here, to be completely honest. ZEZAS has the Heigang Velajul combination, which is extremely strong here. I think that's going to counter most of everything that RAIGEKI can put out here.
Oh, one bomb onto the Misty, but we have the Vanessa revives. The Misty is not going to be out of the game just yet, but that's going to allow Ricky to seal away the Ciara and buy some time for the Misty to grow stronger.
Yeah, definitely. Also getting the booster. Big questionable use of the skill 3 as Velajul had not buffed immunity yet, and also Heigang getting just full value with that skill 2 strip.
Misty is gonna get a turn right there, but without defense down, without slow debuff, I'm not sure if Misty's gonna be very good in his position. Meanwhile, Villager's being very, very tanky at the moment, but maybe with this immunity, it's impossible for the monkey to stun, and there's gonna be no shield from the Josephine.
Yeah, Villager getting the violent proc through. That is a lot of damage on the Misty. Nearly drops. With this defense break sitting on top of it, Josephine can definitely finish this Misty off. But actually it doesn't. Misty still standing strong. CR is about to come back from the scroll, Sean.
This might be a perfect bait coming from RAIGEKI, allowing Misty to get attack buff to one-shot the Villager or the Ciara.
I'm definitely going to be switching your focus. That is so much damage! That is insane damage coming out of the Misty. Villager has to get a proc here. It doesn't proc.
This is actually looking really bad for ZEZAS here. That Misty surviving. The Vanessa taking away the Ciara. Misty still standing strong. Misty is doing so much damage. RAIGEKI is not done with this game just yet. Attack buff and RAIGEKI is gonna bring it to game 5.
My god, we got exactly what we asked for. We got the game 5. That RAIGEKI Misty is absolutely built different. It's so tanky. So much damage, and nearly one-shot the Ciara. That is incredible, unbelievable stuff.
His Misty is unlike any other. Here we go, guys. Game 5. One of these players will be the America's Cup champion, and it will be this game that decides it. RAIGEKI versus ZEZAS for the last time.
This is just unbelievable. I am nearly at a loss for words at how crazy this has been, but we're getting the pre-bans. The Oliver is once again pre-banned, and we see an Ashore that has been a problem for RAIGEKI. What is he going to be first picking here?
All right, guys. Let's get ready for the final match between RAIGEKI and ZEZAS here. It's going to decide who is going to take the $10,000 and whether this venue is going to go down in scream and celebration from the Brazilian community.
Yeah, we see RAIGEKI taking that CR first pick. ZEZAS now responding, taking those two other very meta picks that RAIGEKI utilized the last match in the Shiho and the Jogan. RAIGEKI now looking to answer that. He does have his Light Hwarang available, which might be a big thorn on ZEZAS' side.
We got the Chandra getting picked up by ZEZAS right here. RAIGEKI with the Light Hwarang, but ZEZAS show us that he can deal with the Light Hwarang just fine. That's going to be the Christina getting picked up by ZEZAS to perfectly shut down the Light Hwarang.
Yeah, the Christina is coming out to play once again. I wonder if she's going to make it through the draft phase this time. I wonder what RAIGEKI is also going to round out his draft with here. ZEZAS does have a lot of speed, so RAIGEKI can't really be going for, you know, Sony and stuff like that. He instead goes for a Layla, trying to get that control there.
Yeah, that slow debuff is going to definitely hurt the Shiho and the Chandra. We got a Vanessa as well to potentially save the Light Hwarang from getting one-shotted and give the Light Hwarang the chance to go crazy with the attack buff as well. And let's see what ZEZA's last pick is going to be. Is it going to be a strong AoE unit? It's going to be a healer. It's going to be a Masha getting picked up by ZEZAS to provide that massive damage that he needs with the attack buff from the Jogan.
Another thing to note here is that Layla does provide that cleanse block, and Christina does cleanse, but obviously if you're cleanse blocked, you can actually keep those debuffs on her. That is somewhat of a counter there. But yeah, ZEZAS rounding a draft out with this Masha that is getting banned out, and ZEZAS does not like that cleanse block coming out of Layla. Guys, we are getting into the final game of America's Cup 2025. Who will be taking the championship?
Every proc is going to be so noisy now, Topa, but here we go. We got the Jogan moving after the Shiho to potentially seal away the Ciara. And he's going to do that. He's going to take away the Ciara, but remember, Ciara's full attack bar when she comes out, so that's going to be very scary for ZEZAS. And the thing is, without getting attacked, Christina's in a full stack and not going to do big damage yet.
Yeah, this Christina, pretty awkward moving here first, right? It can get the Oblivion, but the damage is not really going to be there. That's actually still quite good damage. Also does have the protection of the hug there, so might be able to, you know, not get targeted here and survive to another skill 3.
And unfortunately, the Oblivion's only one turn, so the Light Hwarang is going to shake that off pretty much immediately. And the Shiho is being controlled by the... Oh, that is perfect turn for the Josephine, getting another chance to move, doing so much damage to the Jogan right there. Things are not looking good for ZEZAS. And remember, Ciara's about to come out, and that Shiho has a bomb waiting for him.
Yeah, the Ciara is going to come out with the full attack bar and the bomb ready to go. I think that might be the end of this Christina here. And oh, the Jogan does cut in front, does not get the pushback. Will the bomb land? Does he go to Christina? Goes to the monkey, plays it safe.
And he can easily detonate as well, but he chooses not to do so and trying to get a bit of attack bar by hitting the Chandra. Chandra's about to get a bit more damage from the hard rank, and the Vanessa gonna get a very... Oh, wait a minute! The Joe gun is not gonna go down just yet because of the Chandra violent proc, but there is still gonna be a strip coming out from the Vanessa here, and who's it gonna be on? It's probably gonna be on the Joe gun. So RAIGEKI went for the efficient play, but unfortunately, that led to this Joe gun staying alive.
Oh.
But no! He's gonna not seal the Vanessa.
That is just huge misplay coming out of RAIGEKI, letting that Joe gun get the defender out again. But now the Vanessa passive has been expended. The Josephine is not going down here. Can Josephine kill this Joe gun? He can strip with the first hit and kill with the second hit. He's going for it. He gets resisted again.
Oh, but Sierra's about to get a turn here. Can Sierra get a violent proc to get another bomb out? This might change the game.
Oh my God!
Sierra's gonna get
the bomb lands.
It's gonna land on the Christina, and Christina's gonna go down. And no, Chandra alone might not be enough for ZEZAS. RAIGEKI
The skill 2 is going to take out the Joe gun.
Going to win the final. ZEZAS, Chandra left, but that's not gonna be enough. Topa
taking the headset off. He knows it. It's over. RAIGEKI is our America's Cup 2025 champion.
RAIGEKI again in 2025 is your America's Cup champion.
What a gamer.
Wow, that is just incredible. You know, ZEZAS deserves all the praise as well. ZEZAS is still going on to World Finals in Paris.
We couldn't ask for a better team for the World Finals. We've got RAIGEKI, we've got ZEZAS, we've got Panda-like. Those are the three representing the Americas region at the World Finals on November 1st. And today, RAIGEKI is your America's Cup champion for SWC 2025. What a game, Topa. We asked for a 5-round game to finish it off, and we got it.
And what a last game there was, too. That was absolutely incredible. It was so swingy. It looked so good for ZEZAS, then it looked so good for RAIGEKI, then it looked so good for ZEZAS again, and then RAIGEKI just pulls it out. It's incredible.
I don't even know what to say, man. Those were incredible games all throughout the day, leading up to what was probably the best possible finals I could have asked for. Sean, that was insane.
That was absolutely incredible to see RAIGEKI once again becoming the America champion. And we can call him Mr. Two-Time now. It's the second time he's become America champion.
That's right. There he is on stage with Seppi right now. Everybody's giving it up, and everybody's still so pleased because you know what? RAIGEKI's the champion. We've got ZEZAS, we've got Panda-like. All of Brazil went crazy at the end there because even though RAIGEKI took the championship, ZEZAS is still going. Panda-like is still going. That Brazilian energy is coming to the World Finals on November 1st.
That it is, and what is coming right now is the trophy presentation brought to you by Vela Jewel here. That is a beautiful trophy that RAIGEKI will be taking home along with the $10,000 prize.
Yes, that's a huge, huge honor. RAIGEKI has got the championship title yet again after 3 years. Last time he was America's Cup champion was 2022, and now again in 2025, it's RAIGEKI.
Beautiful, just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that is crazy. You know, RAIGEKI now ties TRUEWHALE with 2 America's Cup champions, and you know, RAIGEKI's been on somewhat of a hiatus, right? He didn't even qualify the America's Cup the past 2 years, and now he comes back with an absolute bang and wins the whole tournament once again.
And he made it look easy all the way up until the finals. That was amazing. We asked for it, we got it. 5-round game. ZEZAS made him sweat. Everyone on the stage right now, that's Sungjun Kim, the president of Come To Us USA's home branch.
And every single players.
We'll listen to what he has to say.
Amazing matches tonight.
Ele gostaria de agradecer não somente o grande campeão RAIGEKI, mas todos os jogadores que batalharam tão espetacularmente hoje.
And of course, obrigado, Brazil.
Sabe muito bem. Não precisa nem traduzir essa.
Your passion, your cheers made this event truly amazing. And then we will never forget the excitement that you brought in to the first ever SWC America's Cup in Brazil.
E ele falando que o evento foi realmente incrível e nunca esquecerá o tanto de animação que essa torcida maravilhosa trouxe pela primeira vez no Brasil.
So also to all of our fans watching online and to our teams behind the scenes, thank you for making everything possible tonight.
E também gostaria de agradecer todos os nossos fãs que estão assistindo de casa, na live oficial, e a nossa equipe, todo mundo que fez possível esse dia incrível acontecer aqui hoje. Obrigado.
So let's keep growing this community together every year, and I hope to see you all going forward to the World Finals.
E vamos continuar crescendo esta comunidade ano após ano e espero que todos vocês estejam assistindo a grande final mundial. E agora vamos chamar ao palco os nossos queridos segundo e terceiro lugar, ZEZAS e Pandalike.
There they are, everyone. Our three representatives for the Americas region. Pandalike, ZEZAS, and your America's Cup champion, RAIGEKI.
There they are, looking all their glory, and the crowd is so excited. Two Brazilians, both Brazilians that made it this tournament. It almost seemed like we were only going to have one representative. Now Pandalike coming as the replacement player, making it all the way to World Finals. What an incredible story.
It is amazing, man. This tournament was everything and more. I couldn't have asked for a better show today, Sean.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very good chance that one of the Brazilians might make it to the World Final match too. You never know.
You're so right. There we go. They are getting the medals for third place, second place, and more. And of course, RAIGEKI's holding the championship title and the trophy. The support from this crowd is off the charts, Topa.
It absolutely is, muito obrigado Brazil for, having us here. It's been an incredible time, incredible week, and there we are, RAIGEKI getting a medal as well, trophy wasn't enough. He needs a medal as well. He needs the second title. He needs it all, He played extremely well. He is very deserving of this win here.
He did. Sean, he came out of retirement for this one. He had one last job to do.
He's going to tell me that he's going to retire after this, I'm pretty sure.
He's going to win the whole thing. Yeah, it's a tale as old as time, man. Yeah, Ricky's doing great. And Seppi's on the stage interviewing for the post-game interview right now. Let's hear what he has to say.
Shout out to all my friends in Gilby, the community on Twitch, especially the BR community, very passionate. Yeah. As you guys may know, I'm also a summit from these guys. I'm technically also a Brazilian representative, so.
Seus amigos, os seguidores na Twitch, que ele é um criador de conteúdo, se vocês não seguem ainda, sigam também, né? E também, não só isso, que ele é brasileiro, basicamente de coração, que o Summit é dos representantes do Brasil. When you think about the World Finals, what would you say is the thing that's missing for you to look in the future, and make sure that you win that in a little bit? Quando você pensa na final mundial, o que você acha que está faltando para você conseguir conquistar isso agora esse ano?
Oliver. Have Oliver. Last year I made it to Worlds. That's it.
É isso, ele falou, Oliver, eu não tinha o Oliver ano passado e eu tenho agora, então só vamos. And last but not least, when you think about Summoner's War, RAIGEKI, what is the first word and feeling that comes to your mind? Quando você pensa em Summoner's War, RAIGEKI, qual o primeiro sentimento, a primeira palavra que vem à sua mente?
Passion.
Ah, paixão! Are you still passionate about this game?
Definitely has hit me today.
É isso mesmo. Ele ainda é apaixonado por esse jogo e está muito feliz hoje. E com isso, Monago Slot, conta aí pra gente o que vai acontecer agora. Gostaria de agradecer a presença de todos aqui hoje.
You heard it here, folks. RAIGEKI's just missing the Oliver action there, Topa.
Yeah, he had Oliver this year, and that was the missing piece, last couple of years. He hasn't made it this far, as we mentioned, But now he has Oliver. He is primed and ready with his Veronica, with his all other LDs. He is going to be making a dent in this World Finals in Paris.
I believe it, man. Oh, dang, Skippy. Yeah, RAIGEKI's put on a great show for us today, as have ZEZAS and Panda. These three representatives, Sean. Even you said it. We think we have a pretty good shot at the World Finals.
Yeah, I think Brazilian might even make it it's a run-up title. You never know.
Yeah, who knows? We'll see how this goes, guys. Again, this has been the America's Cup today. You still have a lot more to look forward to for SWC 2025. We have the Asia Pacific Cup next weekend, and we also have the World Finals on November 1st. So make sure to keep tabs on everything SWC, and we'll see you there as well. So yeah, guys, that was awesome. RAIGEKI did such a good job. After a 3-year gap in championship titles, Topa, he just did a swimming job.
Yeah, he did absolutely so well, going undefeated until the finals. And, obviously we could not have asked for a better finals than that. It was so close all the way down to the wire. And ultimately, here are our qualified players for the World Finals. Not only do we have RAIGEKI, ZEZAS, and Panda from today, but you also have the representative from the other regions, Evan.
Look at that. Yeah, now they're joining all of the pre-qualified folks from the Open qualifier in France and China, as well as the Europe Cup representatives. All that's left is to find 3 more from the Asia-Pacific region, and again, that's happening next weekend. So make sure to set that on your calendar, and congratulations again to Panda ZEZAS and RAIGEKI on their incredible performance today. It was a pleasure watching them climb through the ladder today, because that was an insane bracket from start to finish, Sean.
Exactly, and I can't wait to see who will be the representative from the APAC Cup happening very, very soon as well, because we have some heavyweight in that region.
Oh yeah, this World Finals is shaping up to be absolutely incredible. And I'll tell you what else is incredible. Another code, this time with 10 Fire Scrolls for you and 30 more SWC emblems. I hope the Fire Scrolls have something good for you. You know what? In the America's Cup theme, I've actually gotten a couple nice Nat 5s in the last 2 days. I got the Fire Beetle Guardian, and then I got my very first Fire Megami. I'm so stoked about it. Oh my god, I was so hyped. I hope you guys pull something similar. Maybe you'll even get a Vela Jewel. Lord knows I haven't.
Yeah, those Fire Scrolls. Maybe we get the Jogun, the 100-risk Vela Jewel, the Fire Indra that we saw, play today. All those incredible monsters. I'm sure, those 10 scrolls will probably not give you a single lightning, let's be real. But, we can all hope.
Hey, we can hope. Yeah, I've gotten 2 real good ones recently, so I'm pretty stoked about that. Yeah, Sean, I hope you get something, man.
I hope something too. But the most important thing is you guys at home, thank you so much for watching. We have the crowd over here. We'll also have the crowd at home on the stream chat. And I hope you guys have an amazing time. And once again, this is Evan, this is Topa, and we have a blast with you guys for this tournament. And thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much, everybody, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye, bye.